Hi, Patricia. Hi, Viv. Hi, Adam. Hey, guys. How you guys doing today? Happy Sunday. Hi, Marion and Carol and Wendy and Faye. The sound's not on? It should be on. Can you guys hear me? It shows as on. Can you hear me? Hi, Carol. No, Marion, I just started. Can you hear me? Okay, if Marion can hear me, then everybody can hear me. All right, thank you for confirming that. Adam said the sound was off, but I don't think so, Adam. Check your phone. You might have it on mute. Good, everyone can hear me. Yay. I don't know why you can't hear me. Okay. So how's everybody today? I hope everybody's good. I'm good. Thanks for asking and checking up on me. I don't know what happened Friday night. I guess maybe the whole week caught up to me, and I ran that little bit of a fever, but I was fine yesterday. I got a lot done. There is sound, Adam. Everyone else says there's sound. I'm gonna text you. Somebody write down. Adam, there is sound. Everyone else can hear. All right, we'll just give it a couple minutes, make sure, everyone that logs on so we can start our new book. Hi, Stacy, Joanne. Who else joined? Patricia. I already said. Carol, Marion. I already said hello to. Island Pure. Okay. Patricia. The other Patricia. Carol and Faye and Wendy and Gail. Okay, we have some new. Hi, Stacy. Hi, Patty. Hi, Sherry. Hey, Barb. I should take a minute to say hello to everybody. Now it's working. It was working fine. I think it was your phone, or maybe you had to go out and come back in. Hi, Chris. We'll just wait. Let's see what time. It's 6:02. Let's give it like at least 5 or 6 minutes. Let everybody log on. You had to clear everything. Yeah, sometimes that happens. You get a little bleh, whatever. You have to like close everything down and then kind of restart TikTok. That happens to me sometimes. If I'm ever late, it's because I didn't know that either Larry or somebody shut the computer down. So then I have to load everything back up to be able to go live. That's what happened the other night. I wound up coming on late. You got a fever Friday night too, Stacy? Wow. I'm fine. I didn't go past that like 99 point whatever I had on Friday, and the Tylenol helped. I rested. I didn't get up until Saturday like 10:30, 11 o'clock, whatever time. I slept. So I think that helped. I think I just run myself down. I mean, yes, Joanne, I gotta do that on the computer, and I'll repost it tomorrow, so everyone knows that Fridays is back to 7:30 this week. But I'll do that and then take a picture tomorrow and repost it. Thank you, Joanne. I should be good for work tomorrow. I have to be. I've got too many things going on. I got to get in the office. I just can't take the day off, So it's kind of suck it up and let's just go. Let's just go. So I did a lot. I got all of my thrift bags put away. I got all of my fabrics organized. I got all of my books, my cardstock, and my pads, my paper pads. I got them all organized. I mean, all of them. So now I just need to take. Look how many. Let me show you how many there are. This is now my new swatch thing. But I decided they're all numbered, of course, and I'm gonna separate these by like categories, like florals or whatever, kind of make it easier when I want to find something vintage, kind of group them up because they're all numbered and they're all in order by number, so it doesn't matter how I organize these. I think it'll make my life a little easier than constantly flipping through like this if I just have them categorized, basic categories, either colors, themes like a vintage, goth, you know, those are specific. Oh, I'm feeling well. Thank you, Lori. Hi, Susan. So yeah, so I wound up number 62 on here. So that's 62 books. Plus I have extras that are not numbered, that are in the actual color boxes. So yeah, Adam, I do have a lot of paper. Yeah, I do. But I got all that done, and it feels good getting, and then I wound up having a few duplicates, which was really good to know. And I'm going to take those and throw them in the office to replace whenever I deplete the original pad. I know, it's a really like satisfying feel. And the fabrics too. I wound up finding a really good way to start. You know, fabrics has always been an issue for me. Every time I want to go look for a fabric, I'm like, I'm sure you guys understand. So Leah had a 3-drawer little, you know, one of those little Rubbermaid or whatever 3-drawer things. And that for her college that she hasn't used, it was downstairs. So I took all the fabrics and I folded them. The drawers are about that high. And I folded them and I stood them up on the folded edge. And now they're all like color coordinated. I have like all the goth stuff. I have all the satins together. I have all of the florals together. And then I have all of the cottons together. And it's so much nicer when you open a drawer and it's just like, oh, I don't have what I need. That's what happened today. Because I went through the fabrics and I was looking for a base fabric to do this bridal book that we're starting today. Because we're doing the lace overlay. And I didn't have the right color blue, blue-green for the base. And I had to run to Joann's this morning. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Robin. I'm doing well. So if you guys need a good way to organize your fabrics, I think that's a really good way. In a drawer, fold them. I folded them where they're like folded in about maybe 4-5 inches, you know, tall, and like about 5 or 6 inches wide, like into squares like that. And then I just lined them up, like I said, by color, and I just separated the florals. All the satins are together. I have all the chiffon together, so it kind of makes it easy when I'm looking for something to go and find it now. But I'll show you guys. I said in September, probably Labor Day weekend, I hope to have everything done, like organized the way I want it. If I could find, I found another piece of furniture for the corner, but I lost it again. Because I want to hide stuff. I don't like stuff out in the open like this. I don't like that. But that's another cross for me to bear. So anyhow, I think we're good. Let's get started then, all right? It's 6:07. I think we have the bulk of the people that are here that are going to want to watch what we're doing. I'm doing it right now, Mad Dog. I see you're using your son's account. We're going to start a book right now, a bridal book. So if you want to stay with us and watch, literally starting it from scratch. We're going to cut this up into the size, and it's going to be a huge book. So if you hang out with us today, you're going to see a book from scratch. Plus, don't forget, it's on my YouTube channel. So if you go to my YouTube channel, I have everything, all my lives are posted on the YouTube channels. So you could always go back there and watch. Like this one will be downloaded and put up there so you can see from the beginning how we do something. Okay? Excellent. Okay, so let me just get rid of the keyboard because I don't need a keyboard. And let's talk about what we're doing here. So, this was the inspiration. This is the invitation for the bridal book. So her colors, this is like a blue, couple different shades of blue here, as you can see. There's like a little bit of a dark blue and a light blue, and there's also like a sage green throughout the wedding. According to what the mom, she sent me pictures of the bridal dresses. There's actually only 2 blue ones, and the rest are all shades of greens. I think she has 6 girls, and each girl is like 2 is in a dark blue, 2 is in a sage green, and 2 is in a different shade of green. So we're going to incorporate greens and blues into this bridal journal. This is going to be ginormous. Shetty, yes, I did get your box. We can open that. We'll just talk about this for a few minutes, and then Shetty sent me a little gift. I opened the box, but I didn't get into what was inside, so we can open it today and get into it. Hi, Kelly. So it's going to be pretty big. I think it's going to be like a 12 by 13. I'm going to tell you why, because I have that, well, let's cover one thing at a time. Let's talk about the colors. So I didn't have that particular shade, and I wanted to get something that kind of looked like that. And I went to Joann's, and I actually found this fabric that I think captured it really, really well. I think it looks just like the flowers. And then I know it looks dark and not very bridal, but once you put the white over it, I think it's going to look great. I showed it to them. I sent a picture to the mom because it becomes a little bit demure underneath, but it gives it a nice base color. Do my book first? Okay. So, or we could save it for Wednesday. I literally only opened the box. I didn't get inside. So this is our color scheme. Now, let's put the lace there. Let's put our fabric there. The size of the book. If you guys remember, I had a wedding book that I picked up that had these pages in it. It was a scrapbook. And I already cut these out. And you can see these are nice and big. These are, these are 12 inches wide. 12 by 12. These are 12 by 12. So I needed to at least be 12 inches this way because we could always cut it short on the open end. But what I did was, these were in the book. Like this was on the inside of the book. I cut it, and it's beautiful because it's one big sheet. I don't have to worry about it. Like, talk about, and it's got this greenish yellowish color, which is what her wedding colors kind of is, and I think it's going to work out really well. So I actually started the 2 signatures already, and all of these are going to be pockets. So it's going to be a lot of pockets. Don't necessarily have to make them all pockets. I could put something in between and just glue like a solid piece on here to make like a nice little spread or whatever. I mean, I might make a couple of pockets because I think that's going to be a lot, because you're looking at, that would be 1, 2, 3. 3 and 3 would be 6, and 6, that's 12 huge pockets, and I think that's a lot. So I think that we're just going to sew it, and then we'll deal with the pocket situation later on. And I'm going to add a couple of blank white pages in between each one of these. So each signature so far is right now 6 pages. Yeah, 6 pages each. This is 6, and this is 6. And we're going to wind up using those 24-inch sheets that I have in white in between here to complete out the pages. She didn't want a writing signature, the traditional writing signature, so I'm going to make it a few less pages because it's a lot more decor, but it'll be nice and big, and we'll be able to put quite a few things to decorate this. Hey, how was the cruise, Leah? Hi, Angela. So, her other theme besides the colors is lace and pearls. So it's very traditional, which is nice because I think we're going to have a lot of fun with pearls and lace and stuff like that throughout the book. So it's exciting. And then I did pull a few things already, as you can see up here. I took all of the religious stuff and put it in the office, and I swapped it out for all of the bridal stuff. I've got bridal books, bridal pages, bridal paper, like I have like entire books and sets, like this one that I had picked up, like just beautiful things that I've been collecting for the past year. Now, this is a book that they're going to give to her at her, like a shower, for her to kind of record her wedding, her memories, the planning, however she wants to use the book. This is not for signatures or anything like that. It's for the bride to, I guess, like a memoir of her wedding. Now, I know that they did change the shower. The shower was going to be Labor Day weekend, and the wedding is in October, the first weekend of October. But they changed it and they're going to do the shower later on. So I don't know if the mom's going to want to give it to her sooner. So my goal is to get this done in at least like 2 weeks or so and get this out to her so she could decide what she wants to do with it and give it to her when she wants to give it to her. So that's what this is for. But we have a nice start on our signatures. But of course, this is going to be no good to us if we don't have an actual book to put it in. So let's get started on the book, shall we? All right, since this is 12 by 12, I like to make the books, we're going to make it 12 by 13 so that we have a 1/2 inch on top and on the bottom to do the elastic band, because they are going to be banded in. And then we'll be able to cut the sides here, which is fine. And then we could either glue them, or we could put lace, pearls, whatever we want to put down here. Probably a little bit of lace to make it really nice and pretty. But this is going to be fun. I think so too, Carol. Yes, Marianne, on Friday, Pastor Sue said that she is fine with putting her book on hold for a couple of reasons. She knew I had a deadline. I didn't find out about the shower change until yesterday. So that gave me a little bit of breathing room. However, Pastor Sue said that in a month, she'll be able to watch more of the lives, because right now she can only pop in for 5 or 10 minutes. So she's not able to really see. And since she's not on a timeline, she said she's perfectly fine with waiting for her book. So we put her book on hold for a little bit. We're going to do this one, and then I'll check with her, and if she's able to watch the lives, we'll pick up on her book again. And if not, then we'll get the fairy book done, and then we'll go back to Pastor's book and get that done, and then I'll be done. So my timeline is off by like 2 months right now. I thought I was going to have July and August without commission work, but now it's going to be more like the fall without any commission work. So, hey Z. Hi, Tammy. Oh, thank you, Tammy. Yeah, it did work out. Everything seems to always work out, right? We're really lucky about that. All right, Hazy. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Hi, Rhonda. I was just going over the signatures that I had started for this book, but we're going to go ahead and get started on the actual book. So, let's put this away real quick. Let's go right on up there because we're going to be using that shortly. And let me put that out of the way because I need to cut. So, I had these, this was a scrapbook. I think these two went together. I don't know if they even went together, to be honest. But they're the same height, and I'm going to cut them anyway. They're about the same width. So we're going to use these. This is from like an old scrapbook for the covers. And then we're going to use this for the spine. Thank you so much. So, with that said, unfortunately, I can't use my Carl because the Carl is only 12 inches long. I mean, I guess I could use it for the width, but it won't work on the height. It won't work. It's going to be way too big. So, let me just check out what's what here. See the thicknesses. These two are the same thickness. These two are the same thickness. This one is a little chunkier. So maybe we'll use this one for the spine. Because it's got like a little bit of padding in here. I don't know if you can see that. It's got a little bit of padding. Whereas these do not. You see that first one is a little bit thicker. So I think I'm going to use that as our spine. And then we'll use these two as our front and back cover. Yeah. And let's see. These are super big. We're going to have to cut these down. This is 14. We're going to cut that down to 1/2 inch. This is 14 as well. So what we'll do is to make sure that everything is even, because it does have a rounded edge, but this one does not have a rounded edge. So we'll use make sure they're nice and square. Looks pretty good. Oh, change of plans. This is only 11 inches wide. And if I'm going to make it 12 wide, then I can't use that one. I'm going to have to use these. Okay. And this one is exactly 12 inches wide. So this one's fine on the width. And this one will be too once I cut it. That makes our job a little easier. So see how quickly we change our plans? Best laid plans. Z, we are starting the bridal book. So this is for the bridal book. Okay, that's exactly 12. Okay, I have to trim that other one just a little bit. You see, it needs to be trimmed just a smidgen. So, we're gonna clamp this up. And we're just going to trim that bottom one. It just needs to be trimmed a little bit.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. The center of that storm is kind of moving north now, due north at 12 miles per hour. And if it stays in that path, that speed, great, but it's not. It's going to make landfall and then continually slow down as it moves from northern Florida into southern Georgia, perhaps move on towards the coastline as well. And that center line where the Hurricane Center forecast is, we are just about, say, 27 miles to the west of that. Again, there's never a good side to be on a hurricane. It would be way away from it. But if you have to be, you want to be on the west side of that center because we're going to see a little bit lesser impacts on this storm. Not every storm is the same, but on this one, lesser impacts as you head west of the center where we're already east of the center. Then hours of impact.
It's been storming right now here. We just had like a storm come through, and I was trying, the deer was in the backyard with the babies, and I was trying to record it to post on TikTok, and they got spooked. She left because it's the mama with the two babies. So I was trying to record her, but I think I scared her. I didn't even go outside. I was just through the window, but they saw me and they got skittish. With the babies, they're very skittish. So, okay. Here we go. Now it's nice and even. Okay. Let me see something. It's 14. No, I have to cut it down because this is too short. Okay, I was going to say, I was considering leaving it that tall, which makes this book freaking huge. But the bottom line is what I'm using for the spine won't work. So. Hi, Eliza. How are you?
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Severe thunderstorm. We just had one come through. I guess we're going to get another one. All right, so we're going to make this one 4 inches, right? I think 4 inches is good. I think if I do 5, it's going to be way, way, way too big. Even though the pastures is 5. I'm good, Tanya. Thank you. Yes, I'm much better.
So I'd say from, to the water from Perry. So Perry sits just inland, sits about kind of like right in here. So from
I feel like when you do a 4-inch spine, it's large, but not super large where you're going to be like, oh my God, it's so big. You know what I mean?
Not a forecast cone we're normally used to seeing. Pretty good confidence now through Tuesday morning of where Debbie is going. After that,
I'm going to use this as my guideline.
the most likely spot is going to be where you see this yellow line, where it kind of meanders the next few days as all the steering patterns just completely collapse. Nothing is pushing this along. The current is picking up and moving it. High pressure is not forcing it back inland, and so it just wanders. And when a system is slow and it wanders, it can likely produce huge rain. And this is why we're very concerned about the rainfall and flooding from Debbie. Right now, Atla winds are 12 to 22.
overnight and morning hours tomorrow. So 6 to 8 inches likely in the areas highlighted in orange.
Yes, be safe in Florida. I hear you guys are getting another damn storm. That's crazy.
About 2 months worth of rain in probably 2 days, and then the rain could get even heavier as you get farther up into, say, Georgia and then South Carolina.
Now the cool thing, I could cut this on the Carl now to get the ends where it needs to be. Hi, Jonda. Definitely be safe in Florida, please. Okay, so we'll save this for another one. We got our 4-inch spine. And I don't know, I might be able to cut this on the Carl. We'll see. To cut it down to the 13. Yeah, because this is 14, so we're going to cut down about a 1/2 inch on each side. This is 12. Extra inch. 13. Okay. Once we have the spine, that will be our guideline for the rest of the book. I can't fight this feeling anymore. 12 on the dot. Okay. Yes, the wedding book. Cool, this should work. Should work. We'll see.
HPV vaccination, a type of cancer prevention against certain HPV-related cancers, can start then too.
For most, HPV clears on its own, but for others, it can cause certain cancers later in life.
I'm going to cut about the same on both sides.
It's my cue to help protect them.
Embrace this phase. Help protect them in the next. Ask their doctor today about HPV.
I mean, technically, we could just cut one side. Why make our job difficult and cut two sides, right? It's okay to have a finished edge on one side. I'm going to do that. I'm going to cut just one side. Because we're going to wrap it anyway, so it's not like you're going to see that. And it's going to be wrapped with double fabric, so you're never going to see the edges. It'll be rounded regardless. Okay. This book is going to be 12 by 13. It is going to be pretty
Rhonda Williams says I spent most of the afternoon trying to correct mistakes I made on a cover. Just paper and glue.
Just paper and glue, Rhonda.
Rhonda Williams says right?
Absolutely. More famous words have never been spoken. Okay, this is a tight fit. I'm just going to use the Carl to score this so that it's nice and straight. Hopefully this will work. Because this is real tight. This is going to be a big one. Yes, it is. I mean, technically, it's almost like the pastor's journal. Pretty sure. I think hers was about this size.
Hippie V Creations says did you have to put other one on hold?
Yeah, I did. I did. This has got a deadline because of the wedding. So Pastor Sue was very gracious and said that we could go back to hers because right now she's traveling anyway. She's not able to really join the lives, and that way she'll be able to watch more. It's a little bit bigger than the Pastor's Journal. Not much though. Let me go grab it. I don't think it's going to be that much. Actually, the Pastor's Journal has a bigger spine. We gave it
Bearmaker says when I cut and sew fabric for a quilt and mess up, I will not be saying it's just fabric. Lol.
No, you will not. So I mean, it's only a quarter of an inch taller. Look, it's literally only a quarter of an inch taller and about 1 inch wider. That's it. And the spine is smaller. We're doing a 4-inch spine instead of a, because I think like for a bride, this is bulky for a bride. For a Bible journal, I think this is cool because a lot of writing is going to go on. This is like a continuous thing, whereas I think with the bridal journal, it's going to be like used this year and then that's it. It won't be used anymore. You know what I mean? Once you fill it and your wedding's over, you're kind of like done with it, right? Who's getting married? Young lady. I don't know her. Her mom is my customer, so her mom ordered this book last year, believe it or not. Yep, she ordered it last year. And she's
Rhonda Williams says only on my second one. Learning from mistakes. Really hard to say this one is done.
Oh, I understand. When you think you're done, then you're like, maybe I could do this, or maybe I could do that. I get it. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to score it because that worked out really well. Just marking it. Scoring it with the Carl makes me feel a little bit better.
Rhonda Williams says right.
Yeah, we always feel like, I could do a little bit more, or I could add a little bit more, or this could have another pocket, or like I found a couple of tags for the pink Western Journal in one of the boxes because I started, cleaning up. I'm like, I forgot to put these in the darn book. Not that the book didn't have enough, right? But I did make it for that book. So now I just put it in my box of extra tags and I'll use it the next time I do something pink. That's all. It's not wasted. It is the curse of being creative, Shetty.
Hippie Bee Creations says are you using an old game board for cover? Just wondering.
So this isn't a game board. This is actually from an old scrapbook. You know the scrapbooks that I buy for the paper on the inside, the big paper? So it's the covers. So when I buy those books for like $2, I use the paper to make master boards generally. And sometimes I use the paper, like I'm going to be making a couple of journals, my projects, with the soft journals, with the Amazon squishy, crunchy thingy envelopes. And that paper is great for the inside because it's nice and tall for like a nice tall skinny journal. But yeah, but a game board is I would probably double up on the game board. I don't think they're as thick as this, especially like the bigger the book, you want it to be really like sturdy. So I was like, what the heck is that? It's my daughter. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a given with these tropical systems. That severe current will likely continue all the way through the overnight hours. Actually, right now,
Okay.
Bearmaker says I'm the opposite. When I'm done on a project, I'm done.
Okay. We got our 3 pieces. Let's see how it's gonna look. Because we have the opportunity to still make a bigger spine. I still have enough left.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we had the flooding in April. We had the tornadoes in May. We had Idalia last year, and now
God, this thing's gonna be huge.
a lot of weather impacts across the region. So they are preparing. Again, this isn't just a bunch of orange groves or Mickey Mouse world. This is North Florida. We got lots of
I'm thinking I'm gonna have to make it a 5-inch spine.
we have
I feel like we need the extra room and to make it more cohesive. I'm gonna cut a 5-inch piece. Fabric. I don't have paper big enough to do a 13-inch spine and 13-inch in the height. Yeah, I think the spine's a little small. We're going to switch it to a 5-inch. I think the 5-inch will look a lot better. So, yep. I think 6-inch spine is too big, but a 5-inch spine will work. All right. First things first. Need to cut a little bit on each side.
Okay, so what about $524 for you? It's probably
Hey, Miss Vintage Journal, how are you? It's good to see you, Miss White Witch. So I have a joke, guys. We were commenting on one of Kat's videos, and somebody said, "Why do you make everything look so easy?" And I always say that. And I said, "Well, I've come to the conclusion she's a white witch. Just come to that conclusion." Me? I don't think so. Oh, I don't think so. We are making this enormous book, Kat. I mean, it's enormous. It's going to be 12 by 13. I'm actually recutting the spine. I just cut a spine that's 4 inches, and I think it's too small. So we're going to go ahead and do a 5-inch spine because, well, why not? The mother of the bride wanted her to have a nice big book. But there is something I do want to show you that I think since you love vintage and antiques, let me show you what the mom sent me to use in case you have to leave. This is the base because her colors are blue and sage, like a sage green. This is her invitation here. This is her invitation. So we got this for the base, and then it's going to be overlaid in this beautiful lace that I got from Europe last year. So this is going to go over the blue like that. And then we're going to add a couple of pearls because her colors are pearls. However, I think it's going to be really pretty. I mean, I hope so. It makes me nervous. It's my first bridal one. But her mom sent me this beautiful, I put it over here. It's a family heirloom. It is 5th generation right now. Look at this. It's all little pearls. It's a little pouch, and this is where they put the ring, the wedding ring, to pass down from grandma to granddaughter, grandma to well, it's a great grandmother to the granddaughter. So I'm going to incorporate this in the book. And then Stacy sent me this vintage doily, or hanky rather, and I'm going to figure out a way. I'm going to put this with just I'm going to put it like that on the page. I think it's going to look so pretty. It's incredible. I don't want to mess with it, even though she told me the latch is broken. I want to put it in the book in a manner that they can remove it, because I'm assuming someday down the road they're going to want to pass it down again. So I don't want to do anything permanent. I don't want to do anything with glue. It's literally, I'm going to attach it with just safety pins. That's it, because this is fabric, and I should be able to get a safety pin behind there where they can then remove it. So I'm going to try and figure out a way to do that where they can pass it down to a 6th generation one day. So that's going to be incredible. But I think it's going to be really pretty. That's going to be like the focal point, the first page of the first signature. So I'm excited for that. Excited and nervous. Excited and nervous. Yeah, pins are little hooks. I actually have these beautiful, let me show you. It might be too much. I didn't get it for this particular reason, but I remembered, oh my goodness, I have these gorgeous, it might be too, I don't know, maybe one of these might be enough. Like these, with the pearls, these little pins with the pearls. I have like a ton of them. And I think these will be really pretty because it's pearl and lace. So I think it's going to be really cool. If I'm going to try and incorporate these because it's got the pearl. It'll tie it all in. They're not exactly straight pins because it's got that old-fashioned, I don't know what they're called. Do you see on the end there? It's like doubled up like that. We used to use these when my brother had cloth diapers. That's what it reminds me of. But I thought this was really pretty. Oh, you just finished a wedding book yesterday? Oh, that's awesome, Cindy. Almost like diaper pins, right? That's what it kind of looks like a little bit. Prettier, but that's what it reminds me of. Those old-fashioned, because, you know, my brother was born in the 70s, so we had cloth diapers back then, and I remember changing him with the cloth diapers. So I'm excited to use these. Oh, excellent, Kimmy. Look at us making all these huge, ginormous books. Kat, did you see the Bible book I started? We put it on hold to do this book because this book has a little bit of a deadline. So Pastor Susan from Australia told me I could put her book on hold. This way she could watch it in a month or so. She could actually watch the videos and the lives. But I don't know if you got to see the cover. It's pretty big too. Let me show it to you. It's literally a 1/4 inch smaller than this one. But this is how this one came out. And this is pretty big. This one's 11 by 12.5. So this is what it looks like on the inside. And the inside's going to be all pastels. But it's got that beautiful, I thrifted that beautiful cross. And this is all held with brads, so it won't come off. So, yeah, she loved this one. She did. She's like, oh my God, this is perfect. It's just what I wanted. So, we're excited. And she was really gracious and to work with me and let me put this on hold for a little bit. My schedule kind of got all wacky. Okay. So now we're going to make this 5 inches. Of course, that's too big. Oh my goodness, and miserable. That's a heavy word. Alright, 5 inch.
Bearmaker says at least the pastor's cover is done.
Yeah, the cover's done, and then I know the signatures will go quick. And we have quite a few things already made for it. We've been working on ephemera, and like we did an amazing glass stained window, a pop-up circle that's all glass, looks like it's glass stained window. And we did a floral pop-up, and we did a few things already. A double waterfall, side waterfall to put in there. So we've been working on it. Oh no, I'm not super. I'm just
Kim
an idiot.
Robinette says, did the large paper come in?
No, Kim. Oh, don't even mention it because Lori sent me paper and Marion sent me paper, and they both paid for expedited shipping and neither one arrived. They're so upset, and I'm upset for them because I know it's a lot of money to pay for expedited shipping and then it doesn't show up. It's just frustrating, you know. I'm gonna use this as my guideline to cut it. I'm actually going to do 2 of them because it winds up working better. I know, Marion. I'm upset for you, to be honest, because, and I would go to the post office and tell them I want a refund. I paid for expedited shipping. It did not get there for what I paid for. That is a lack in service. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Get your money back, sister.
Bearmaker says maybe the packages are in Florida.
Well, from California, I don't know if it would hit Florida. I guess that's a potential. Maybe. Am I doing the end of the book ribbon to close the book? I'm still thinking about how we're going to close this book. We still have a little time because I don't know if I want to do it like with a colorful ribbon or stick with the white, which I'm kind of leaning towards the white because I don't want too much color to distract from the overall outside of the book. But I'm not sure yet. So we'll decide soon enough. I'm not going to be overly aggressive because this is like just me holding this down. So remember what I said, just do as many passes as it takes to get it
The
cut.
Vintage Journal says good to pop on, but I need to go clean up the dinner mess.
I understand. I appreciate you popping on, sweetheart. Thank you so much.
Get inundated, they can't drain. My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back.
Okay, now that we have our base,
Clear skin.
that felt pretty good. Have a good evening. Okay. I think that's going to work better.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that better. It looks better. I think that's much better. Okay. We're good. We got our pieces cut. Assembly time. You get the tape. Okay. We just get all of the little pieces off it. Let's do a little vacuum, a little housekeeping, like Hat. She's gonna go clean up her kitchen. I'm cleaning up my table. Okay. Yeah, and we have to be super duper careful with this book because there's gonna be a lot of white in it. So, gotta make sure our hands are always clean. You ready? Here we go. So I'm using the lines on my mat also to help, along with the lines on here, just so you guys know.
Ryan T. writes, "It's a little stressful. Help me take one thing off my to-do list, but then it's the work. Just a few easy moves." Oh no, I was worried about losing her internet. Stay connected during your move.
Hippie V Creations says ready time to operate Dr. Connie of books.
That's right. Ready, time, operate.
What's the number one item in a crisis?
Okay.
When the world goes sideways, those who sell tickets there, people really will go hungry. That's why you need 4 pictures of best-selling, $3 survival food kits. Food will only last for 25 years. It's great and it's easy to make. Over 600 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
That looks good. I'm gonna flip it because I'm a righty. I just work better that way for some reason. I don't know why. At least I feel like I do. Okay, here we go.
Tonight, thunderstorms early, gusty winds and small hail are possible. Low 71. Monday, mainly clear. High 94. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy. Low
77. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. We're tracking Debbie here on the Weather Channel. It is a tropical storm with forecast to become a hurricane. I'm meteorologist Walter live in Tallahassee. We're under a flood watch, a tornado watch till 8. That probably will be extended, as well as under a tropical storm warning. We're expecting tropical conditions. They can be hurricane conditions here as we head into tomorrow morning with a landfall probably after sunrise. But again, we're not on the coast here in Tallahassee. We're inland, but we're going to be close enough to that central line, the actual path back of the center of Debbie. We're going to have all types of weather impacts. Not as much as, say, cities well to the east of the center. We should be west of the center, but we're close enough to have some impacts of strong gusty winds.
Okay, so I feel like this side's a little bit thicker.
Is the duration of
So we're going to make that the front cover, and that'll be the back. Blue on the front.
less than an hour ago,
But it looks pretty even.
the 2/10 of inch of rain.
Looks sturdy.
Substantially. Now light rain here, but this is just the beginning of these bands spiraling in. And
Good start.
Hour after hour of rain. Not necessarily here in Tallahassee, but other parts of Florida, into Georgia, and then the Carolinas. We're talking 7 days. It is mind-blowing looking at some of these models and what
Okay.
they're outputting, Alex, in terms of a couple of things. One, how much rain can fall from the sky, and sometimes those are low estimates. And two, how long Debbie will stick around, which means we're
Good thing is we don't have to worry about centering any of this. It just works.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of headlines, and we've got a lot of time to talk about this. Paul Goodlow in Tallahassee, thank you so much for your report. Going to cover from what we know right now at this hour in regards to Tropical Storm Debbie. President Joe Biden has approved an emergency declaration for Florida ahead of Debbie's landfall. National Hurricane Center is warning that southeast Georgia and South Carolina could see potentially historic rainfall.
Donajwad says, do you have paper for this journal?
Public school district, they're going to have
So we are using, I don't know if you remember, Donna, I had thrifted a wedding scrapbook journal. So yeah, I showed it at the beginning. I'll show it again when we're done with this part. I have a bunch of paper already, 2 signatures ready to go, and then I'm going to add white paper to it that I have that's 24 inches long. So that I do have already. So, okay. Let me get my pinching shears here.
Could be life-threatening. You could
My
be
little
very
pinking shears.
unfortunate. Let's get to show what's happening right now with Tropical Storm Debbie. Well, what about that next advisory from the hurricane? So that come out in about an hour or so. We,
Okay.
of course, pass this
Not
along
much
to you.
left. That's okay.
Colorful map that shows you a lot of things, a lot of warnings, a lot of watches. So hurricane warning highlighted in purple there, including the Big Bend area, and then Cedar Key is under hurricane watch. I think you're likely to get some pretty good service
All right,
there
so now
in Cedar Key. Tropical storm warnings highlighted in
we could cut the height
as well inland,
a
including
little bit, and I'm also gonna
and then tropical
use the pinking shears all around so it doesn't fray. I don't want it to fray since it is a wedding journal. I certainly don't want it to have any blue stuff where it's not supposed to be. And this is just plain old cotton.
From the 2 o'clock advisory, we'll see if we can get another wind update at least, from this at the 8 o'clock advisory. We are anticipating an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane at landfall, basically sitting due west of Tampa at this point and aiming up here between Apalachicola and Cedar Key for a landfall. I think that's pretty much locked in at this point. A lot of banding with this. You can see the outer bands in here, and several of these bands, by the way, have been producing tornadoes today.
Now I'm just gonna
The tornado warning we had
do the same
in Alaska
thing.
County is no longer in effect, but I think we could see numerous tornado warnings for the rest of the evening. In Tampa, our winds are out of the southeast, 17, gusting to 31.
And just
Gusting
use the
force in
pinking
Sarasota,
shears
a 30 gusting to 40.
on both
You can
ends.
see where that center of circulation sits right in there. Buoy offshore has winds at 40, gusting to 56, and I think that's what you could anticipate near landfall, if not higher than that, if the system actually gets stacked
Okay.
together and increases in intensity. So just before you Key West, 16 to 31, and even on the east coast of Florida,
We need about an inch to fold over.
Winds between 25 and 30 miles an hour.
We need about an inch here to fold over, so we cut
Less than
a decent amount.
you work your way forward. South, you see higher
And then we can use this strip for ribbons on tags and stuff.
flow. That means you're pushing the Gulf of Mexico onto land here, and you see several feet
As a matter of
storm
fact,
flooding in many locations along the west coast of Florida.
let's just get that ready now.
Until 8 o'clock this evening, I think that's likely to be extended through the night tonight. I want you to stick around. We've got more coverage coming for you.
This way we can incorporate this throughout a little bit throughout the book. So now we have a nice long strip to make ribbons, and we could cut this in half to make, you know, the pull kind on the tags and whatnot. So we're already...
Bearmaker says pinking shares is zigzag so the fabric will not fret.
Oh, sorry.
Someone was
yes.
asking.
If anybody has a question, okay, and this is only to be used for questions regarding what we're doing, you put a period and type your question, and it will say your question out loud to me so I don't miss it. So if you want to ask me a question about the book, about what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, the tools, just put period first and then type your question. It'll read it just like it did for Adam. Thank you, Adam, for watching that for me. So I'm going to save these for sure. And of course, this little piece because we can always use more. Okay. Exciting.
Misfit. Crafter says was the tape you were using bookbinding tape?
No, I used the, it's nylon tape. They call it glassine tape. They call it fiber tape. It's the tape that has the lines in it, only because I happen to like it. It's really, really strong. It is shiny, but it does work with the Beacon 3-in-1. I don't have a problem with it adhering to it. Some people don't like using shiny tape, but I find it works, for me, it's a little bit stronger than the bookbinding tape. And it's also a little bit wider. I think this was like a 2 or 2.5 inch wide, maybe even wider than that. No, maybe 2 inches wide. Whereas the bookbinding tape that I have, I think is
Mr.
only an
Zart
inch.
says didn't know what pinky shears was.
Oh, a pinking shear is exactly, it's zigzags. If you look at it, you see how it's got the teeth, the zigzag teeth? So whenever you cut cloth with the teeth, it stops it from fraying. So if you're using a cloth that you want to fray, then no problem. But when you don't want it to fray and you don't want it to come apart when you're working on it, always use your pinking shears.
What's the average household income? Is there a mall? I don't know, a hair salon? Where do you figure that out?
Misfit. Crafter says is the tape acid free?
That's a good question. I don't know. Can you guys look it up on Amazon? I get it from Amazon. Oh, it doesn't say anything on here. I was looking to see if it says anything, but it doesn't. It's in my Amazon link tree. If you want to go take a quick peek. I don't know if it's acid free. I'm not sure, but I've been using it since I started, because that's what I had on hand, and no issues with it. Let me know. I'm curious. Obviously. Okay, the cool thing is this doesn't really have a right or wrong side. I think it's the same no matter how I swing it. So
I bet they deal with this all the time.
okay.
Finley really puts you at ease. Let's do it.
You've got more options than you know. Look now. If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to
Little Diva says is that fabric for the wedding journal?
Yes. It's the underlying color. I'm going to cut the corners a little bit because I don't want to have too much fabric when I do the corners. So I'm just cutting a diagonal.
pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entrestrel for heart. Novartis will help you save on your prescription.
Well, we know that all eyes are on tropical storm Debby right now, expected to rapidly intensify as it approaches the Florida coast around the Big Bend area and a landfall on a hurricane.
Yeah, we've got rain already coming down, thunderstorms, storm surge concerns, but I
Huh.
think the rainfall.
I
I'm not the only one who thinks this.
just filled my glue bottles, and I do think my Sugar Bell has a little hole in it because I decided to use the big one, and there's a little bit of glue on the outside of it, like right here. And I know I didn't spill any. Let me see.
North Carolina, there could be historic rainfall
I wonder how the heck I got a Maybe it's just me. We'll see.
The reason it looks like that is narrow on the front end because there's so much certainty as to where this storm is
Miss Desart says this where I cannot get the glue not to go through the fabric.
to meander.
Okay, so
That's the ballooning of the
couple things that I do so the glue doesn't come through the fabric. First of all, in this particular case,
perhaps as well.
we have a little bit of a reprieve because we're putting a lace overlay over this. So if it does go through, I'm golden. You won't really tell. You won't really know. Okay. So in this particular case,
Kathy Bros says how close do you cut the corners to the book?
I leave about a half an inch for the fabric, about just to tuck and then fold. When I tuck it in, I'll bring it up to show you. But it's about a half an inch, just enough to fold over, but not to be too bulky. Plus, I think we're going to use silver corners, so that'll also hold the corner in a little bit good, you know. So, two things, Brenda. If I wasn't going to do an overlay, I generally don't put glue all over. I do the perimeter like this. I just do a really good layer of glue on the outside corner, and then I spread it with my little spreader, and I let it sit for about 15-20 seconds so it gets tacky. Once it's tacky, it becomes more adhesive and not as fluid, and it doesn't get absorbed. In my opinion, that's how I found it to work for me. Okay? Hey, Rosie. So, I start with the spine, and then I work my way to one side, and then I do the other. Just because. No other reason. I'm going to slide this down so you guys can see a little bit more. Do you see more? I'm going to turn the camera down just a little bit because this is so big. I want to make sure you see the whole thing. Oops. Okay, that way you don't need to see my face. You need to see this. Okay.
So through Monday afternoon, we're anticipating 85-mile-per-hour winds, and then with the interaction with land, we're likely to see that degrade a bit.
There is a hole. Holy cannoli. Good thing I
Rhonda
saw
Williams
that.
says don't use Sugar Bell, but recently had a bottle split on me.
That's exactly what just happened. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Plan B.
In this direction, it could push a lot of water into the coastlines of South Carolina and North Carolina. Again, the fine details of that forecast a few days from now still be worked out. But let's talk
Where did I
about here
put?
and
Didn't
now.
I just put a piece of?
In this direction, so we're getting some surge, minor
Give me
surge.
1 second, guys. We pause for a moment.
Here's where that concave coastline and a lot of water being pushed into that mix that you
All right, this bottle's done.
just be stuck in there, right? Here's where the center sits. And I would say this, you know, these days, did a jog each happen, or is it just a walk? You know, is that gonna put, you know, the
I'm just gonna transfer the glue real quick.
than it would on this side? Don't know yet. Maybe have to give a couple more hours to see if it was an actual move east, or it was just a wall that's gonna come back to the west here. But a lot of heavy storms coming in with this flash flooding all around the Tampa area. Wind 17, gusting to 32, but it's an offshore wind right now. Sarasota, your winds are 28, gusting to 46.
It's just paper and glue. Well, in this case, fabric and glue.
Here the center has winds gusting to 54, so anticipate
Damn
those
it.
winds, if not stronger,
I'm making more of a mess
tonight. The very squally
'cause I'm rushing.
in southeast Florida, including Marathon, Miami, up toward Boca, and in all these banding areas that you see in here, you could run the risk of tornadoes as well. Tornado watch is in effect until 8 o'clock.
Can't believe that just
Possibly
happened.
extended, later on tonight. So, what are we watching with Debbie? Potentially historic.
I gotta go catch what you guys are saying. If you don't use Sugar Bell, what do you use? I guess we could just use the bottles they come in, right?
Could create power outages. A lot to digest. I know that. I think the number one risk that we
All right.
see.
It's not worth all that for a little bit of
Hippie B
glue.
Creations says can you tape the hole in the bottle?
Probably, but I think eventually I'll wind up having the same problem. So, I'm just, ow, this, I have a cut in my finger, and it's burning. All right, let me go wash this.
The onshore push of water. We've seen severe weather today as well. You name it, this storm's gonna bring it. But as much
I got glue all over my hands.
rain, that is the
So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take care of this mess.
two tropical storm likely.
Rhonda Williams says don't rush. You know we will hang with you.
The hurricane before it makes landfall. 8 to 12
Can you give me the acetone from underneath the table there next to you?
Towards the western part of Florida in particular. Of course, that's where the
Do you see it? Oh my God, that noise.
see the rain really increase in intensity.
Is that acetone or is that
By
non-acetone?
morning through the afternoon
There's one
hours,
also
Jacksonville
acetone.
has not just the risk of heavy rain, but also the possibility for some stronger storms.
Nice nail
Gusty
polish
winds
remover.
as the
What's that
storm
white one?
moves over into the northeast part of Florida, southeast parts of Georgia, and then beyond Monday, I mean Tuesday, Wednesday, even into Thursday,
acetone.
we watch a system
Let me try to get
and
this.
sits on the
This works.
southeast coast.
My glue bottle just exploded on me.
Southeast coast, but still banding likely across the state of Florida. So again, locally higher amounts are possible.
Ow.
There are many
Yeah, it
areas
works.
that will see between a
Burning.
foot and a
I got a
foot
little
of
cut on my
rainfall.
finger, so it's
When we
burning.
look at the power outage forecast, widespread power outages where this storm will make landfall. Again, those hurricane force gusts will lead to downed trees. We talk about places like Tallahassee, where there is so much tree coverage. That'll be something to watch for. Valdosta, Georgia, and other parts of south central Georgia will likely see power outages as well. And people in this
Could've gotten all
area
over
have been
all
dealing
over
with
that. Oh my God.
winds. Also,
I don't even wanna
very
think
heavy
about
rain
it.
throughout the day. Meteorologist Felicia Combs also monitoring storms. Quite a bit of storm action in the Tampa St. Pete metro right now. Yeah, Alex, it's for pretty much all day. This catching some people off guard because maybe you go out and you've got a little break in the rain and then you are trying to get home from wherever you are and you find yourself in just one of these very heavy rain bands, which is what we're having right now. You actually might be like, well, what is she doing? Because it's not very often that you see us in a hurricane standing inside, but it's also not very often. You see a bunch of lightning with hurricanes. Typically, these aren't big lightning makers, but we have lightning all around us. So not safe for us to be outside, but we still wanted to kind of show you what is going on here. The rain has just been torrential. We have been stuck in this very heavy rain band, so that's prompted a flash flood warning for our area. I don't know if you can see through the reflection here behind me through the window, but the trees have been blown around like crazy.
Alrighty.
Power outages that we are actually seeing, but you can see that the wind is cranky.
Make sure there's no glue. I used nail polish remover. So, that was fun.
Rhonda Williams says maybe we need to wrap our bottles with some dew. Bearmaker says, are you okay?
Yeah, I just had a little cut on my finger and like the acetone is like burning. But hey, it's part of the game, my friends, right? I don't know why the cover is red on this. It's weird. Okay. All right.
Rhonda Williams says duct tape. Sorry.
I threw it out. I'm not even going to mess with it. I have other ones that I could replace, but we're okay. Let's try this again, shall we? Crafting is a dangerous sport. It was probably because I was putting so much pressure on squeezing out the glue. And I should have gone with my gut when I told you guys, I think there's a crack or something in my bottle. Next time, listen to myself, right? Okay. Now we're going to spread it.
In places like the low country of South Carolina, what that could lead to is some serious flooding, potentially.
And when you spread it, it causes it to become adhesive really quickly because it's a thinner glob, very technical term.
Meaning it's going to hang out. It's just going to be a slow-moving system. And slow usually means dangerous because it usually means a lot of rain because you're getting day after day after day of rain, but this is not pushing its way along. So we do have those hurricane warnings down into the Big Bend of Florida. And tropical storm warnings extend beyond that. So in Tipton, in say McCrae, Waycross, Jessup, Brunswick, Savannah, these are all spots you've got a tropical storm warning, and then a watch that extends from near Savannah up toward Charleston. That's a look huge. And sometimes these forecasts can be underdone depending on the exact track of the storm and how long it sticks around. So locally higher amounts than a foot is possible. That could be 15, 18, 20 inches of rain over about a 2.5 or 3 day span here. But heavy rain even goes up to North Carolina and up into Virginia. Don't forget about these locations either, and well inland too. Even places like Raleigh are going to get heavy rain. Charlotte, Greensboro could get heavy rain. And because of all of that, we do have likely and high-risk areas for flooding. The area highlighted in red, high-risk areas.
The spine is good.
According to the Weather Prediction Center, that's going to include around Perry and Valdosta, places like Savannah as well. That could include locations like Somerville.
Now, in this particular book, I could put it all over the book, and I might just do a little bit to keep this in place, since we're going to do the overlay and you're not going to see it. I might just randomly do a little bit of glue here and there, but normally I wouldn't do that. I might just do, like I said, just do this just to keep it in place, because we're going to be putting a lot of fabric on this. And this is based off of nothing more than the fact that this is what I did for the Peter Rabbit book, and it worked out pretty well. And
Chaplain
then,
Pastor Susan says good morning all.
good morning, happy Monday to you, Pastor Susan. We're starting the new book. Thank you again.
You see the huge difference in that, right? So this is a moment to be very, very cautious. If you're sandbagging, that's a great thing to do, but you got to finish that relatively quickly because the system is on its way in. What watch is here? Florida, Georgia, up in the Midlands and low country in South Carolina. Here's the future radar, and it gives you a general feel, I think, of where this is going to be, okay? Some of the outer bands could begin as soon as tomorrow in South and North Carolina.
Chaplain Pastor Susan says don't mention it. Looks great already.
Yeah, this is a pretty color. It's the underlying color of the wedding. Although we just had, like, my glue exploded on me. So that was fun. Okay.
Absolutely, and then we've got the storm surge to talk about, that push of water on normally dry ground. Storm surge warnings in effect for the brighter pink. That includes parts of the southeast coast, Big Bend to Florida, western part of Florida, Tampa and Sarasota included. Storm surge watch farther to the south. The watch would indicate that life-threatening inundation from rising water is possible within 48 hours. It's expected within the storm surge warning. Within 36 hours, some of these areas, it will be sooner than that. Storm surge flooding right now of about 3 feet in Fort Myers. We head farther up to the north.
I hope everybody in Florida is okay.
Fort Manatee, but moving up towards the Big Bend areas where we will see that strongest onshore push, that's where we could see the worst of the storm surge flooding. So this is the reasonable worst case scenario for inundation from Bevy. 6 to 10 feet, areas to the north and west of Cedar Peak, Apalachicola 4 to 6 feet, Tampa and Sarasota 3 to 5 feet. Now, some of those
Zarlash Tarzi says Connie is the mother of the bride here online watching.
I don't know. Her name is Rosie. I didn't see if she's online. I didn't ask her if she was going to come watch today. Rosie, are you there?
key is one of the spots where we do anticipate some of the
Lori, we cut it short on Friday because I wasn't feeling well either. And I didn't get up.
Okay,
that looks good.
Up to 6 feet, so parts of Winnebago
I didn't get up until like 11 or something like that the next morning.
Miss Desart says she said yes.
east and west of 2nd Street up to
Oh, there you are,
Kathy Rose
Rosie.
says what are you using to spread the glue?
It's like a little paddle that's silicone.
these condo complexes, parking lots that will be under.
It's like a little paddle.
Please keep that in mind.
Little Diva says are you feeling better?
Yes, I am. I must have just overdid it last week, and I was just tired, and I got a little feverish.
Lolo Express Mess says put a dot in front for Alexa to read ladies.
We are with you throughout
Only for questions, though, please.
7 coverage. You can also catch the very latest on your streaming.
Yeah, if you have a question, just put a period
For more information,
and then type your question, and I will see it. Okay?
your local forecast.
Okay. All right, here we go. Now we're going to do... Get this out of your way. When I saw Rosie, I thought it was the other Rosie. I have another Rosie that watches, and I didn't catch that it was a different Rosie.
You scared?
Claritin Clear? Yeah. Fast relief of allergies with nasal congestion so you can breathe.
Rosie, this is the biggest book I've ever done. So I hope it's going to be to your liking.
Nexium 24-hour prevents heartburn acid for twice as long as Prevacid. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just one pill a day. Choose acid prevention. Choose Nexium.
Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story.
Kathy Bros says show me the corners please.
Okay. Sorry about that. See that? Just a little bit. Literally a half an inch. Just a half an inch. And
Rosie
then
Tastic says I am so excited for it.
see on the
She
bottom?
is going to love it.
When we tuck it, it's going to be nice and tight, and then I'm going to put a corner on it anyway. But
Danvik says are you doing fabric on the inside covers?
we haven't decided. I may not do fabric. I do have, I believe, 12 by 12 white textured paper that I think might look really nice. But we'll cross that bridge. We're gonna plan it. You know, we plan it as we go along. See what works. See what doesn't work. Sometimes I could have a plan in my head, and then I'm like, yeah, I don't like this too much, and then I change it.
Lolo Express Mess says is this for before or after wedding?
Before. I guess it's before and kind of during.
After the hurricane happened, we just wanted to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers. How many times have you heard
Whatever happened at the ranch. Well, what happens at the ranch stays at the ranch, right?
with one of Generac's nationwide dealers? Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
Okay, our first layer.
Rhonda Williams says so you trim the corners then glue them down before the top and sides?
Yes, I cut the corner on a diagonal. I leave about a half an inch to tuck in. And then I tuck the corners in first. And then I do the top, the bottom, and then I do the sides last. It's just, there's really no right or wrong way to do this. It's like a present. You're wrapping a present. That's all you're doing. You're tucking the corners and you're wrapping it like a present. That's the way I like to kind of explain. Because that's pretty much what it is. Let me show you guys. See the corner? It's like a present.
That's why you need Fortune Favors best-selling 3 months survival food kit.
It's just like a present. Just tuck like a present.
Great and it's easy to make. Has a 688 servings and 24
Let's make this one a little bit.
lunch and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at StorePatriots.com.
Area 75 degrees with light rain.
Okay. First layer's done. Looks good. All right, now I'm gonna go wash my hands because we're gonna deal with the white lace and I don't wanna get anything on it. I'm gonna clean that tip as well with some acetone, make sure I get that off the red. I realized the red is from here. That's what the red was from. So we're gonna be real careful with that.
94, winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday night, a few clouds, low 76, winds west southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Okay.
Well, Tampa's feeling the brunt of Tropical Storm Debbie. About a half a foot of rain is expected there.
Okay, here we go.
Sort of out at some of the beaches as well.
Yeah, the mayor of Tampa, Jane Castor, joins us now. Things have gone downhill today. How have you been preparing for the storm now that the storm has really begun? How are your operations handling everything?
We're doing really well. You know, we here Wayne is cleaning out our stormwater drains, getting our teams prepared, communicating.
It's actually this way.
Our residents.
There's, I forgot to show you. There's like, do you see the sparkle?
For Tropical Storm
There's like, okay, there it is. See the sparkle? There's little sparkles in it.
Now, our issues. We don't have a lot of power outages, so far so good.
Mayor, where are some of the more susceptible locations that you'd be worried about through the duration of this event?
It's gonna look really pretty.
The south end of Tampa, low-lying area, not as low as the Pinellas County Beach area, but that's
Kathy Bros says, where did you get the lace?
Portugal.
so we put a great deal of energy and effort into
This was from my trip last year when I went to Europe.
is aware of the
I brought back white, and I brought back, I have black. I think I have a black one too. That's really pretty. And so it's special. It's beautiful, yeah, it really is.
additional surge that we're going to see tonight and then again tomorrow night. Tomorrow morning we should be done with the wind, but
Okay,
we do
so
have to pay attention to the tide and the
I'm just gonna slide this down
Residents aware is one thing.
to decide where I'm gonna cut this.
Popular spot this time of year for tourists, for visitors. How do you get the message out to people?
With this one, you don't have to use the pinking shears because it's not like a cotton fabric. So
Yes, we always work very closely with all of our hospitality vendors.
just gonna
our
cut straight
hotels,
across.
Making sure that if there is a need for any evacuations, that we take care of that ahead of time. But just giving them the basics. We've also, I think people have discovered what a great place Tampa and the Tampa Bay area are, and so we've seen such an incredible influx.
I still got enough to make a smaller one.
Here, so we've
Much smaller.
trained some new residents, but you know, everybody's paying attention. Everybody's doing.
This is how I folded it to put in the drawer.
Stay safe in Tampa.
Mayor, I know in conditions like
Well,
this, travel
it's what they have to talk about now. It's the storm, so
bridges, you know, is there certain wind thresholds that shut down some of the bridges?
We shut down the bridges. Everything is shut down 50 miles an hour above. We bring everybody off of the street, all of our first responders. But we also gauge some of the higher bridges, like the Skyway Bridge. That will be shut down around 35, 40 miles an hour, depending on the actual gust or if it's sustained. So we pay a great deal of attention to that, work in collaboration in the Tampa Bay area, so that when there are any closures, we can let everybody.
we could also do the inside, the blue, if I have that color blue, which I might. I don't know.
Now that the storm is in progress,
But we'll see what we like.
For residents to find out about updates from the city about closures, about areas
Okay.
that need to be avoided here in the coming days.
Right, we get that information out on a regular basis, and you can really
So what I do normally, or what I have been doing in the past, maybe. Thank you for the research, Monique. Well, I haven't had any issues, so hopefully nobody ever does. Yes, Laura, I downloaded the lives and we put them up on my YouTube channel. So if you guys miss anything, you can always go back and watch it in a few days. Oh yeah, Laura, all of my lives are being downloaded and uploaded onto my YouTube channel. You could go on there and watch them. You're very welcome. Tiffany has been watching me for a long time. I'm going back to catch on what you guys are saying. Okay, cool. Yeah, Rosie, if you ever miss anything and you want to see, like you can't make to one of my lives and you want to see where I am with the book, just go on YouTube and it'll be anything from here on out until the book is done will probably be about this book. So you could always go there and just kind of like, you know, fast forward through the BS that we do. You know, we do chit chat and whatnot a little bit. Hey, Kathy, we are making the bridal journal. We just put the book together. We just wrapped the underlying color, which is this beautiful blue. And now we're getting ready to start gluing the overlay. So how I do the overlay is I put the glue on the large pieces of the lace, and then I put that onto here. And that's what glues, because that's where the glue's not gonna go bleed through. It'll probably bleed through the mesh portion of this, the tulle portion, so I'm not going to put it on the tulle, but I will put it on the flowers, and then I flip it over. That's kind of how I did the Peter Rabbit, and it worked out really well. And want to plan it out, so we're going to put a little protective, seeing where I usually start with the spine like I always do. You know, I don't know what I did with my other blue one. Okay, we'll just take another one out. I misplaced or I lost the blue one somewhere. Oh, hi. Welcome at Smith. It is super
Kathy
fun.
Bros says, how wide is the spine?
5 inches. We made the spine 5 inches because the book is so big. When I originally cut it at 4, and I felt it was too small. But if anybody is new, this is a fun thing to do. You could do one for yourself. You could start by just buying a book that's already made, or using a book you have in your house, and just start playing with it and gluing stuff to it and just seeing how things work and what you like and what you don't like. You don't have to dive into doing this right away. I certainly did not. My first book was a spiral book with brown craft paper in it. That's all it was. And I decorated each page. And I did that for about 4 months before I decided to actually try to make my first book. And I made my first book for my daughters. So no pressure there. I didn't start making books to sell until last year, like in January, February of last year is when I started selling books. So I did the work for about a good 6 to 8 months for myself and on my own until I felt a little bit comfortable, you know. Why did I read your mind? Just want to make sure that this is nice and even here. Oh, if you go on my YouTube channel, my TikTok page, up on top, there's a folder that says flip throughs. And if you go on there, you'll see a whole bunch of books that I did. It's a flip through of every book. I just posted 5 last week because I just finished 5 books for one person and posted them last week. So there's quite a bit to see. And I do all different kinds of themes. Goth, there's Christmas ones, there's religious, inspirational, dragons, oh my goodness, baby, Western, ocean, Elvis is the most recent ones that we did. I did all kinds of...
GMA says, what are the colored pads you just put down called?
So those are silicone mats. I get them right at the Dollar Tree. Those are right from the Dollar Tree. They work great because I won't get glue on the bottom part. You know, it protects your pages or whatever you're working on. So these are great to have and to work on. I use them a lot.
Hippie Bee Creations says she did a Harry Potter book.
I did a couple of Harry Potter books, yeah. I think I did 3 of them, actually. What else? You guys remember? My gosh, I can't even remember. A travel one. There's a lot of floral, vintage, corset. that's the cool thing. I get to do like so many different themes.
TikTok Patty says Peter Rabbit.
Peter Rabbit.
Shetty says dragons.
Many dragons, many skulls. Witchy. Look at you guys. You guys know what I did. That's awesome. Okay.
Bearmaker says I have a list of the themes.
Yes, you do. And
Hippie
this-
B Creations says princesses for Lil Girl.
That's right. I did a Disney princess for a little girl with cancer.
She can't hear you, but I can. And both of you need to chill the hell out.
It's not their fault. Toxic problem caused it in my liver.
See there.
Tiffany S says Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley.
Rosie Hamaker Zikifus says dragon with medieval, which was mine.
That's right. Rosie got the medieval dragon with knights.
Tiffany S says a lot of bees lol. Rosie Hamaker Zikifus says in swords.
Bees, that's right. We did the bees one.
Danvik says triple Christmas church.
Triple Christmas. My goodness, you guys pay attention. Love it. Come on.
Tiffany S says Western theme.
Quite a few westerns.
TikTok Patty says in all the folios.
Lots of folios. That's a whole nother conversation. Okay. All right, this side is done, so now we're going to flip it. Let it dry. Let's just see how it's looking.
Hippie B Creations says in your watch dangles.
And my watch dangles, yes, I haven't worked on those. I'll be doing some of those in the coming months.
Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice, and long-lasting game sentiment. Part of the irresistible scent collection from Bloom. Camila tried the new scent of Game Relax Wings, and it changed everything.
Yes, this lace is very, very pretty. But I knew about the wedding book last year when I was there, so I bought it waiting to use it. So that's the cool thing. When I know ahead of time what people want and if they're willing to wait, I start collecting things. I start collecting papers and books and whatever I find that I think will go well in the book. I may not use everything I collect, but as I go along and I'm thrifting and I find interesting things, and then it becomes truly a one-of-a-kind creation because no one else is going to have, I could tell you no one in the United States is going to have anything with this fabric at all. It makes it that much special, you know, or that much more special. I think it's pretty close. Yeah. I think they're in contracts with the attorneys right now. So, I'm not happy about it. She just got back from her little she went to Myrtle Beach with her granddaughters.
Zarlash Tarzi says no one in the world, Connie, because even if they use the same lace, they will not be using the same underlay.
Oh, absolutely not. Not only that, they don't really do... I mean, they do this in Portugal, but they don't make books like this with the late... The only person I've seen do this is Lady Owl. But she's actually in Germany, but she's Portuguese. So she uses a lot of lace in her books. I mean, who doesn't want to have something unique, right? It's a beautiful gift that Rosie is giving to her daughter.
Rhonda Williams says I can't find those mats at my Dollar Trees. Am I looking in the wrong spots?
No, sometimes it's hard to find. What I did was I bought a case of them and I sold them to you guys a couple months ago because I found a store that had them and I actually bought 2 cases, I think. Was it 2 cases? No, 1 case of 24 and they went quickly. She does beautiful work. Yes. Oh, good, Wendy. So you'll definitely have to post it now so we can see your lace. Okay. The base is done. Ooh, that's going to look so pretty. I love it already. Love it. Make sure you tag me. I want to make sure I don't miss it. Okay. Let's do a little maintenance here. We got to cut a little bit of this tulle off.
Danvik says it's beautiful. Zarlash Tarzi says Connie, does Lady Owl uses her own prints?
I know she uses prints, and I think she buys prints too, because sometimes she says where she got her prints from. But she does beautiful work. For sure. Okay, so this one I'm going to do a little bit different. I'm actually going to do the top down, and then I'm going to tuck in the side instead of going like this. Well, I guess we could do that. Let me see. Maybe I will. Alright, I like that corner. This corner's a little bit big.
Hippie Bee Creations says, is Rosie the mother of bride watching smiley face?
Yes, she's the mother of the bride. Okay. Okay, we're tucking in the corners. Oh, hey, Mama. Marie, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, honey. Much better than I was on Friday.
You didn't wash your hands.
Tammy Williams says, does the bride know about her book?
I don't know. Rosie, does your daughter know about the book? I'm thinking she didn't tell her.
Rosie Tastic says it's a surprise.
Aha, it's a surprise.
Go ahead, bro. My kids' whole future. What's it gonna be like?
Actually, let me be smart and use my...
Set a password to their call and a video call that can happen. My heart feels like it's beating out of my chest.
Buddy, please. Listen. Okay, Victoria, it's gonna be fine.
Because it's tulle, you want to make sure that it gets nice and glued.
You gotta watch your graduate. One day you're gonna hold your kids on your lap, okay? Those are the only times when you can put your energy on.
Bree and I just wanted her to be happy. Yeah, optimistic, confident.
Sure it is.
It's okay. It just happened way too much. We're not sitting behind everything from that kids.
Well, some things are best for them.
I'm just pulling it nice and tight.
But today,
Because that also helps hold it in place. Just that nice tight pull onto the inside.
Think so?
Uncle Tim would say dead body. And I know you guys aren't telling me everything about that case.
It's gonna be fine. You have to trust me, and you have to believe it.
I'm going to cut a little bit of this fabric off. I'm going to cut a little bit of the fabric off here. So it's not so thick and bulky. That's better. That one's okay. These are okay. That was just a little bulky. I'm putting the glue on both sides so it gets tacky. The longer we wait, the more tacky it gets, and it gets easier to work with.
My name is Buggy. Buggy Snap.
looks great. Take this off. Looks great so far. I want you guys to catch that sparkle, because it only catches the sparkle when the light hits it a certain way. There it is. The big flowers have all the little sparkles. It's so pretty. Now we're not done with it. We're gonna add some.
Dame Vic says gorgeous.
We're gonna add some pearls and stuff. So I love it. I love it. It looks really good. Now that's a book. She's gonna need 2 hands to carry this thing. Okay. So now we discuss the enclosure and the insides. So it's a good start. It's looking good. Oh, definitely 5 hands. So looking at it, to be honest, a blue, like if I have the right shade blue, would be pretty. My concern about doing white I think is beautiful. I do think white shows dirt quicker and will get dirtier quicker. So, Rosie, how do you feel about putting like the blue, if I have the right shade of blue, which I hope I do, in satin? Because I'm worried about the white just getting dirty really quickly from opening and closing. And sometimes the darker colors work a little bit better. I don't want to incorporate green. I'll incorporate green on the inside, but on the outside, I think blue would probably work a little bit better. And it'll tie it in nicely. And we'll see what we have. Sometimes I have like the perfect thing without even realizing I have the perfect thing, right? We have to go look. So that's the first thing. So we'll look at that. Once we decide that, then it also helps us determine what we're going to do with the inside. In here, am I wanting to do paper? So theoretically, yes. I like the textured paper. I think it's more forgiving, and I think that it'll look really nice. And we can do white so it looks more bridal, and not do a color, so that we'll incorporate a little bit more white. Let me get some of the signatures, because this is the signature. So I think the white will look great. And I'm pretty sure I have some really pretty white textures. Well, we'll have to go grab it. But let's look at the ribbon first.
Kathy Bros says, are you sewing in the registers or using elastic?
We're going to use elastic so that when she's done, she can remove the wedding portion of the signature and replace it and still be able to use this. Because, yes, it's bridal, but you could get
Shetty
away.
says, Connie, what about a pin closure with elastic instead of ribbon?
So a pin, yeah, I mean, we can do a pin enclosure with elastic. I don't know how fat it's going to wind up being. That's the only problem with when you do that. You're limiting yourself with how much you could put inside, you know? Oh, that's okay, Yvonne. I'm glad you were able to make it.
Kathy Bros says, what is a pin closer?
A pin enclosure? I usually do pin enclosures with a ribbon on the journal's writing signature. So it's like a safety pin. And you can do any kind of pin you want, but I usually do like one of those brooches, and I put it on this cover here, and then I put I've been putting ribbon on the back, and you wrap it around it. She's talking about putting an elastic where it just comes over and clasps on. So you would put a little pin, a little button, a little something here, and a piece of elastic on the back, and the elastic comes over and just latches on over it, and it kind of closes the book. This happens to be pretty close. You see that? It's very, 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 very close. Let me see if I have another one. That might be too dark. This has a little bit of white in it. And it's not too thick. And it's gross grain, which means that it's going to be sturdy. I know I said that wrong. Let me see how this would look.
We're looking for anyone in a gas mask, hazmat suit, anything that can shield them from toxins. If we see that, we take them down.
That doesn't look bad because it's got the white stitching on it. Because this is velvet. So this is definitely nice and you don't hear snoring. The shade is a little bit lighter. Yeah, the shade's gonna bother me. I think that velvet one might be the way to go. Because it's nice, it's thick, so and wide. It's like an inch wide, which I think goes well with the size of the book. I think the velvet. And it'll also give it nice texture, like a different type of texture. Yeah, it's more luxurious, I agree. Let's see. So I'm not gonna make this as alligator mouth as I normally do because she's gotta put her own stuff in here. So we're gonna be real careful with the 3D stuff. Meaning we're not gonna be crazy with the 3D stuff because we want this to be able to close after she puts all her stuff in
Danevik
here.
says you used velvet on the Peter Rabbit journal.
I did, Des. I did. That is accurate. Is that enough? I'm always making sure, like, I feel like the book's going to be about that wide. I'm going to try and keep it where it's manageable and not overwhelming. Oh my gosh, probably, Rosie. You should go look at the baby books. I made one for my husband's cousin. I'm actually going to try and throw one together in the next week or so. Maybe next weekend for one of our followers here. If I'm able to do it, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I'm just marking the center. Okay. So if we do that, let's get the textured paper out. You do a lot of the Pooh Baby albums, don't you? I think I like that one. I think it's beautiful. It's white, like a little bit, it's not stark white. And it's embossed. And it's shiny. I think that's going to look really pretty and elegant. And we are not going to zhuzh this one, which we all know I love to zhuzh, but we are not going to zhuzh because we're going to keep it white. We're just going to round off the edges a little bit maybe. I might even actually keep it square in case I need to tuck it in. I think that's gonna look good. Well, it'll be like this actually. Like this. Like this.
Every time we see a poster or see an article or watch TV or on the news or anything about the case, it bothers me. And now it's over with a lot better.
Investigators
Very similar roses to what's on the cover.
Vick's first victim, but possibly not his last. There was another acquaintance of Jonathan Vick's, Heather Renee Sellers, who mysteriously disappeared. She's been missing for several years.
What if we did
Sellers is actually engaged to him.
just options?
Sellers' car was found at the bottom of a river. Her case is still open. In November of 2005, Jonathan Vick was convicted of Dana Satterfield's murder and sentenced to life in prison.
That was guilty. I was guilty. I mean, they all knew it. Yeah.
I'll never forget the words that he chose, because after all of this, there was still such an arrogance almost, or how can you accuse me?
This is the other option.
Man that I am. How can they convict me of this?
I think I like the white.
And then the judge said you're going to prison for the rest of your life.
I like the white better.
I have no sympathy.
Back you go.
Or his mother, or his mom, or anyone in his family. I have
Yeah,
no sympathy
me too.
for none of them, 'cause they all thought that
It's a little bit more cohesive.
and they know he was guilty. His mother.
All right, so we'll do the white. We'll do the white. We got the ribbon. We got to punch the holes in for the ribbon. And then, let me look at, well, we'll look at the corners at the end. Okay.
He was obsessed with an exotic dancer.
Indicated that he started boxing over the course of several months.
So what I'm debating, we could do a test, is whether I should keep the edges straight or rough them up a little bit to just kind of blend a little bit more. Even scalloped might look pretty, like a scalloped edge. And we could test it by doing just the inside part and see how we like how it looks. I do go back to work tomorrow. Yes.
Oregon is an extremely competitive
So because this is a 5-inch spine, we're going to use the entire 12-inch piece of paper here. Because that only gives us like a 3-inch overlap. I mean, I guess we could cut it a little bit. Not too much. Because I prefer this piece to be larger. But I want to see how it would look with a scalloped edge. I think a scalloped edge would be pretty and dainty. And I think it'll look nice. So let's see how that goes.
No one heard from either woman after that call.
I probably called 30 times on the cell phone, to a cell phone application.
If you don't like it, we don't do it.
Probably about to see on my phone.
Friends and family called police to report the 2 women missing. Police found Michelle Abiel's car in the parking lot of the apartment complex where she went to pick up Roxanne.
I knew something out for that. She always liked it.
Okay, scalloped edge.
Nice little photo in there to see. Jack ordering
I like it. I think it's not as of a harsh transition. See that? I think it looks nice.
Roxanne Ellis's vehicle, a silver Toyota pickup truck, was nowhere to
I like the way that looks.
Inside the rental property, police found no signs of a struggle and no evidence of violence.
There was no biological evidence, no blood. There wasn't anything to the visible eye that we really
Right? Yeah, I like it too.
Several days passed without any word
Okay.
from either woman. Their church held a vigil to keep attention focused on the case.
I'm debating whether we zhuzh or not. We could test it, see how it looks.
They're out there somewhere. If they're out there, and they say somebody to call,
Let me see my shades of blue.
Rhonda Williams says, do you ever do tassels on the spine?
I did in the past. Yes, I have.
Ellis and Michelle Abiel also had a personal relationship, which led police to consider another possibility.
They were domestic partners. They were outspoken.
I have a sky blue, but the sky blue may be too light.
Active in that area, trying to make changes.
And then I have a regular blue.
Positively impact gay rights issues.
Was it possible
The sky blue may be the right one to use,
with their lifestyle or political views?
which is number 19.
The cable TV repairman found Roxanne Ellis's truck in a parking lot about 3 miles from the rental property.
When I went out on my first service call at Mariposa on State Street, I just happened to see the vehicle.
Bearmaker says Deb didn't know you were on. Lol.
How does she not know I was on?
The bodies of both women were found inside, covered with some cardboard boxes.
Bearmaker says I don't know.
They both, two gunshots incident. They both were bound and gagged. Their eyes were covered, their mouths were covered, their hands were ducted, and their backs and their ankles were ducted.
Deeger says lol I thought 7.
Not only killed these 2 women, but executed
7?
and what
On a Sunday?
was Angela saying?
You missed it, Deb. My glue bottle exploded on me.
Christina on the Coast, all news, Thursday night at 9 on HGTV.
everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection.
Deeger says figures I miss everything.
A lot of patients.
I just thought you were busy. Alright, let's test a little bit on something white before we do it on that.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Scrubbing power, magic eraser, and nipping marathon? Brushing these soaps from here, disappear. The sprays can re-grind like that. Ultra foamy, melted on cotton.
Nothing in here.
Use ultra foamy.
These are my itty bitty pieces of specialty paper.
Wish I bought Dixie. These weeks
Deeger says went to 2 flea markets then laundry, but here I am.
busy girl.
This is the famous footwear that took 73 careful steps before finding the people they wanted to share their nuggets with. That first impression counts. Make it famous. Right now, buy one, get one half off when you shop your local famous footwear or famous.com. Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future for the Chase rollout. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Oysters. Gen Y is working with the Bank of the Butter for her birthday. You only turn 30 once. And Gen Z, the credits golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for
All right, let's do a little bit
Chase.
in the middle here, see how it works. I kind of like it. It's a very, very subtle. Do you see it? I don't know if you probably can't even see it. Let me get closer. Do you see that? It's
Bearmaker
very,
says no.
very subtle. Let me put the thing underneath it. Hold on so you can see it. See the little blue? It's like right in the center there. It's very subtle. Yeah, I like it. I think it's so subtle, but I
Digo
think,
says yes.
yeah, I think it's extremely subtle, but that's what I want. I want the illusion of a zhuzh, not a harsh zhuzh. I think it's gonna look really pretty when it's all done, and you see, because what happens is it'll catch the blue from the background. I think it's gonna look nice. Okay, all right, we have a plan. Deb, this is the wedding book that we did. Look at the size of this thing. Peekaboo. They came out really pretty.
Deeger says damn.
No, I've never. Ginny, I haven't
Jenna
had.
says hi, hope all is well. What are you working on?
Hi, Jenna. We're working on a bridal journal. I haven't had the opportunity to work on anything other than commission work for the past year and a half. So this is one of the last 3 journals that I have to do from commission work from last year. And then I'm taking a break and I'm doing some things that I wanted to do on my own. I Love Lucy is a great idea, though. I love Lucy. Ricky. Love it.
kind of oxidized layer on it, and when the individual stepped on the bumper, it left a negative impression.
The autopsy revealed the women were killed the day they went missing.
Okay.
And there were no signs.
Deeger says hang out with her sister-in-law, yes.
The medical examiner found bluish-green polyester fibers in and around the fatal wound.
What?
It was done through an item like a blanket or something.
Oh, I also want to look at the corners because then we have to do the eyelet to put it through.
In Roxanne's cap near the
Oh, my own thing, yeah.
which suggested the killer bound the women
All right, let me get the corners. I need the really large ones.
down to the garage, then cut the binding so they could get into the truck.
So we got these.
was something really out of the ordinary.
They get glued on.
We didn't know the whole
Then we have these. But I don't know what colors I have. Oh, I might.
Genere says how big is that journal?
It is 12 by 13.
Murders. Roxanne Ellis had an 11 a.m. appointment to show a rental property to a man whose
Okay.
name was not listed. in
That'll
the
work.
appointment book. Residents of the building saw a man going in and out of the vacant apartment and were able to provide
Genere says wow, beautiful.
Thank you.
for police to create a
All right, I got these nice big.
Incredibly, the sketch resembled
So we're gonna go with silver
Roxanne's
because it picks up the little glitter. All right, silver. I like those corners.
All of us started talking, this guy looks a lot like a composite.
Investigators suspected that the killer might have left fingerprints on the duct tape he used to bind the murder victims. It's difficult to handle tape
I have big
without
silver.
touching the sticky side. So
I don't know if I have the big super duper ones.
chemical dye.
Where the
Nice catch.
Investigators tried to identify Roxanne's 11 a.m. appointment. They checked the caller logs on her office phone and traced the call to the Tiki Lodge, a low-rent motel in downtown Medford, Oregon.
They're bigger, but they're not. I don't think that the ribbon's going to fit through it.
Would be a problem.
They couldn't track the room calls at this time because they were having problems.
Mate, what are those?
So I've got a phone call from the Tiki Lodge. I can't identify what room it came from.
Thank you, Angela.
30 rooms,
Nope.
almost
These.
all occupied on the day of the murder. Detectives began the painstaking
You might have
task
to
of
use
trying
these
to
because these are the bigger
identify
ones.
all of the tenants.
For the most part, it was people just passing through. The registration cards didn't have date of birth, so you're looking at very common names.
And most of the hotel guests paid in cash, another dead end. So investigators had to return to the scene of the
Well,
crime
we'll just have to use
in the
those.
hopes they might have missed something.
Kim Robinette says, what about flower shape for hole?
The center hole's not big enough. That's the problem. See the.
Every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man. You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America.
See the holes? The bottom one, the hole's bigger than the top one. It's about the size. Because the ribbon is thick. If the ribbon was satin or chiffon, no problem. It'll fit through the 3/16. But it won't fit through that.
During the Jeep Make This the Summer event, get 3,000 total
Definitely not.
cash allowance on select 2024
Chris Alanomira says, what's the name of your YouTube channel?
Same as my name here, Connie's Coolest Crafts, Chris. It's in my link tree. So if you click up on my name, underneath
Tammy
my...
Williams says, do you have white ones?
I don't, Tammy. I thought about that. I have white ones, but small ones. I don't have the big ones. Nope. I got white, small ones. Well, I could try and get some because we don't have to do that right now. We could do that after the fact. So we could do that later on. Let's do that. I'm going to try and get white ones. I would prefer, or just plain old silver to match the top. I don't think I'll be using a lot of white, but the silver will be good. I could order them and get them in a few days. Okay.
Hippie B Creations says, are you going to use grommets or eyelets?
Well, to be honest with you, they're both the same to me. The only difference, I mean, I don't think there's a major difference between an eyelet and a grommet. Unless somebody knows something. I mean, in my eyes, they're they're interchangeable. Yeah. Grommets, it's the same thing. It's just, I think grommets they use a lot in curtains and things like that. And so for junk journaling, we call them eyelets. But I think it's the same. All right, so let's get our paper ready so that, well, actually we could glue this so this will dry. Start drying while we work on the paper. Let me make sure I got the center. Yes.
Embrace this phase. Help protect them in the next. Ask their doctor today about HPV vaccination.
Based on the evidence, police suspected that their killer called real estate agent Roxanne Ellis from the Tiki Lodge Motel and asked her to show him the vacant unit at the Sheraton Court Apartments. This meant the killer was familiar with the building and knew the apartment was vacant. He didn't give his name, and Roxanne either knew him or didn't
Okay.
ask for it.
Let that dry.
7 a.m. Roxanne showed the apartment to the killer.
Oh, thanks, Miss Smith. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, that was a special one. That took us a long time to make that journal for honor.
Michelle Hadfield, probably at gunpoint, with the false story that her car battery was dead and that she
You went down the rabbit hole, you said. That's pretty funny. Okay.
Both women were probably in the apartment where they were bound with duct tape. The killer left his prints on the sticky side of the tape. The garage was attached to the
So
living
I'm going to
area.
do one sheet at a time
Put them into the truck
because, like Kimmy said, this is not easy to cut, and this is textured paper. It's literally cutting like 2 inches at a time.
binding so she could get into the truck. He most likely killed them in the garage with a .25 caliber weapon, using something with bluish green fibers as a silencer. He also left his shoe impressions on the bumper. He left Roxanne's truck in a parking lot about 3 miles away, and it wasn't found until 3 days later. All police had were the killer's fingerprints, his shoe impression, and the composite sketch. Several days passed with no leads. Then a woman called police to say the composite sketch looked remarkably similar to her son.
It makes me ill, and I can't believe
Yeah, they're a bit challenging. I don't disagree with you. It's like you have to hold them so that they chomp down. You got to make sure you hold them straight.
We're convinced that she's not leading us down the wrong road.
The woman's 29-year-old son, Robert Ackerman, had just moved to Oregon. She said her son was familiar with the vacant apartment where the murders took place. She had been to that Sheraton Court address previously with her son, and that was shown to them by Roxanne Ellis. And there was another possible connection to the murders. Robert Ackerman's brother was the manager of the Tiki Lodge Motel. The call made to Roxanne Ellis before her murder originated from the Tiki Lodge. However, Robert Ackerman had no motive to kill Roxanne Ellis or her partner Michelle, and he had no criminal record. He never been charged.
I'm going to try and
In fact, he ended up going into the Air
cut
Force and served on
a little bit
the Air
of
Force. He went on to get
foil to sharpen them a little.
and had a good job.
I do have different cutters on my cutting board. And I'm pretty sure I have one that does this,
Credit card check.
to be honest with you. I just, because this is paper, but it's textured paper, so it's like fabric. That's the only reason I'm having any issues. But I didn't want to use it in case it tears through the paper. I only have 3 sheets, and we need all 3 sheets. So let me just try sharpening them a little bit. See if this helps.
He ended up running through, I think it was about $80,000 worth of credit card
Okay,
debt.
so
He had
that one's
a
done.
fund that he managed to max out, so he spent a ton of money with that. The stripper said Ackerman was obsessed with her and insisted on calling her his girlfriend.
His family reportedly encouraged him to break off this relationship because they felt like that he was being used.
Eventually, the money ran out.
Well, then she goes. You can't pay for what you're asking me to do, and therefore we're done.
But robbery didn't appear to be the motive in Roxanne Ellis and Michelle Hadfield's murders. Robert Ackerman's mother said he left Oregon after the murders and was headed to California, but she didn't know where. Fortunately, police
Aw, poor Jess.
how to find out.
Tell her it's okay, poor thing. She always has trouble. table, see if that helps. Oh, she asked which question on Discord? I'll have to go look.
Bearmaker says I don't know. I think a couple questions.
Really? All right, let me go see. Okay, so we only have to do the top and bottom of this one. And we were going to cut this a little bit, right? 'Cause- and we actually need to cut these a little bit.
Deeger says she asked how big the wedding journal is.
Oh, Deb, can you go tell her it's 12 by 13? I only need about 2 inches. 2, 5, 7, that's 9. I could cut 3 inches off of here.
Deeger says done.
Thank you. Just saying, just want to make sure.
Probably the hardest phone call a person can make in their life because she suspected he was involved in these horrible crimes. And I believe it really cut some moral fiber for her in order to step up with that phone call.
Lieutenant Tim Doney left Oregon and followed Bob Eckermont through his credit card activity to Stockton, California.
He felt he was desperate. He felt that his behavior was escalating. And he felt he was a danger to the public.
A SWAT team
Sheila Y says have you thought of a 3D page for this journal?
So,
in the motel room
not
had a canvas bag,
yet. I'm going to weigh it out and see what kind of 3D things we're going to put in here.
a 25 caliber handgun,
Deeger says do you have any fall paper or fall decorations with pumpkins, etc.?
Yes. Why, you need it? I actually think I just put some in a... I have a box of paper for you, Debbie. I went through all my paper. And I took aside anything that I had like dupes or plenty of. I have a box filled with stuff for you.
Eckermont's fingerprints matched the fingerprints on the duct tape used to bind the victim. His shoes were compared to the impressions found on the bumper of Roxanne's truck and were consistent.
We had the eyewitness evidence placing him at the school. We clearly felt that we had plenty of evidence to try this case very solid.
So, 3D.
Deeger says okay, I am working on an envelope folio and I decided to use full theme with pumpkins and orange and
Very nice.
Eckermont not only confessed to the murders, but he confirmed that the motive was robbery.
money on the Las Vegas Stripper and needed more.
Thus, we actually applied to obtain more money so we could have that contract again. This was
Okay.
ridiculous. That was 5 months.
He said he met Roxanne Ellis a few days before the murder, when Roxanne showed his mother the Sheridan Court of
All right, now we gotta judge everything.
After months, he planned to force Roxanne to write
Wait, I was gonna say something and I
for $50,000.
lost my train of thought.
He had Roxanne lure
Okay,
a partner
bring it over.
to go over to the apartment too, because a business check that size requires both of their signatures. Eventually,
This is very, very subtle,
that he wouldn't get away with it and didn't go.
but it's there. You know what? I might be better off using the actual.
It's a lot of people who aggregate themselves. I think that's about as close to the devil you're going to get. That's all I can know.
While talking to police, Eckermont also admitted killing a friend of his, Scott George, 7 weeks earlier.
What he said about that was that he just wanted to see what it felt like to kill someone.
I'm not a psychotic in any means. Maybe a sociopath. I would say that 100%.
During our interviews, he would joke with
Oh, stop.
reference to his victims. And
Far from being the master.
Feeling sorry or remorseful at the time. That's probably the only thing.
You should have seen the debacle I had at the beginning of this book, Debbie, with that glue. And I had just mentioned, I think my glue bottle has a little pinhole. I'm not sure. I just filled it, and there's glue on the outside. And I wasn't sure if I spilt any. And then I went to squeeze the bottle, and then went glue all over my hand. Oh, what a disaster. Yes, Roberta, you could watch these on YouTube afterwards. If you're unable to stay for the whole process, you will see them on YouTube. And please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 500 subscribers so I can try to monetize a little bit on YouTube and also go live and do a whole bunch of stuff. So everyone, please make sure you go follow my YouTube channel. And please share the live. By the way, this is a little tip that I do when I'm doing big pages. Instead of these huge pages, just lean them right on the edge of your table and you just angle this ever so slightly, and you'll get just the right zhuzh on here.
Forensic evidence in this case was important in securing his identity and in this case. And the forensic evidence also helped us prove the enormity of the horrible crimes that he committed.
Up next, a human skeleton is found in the
Okay.
marshlands of North
We're
Carolina.
going to keep this one out because we'll probably use this one a few times.
We don't know who she is. We don't know why she was killed.
But it tells the story all its own.
Whatever happened preceding death, it probably was sexual.
A story of anger and hatred
At what point does a person realize that they're dying?
and a violent end.
Had this person remained anonymous and had nowhere to go.
Okay.
On a cold spring afternoon in 2004,
I think we do need to do this part to be consistent.
what looked like human bones in the backyard of the home he rented in Wilmington, North Carolina.
It bothers me that it's not
Gruesome. We came across these bones. It was
scalloped.
horrible. First we seen her leg bones, and then we came across her skull, and ribs, and then we realized
This is like
real. It's
challenging.
terrible.
He called authorities, who moved quickly to collect the remains and any
I will not judge.
Bones that had been scattered by the animals, and maybe by the tide coming in, because that wasn't marshland. It was a.
I think everyone is doing a great job with their projects.
Anthropologist Dr. Midori Albert and her team of student volunteers
Come
took
on.
160 bones
Bearmaker says, boy, you heard that, Connie.
of the skeleton. The victim was a Caucasian female, about 30 years old, and from the length of her femur, about 5 foot 4 inches tall. The amount of decomposition indicated
looks better.
And it is clear the woman died violently.
Yeah, of course I heard that. Or I watched it.
That was extensive as this particular case. I'm sort of perplexed by what the individual.
This is just difficult to do, guys, because, like I said, it's textured paper. So there's a lot of fibers, and they're not easy to cut through. But you can do it.
Bearmaker says Deb agreed with me.
Full of crap. That's all I'm saying.
It indicated to me somebody who might have been stabbing or mutilating this individual, stabbed 50 times. At what point do you just not feel any more stab wounds?
The lack of clothing found near
But don't give up.
was also telling.
Deeger says not in a bad way.
Certain behavior patterns. They indicate that whatever happened to precede their death, it probably was sexual.
Fennell believed it was a clear sign of rage and a possible indication the killer knew the victim.
Yeah, that looks better.
He also believed the
More
killer was
complete.
familiar with the area.
Someone knew they could get back there and hide this body there
Okay.
without being seen while they were hiding the body.
Because Ray Jacobs had lived in the rental home only a short time, he wasn't considered a suspect in the homicide.
Whoever
Water.
put the bones there or done this, you know, I was afraid that they would probably come back or, you know, show up unexpectedly, and you know, so I didn't really know what
Hydrate.
to do at the time after that.
I'm very bad at that.
First order of business was to identify the victim, a task that wouldn't be easy.
Okay.
According to the Doe Network, an organization that tracks the number of unknown victims, there were 100 other cases involving unidentified victims in North Carolina alone. Investigators hope that forensic anthropology could narrow the search.
Obviously, in order to do any kind of investigation, you have to start with figuring out who this person is.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket.
I'm just doing like a preliminary.
And with cricket, we can mark our location, post photos, even identify mushrooms.
Crease.
Let's bar for a good deal. Smile, you're on cricket.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future for the changed mobile life. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help
Portugal.
from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Or Pebble Whiskers. Gen Y is working
Actually,
with
let's just do it on here so that I'm not struggling.
Gen Z, for credits golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
At the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can take a vacation from payments on the most capable Wrangler ever. Our most affordable SUV, Jeep Compass. The only all-in-one pickup, Jeep Gladiator. And the most awarded SUV ever, Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Back from church. Did you sing for all of us? That's the question.
With great deals plus no payments for 90 days. During the Jeep Make This the Summer event, get $2,000 bonus cash allowance on select 2024 Jeep Gladiator and select 2024 Jeep Wrangler gas-powered models in dealer stock.
Use this.
Allergies won't hold me back. Allegra starts working
I want a nice amount of glue on here.
unlike Zyrtec, it won't make me drowsy. Nothing beats Allegra. It's the fastest non-drowsy 24-hour allergy relief.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga. Because there are places
I'm doing the crease.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
Here we are, driving down the road. All of a sudden, bang! There's a crack in our windshield. You know what we can do now, though, right? Go to safelight.com. And we're good to go.
Yeah, I'll do the first one with the new cars come with cameras that can control their automatic brake system and lane departure. What you need to have a calibrated and get one camera brake. You get a crack in your windshield, there's only one choice.
Safelight repair, safelight replace.
Good.
victim found in the North Carolina marsh had suffered a violent death. She was beaten, sad, and her new body left in the marsh in the cold of winter. But who was this?
You can read me questions if you see a question that I missed, especially if it's somebody who doesn't know about the period. Guys, if you have a question about what I'm doing, you can put a period and then type your question, and there's an app that I have on here that will read it to me so that I don't miss any questions.
Investigators had a theory that the killer was local.
It had to be someone who had some familiarity with that particular plot of land.
And if the killer was local, the victim might be as well. So investigators searched missing persons reports for Caucasian females living in a 50-mile radius who disappeared in the last 18 months. This yielded a number of possibilities, but the closest match was 31-year-old Scarlett Wood. She was unmarried and living at home so she could care for her mother who was suffering from liver cancer. On the night she disappeared, she told her mother she was going to a party with friends.
Okay.
I woke up Father's Day and had some decision that I could follow today. You just stay here, I'll be all right.
But
Okay,
Scarlett
looks good.
never returned. She was always good about checking, saying where she was going to be, if she was going to be there at a certain time.
Oh, I was going to cut this a little bit. I just remembered.
Dental records with the unknown
I was going to trim it,
their intent.
which means I'm going to have to cut it a little bit more because it's too much on top of there.
Kept their records that long.
So
And initially, scientists couldn't use DNA testing either.
that's a good spot right there.
Apparently the bones had dried out. Investigators were facing the very real possibility that their victims would never be identified. Then, forensic anthropologist Dr.
Actually, what if I did
Albert
this?
had an idea.
I've been familiar with the procedure called skull.
I'm lining up the waves.
Where you take an actual skull and you can take a photograph of the person and actually blend the two images together. And what we tend to do with that is we look for different anatomical landmarks and points of similarity.
Unfortunately, the University of North Carolina didn't have the facilities to perform this procedure. The hardware and software can cost as much as $35,000.
I'm going to mark it and I'm going to cut it with the scissors. Hopefully this will be easier because it's more.
She asked one of her colleagues to improvise.
I went to Shane Baptista on campus, who is a computer guru, and is very familiar with open source software, which is software that is available
Where
to
did I put you? My scissors.
Baptista
There you are.
found a free program called GIMP, or GNU Image Manipulation Program. GIMP is an unfortunate acronym, pretty much feature for feature equivalent of Adobe Photoshop. To see if it worked, he performed a forensic test on himself. I sat myself down, set up a webcam on a computer, and took some photographs of myself. But I tried to get the same orientation. He superimposed his photo over a plastic skull. He separated both images into quadrants and looked for consistencies in the images. As he expected, there were none. I was able to get a key image that showed that wasn't the skull, which pretty much knew. Baptista moved on to the ultimate test. Pictures of Scarlett Wood were superimposed over
So
the
I just
skull
cut a little bit, like
of the murder
an
victim.
inch, because it was overlapping too much and it was like right on top of the seam, and you don't want that. You want it to be a little bit past the seam.
It seemed possible that the victim was Scarlett Wood, although investigators still weren't 100%
Just like
certain.
that.
But at least they had somewhere to
Okay.
start.
Welcome to the Winter Hood. With Wayfair, finding your style is fun.
Thanks for explaining why we're doing a completely different book. No, I did not finish Pastor's book. She was just gracious enough to put hers on hold for a few weeks so I could get this one done. And plus that way she can then watch. Right now she's not able to watch.
Bearmaker says no problem, Connie.
I appreciate that.
When your child has moderate to severe eczema, it's okay for them to
Let me just do this over here because I don't want to get glue anywhere. We're dealing with white. But I want to make sure that the glue comes all the way to the end so that it looks nice and sealed. So I put the glue a little bit, about a quarter of an inch from the edge, and then I spread the glue out. And hopefully this way it doesn't smear and ooze out. You know how sometimes it oozes? This hopefully will prevent it from doing that. Put a nice thick glue. Bead of glue.
GMA says, so did you cut the scallops off on the center seam?
I didn't do the center ends because it's going to be hidden. So you don't have to. I didn't waste my time doing that because you're not going to see it. Only the tops. So now I'm going to cut this one a little bit too. Nope, that's a nice. Line up the top a little bit, not too much. Yeah, right about there.
With the skeleton found on private property, investigators first turned to the property owner and the residents as potential suspects. Investigators learned that there were two tenants living on the property at the time of the murder, both men in their mid to late 20s.
They both have some history with law enforcement of questionable character.
The landlord told police and then moved out.
He used that for belly bands.
Tiffany S. says, is there wrong way or right of the flowers on the paper?
No. They're kind of like, doesn't matter which way you put it. If you see.
Hoping for answers, police found one
They look the same.
in Hampstead, North Carolina, 48 miles away, and brought him in for questioning.
I guess maybe if you look really, really hard, you could probably find a pattern.
The man
But
knew nothing about the murder and never met Scarlett. He said he and his roommate weren't getting along and they moved out of the rental property after living there only a few months.
Just roommates checking up money issues.
Police weren't so sure and sent a forensic team to search the house. All of the floors, walls, and ceilings were sprayed with
Little Diva says, are you just doing the outside edge?
signs of blood.
no, I did all the edges.
And the previous tenants, we were pretty much at a standstill.
I did the whole square.
Investigators interviewed all of Scarlett Wood's friends, and her best friend, Lynn Bollinger, said she knew where Scarlett was headed on the night she went.
I just want to see which side do I want to use.
Scarlett spent every Friday night at a local motel where there was usually a party.
They were at a motel, partying, drinking beer, and just having a good time. I believe it was Scarlett and three or four other people.
I think this side looks good.
Police interviewed several individuals who attended that party. They said everyone left around 2 a.m. except Scarlett and a friend of
Tiffany S. says, is this journal going to have 2 signatures?
Yes.
John Boyer is a truck driver. He actually worked in a couple of different locations here in Wilmington.
Boyer. No
It's going to be a little bit different than a regular journal where I put like a writing portion. It's going to be more note cards, booklets, tags, things and section, like little portions on a page to write things. I'm going to include some corners for pictures in case she wants to add pictures. She can have these little white corners. I have like a whole set of them.
She was not the cold. It's about 17 degrees that night. I believe she had on just pair of jeans and a white coat.
But John Boyer had no criminal history, and he and Scarlett were acquaintances.
She used to babysit his ex-girlfriend's children, so he had a personal relationship with her.
Scarlett's friends, however, despised him.
My father had his own trucking business, so we knew about this man. He was really big. He drank a lot. And he acted fine, but there's something about him I just didn't like, I didn't trust.
Investigators were able to locate the minivan Boyer owned at the time of Scarlett's disappearance.
Just spreading the glue all the way to the edges, like I said.
And doing a search on it, and we ended up finding nothing in it.
They also searched the hotel room where the party took place.
The room was examined for blood. We used the luminol to determine if there was blood.
Unfortunately, they had redecorated that particular hotel room, so some of the furniture was new, but there was no evidence found of any kind of body.
Kathy Bros says, how many pages in each signature?
That's going to be a good question. We're going to see how thick it's going to be. Right now, I have those 6 pages. And I'm going to add more. I think I'm going to make them about, like, I don't know. Depends on how thick, because these are pretty thick. Maybe like 10 or 12 per signature, because they're very, very big. Could be more.
Or in John Boyer's van. In fact, they had no evidence at all.
What if we go to our office?
Little Diva says, did you make the signatures already?
So I started them. So I have the base of them done with the really big pages.
Roberta Z says, what do you mean, signatures?
Roberta, a signature is a group of pages that goes in the book. It's the pages that you flip through. So I'll show you what I have so far. So these are 2 signatures, and it's extremely big. For this book, it's extremely big. Normally, it's regular paper, but these are, if you look, they're super, super huge sheets of paper. Folded in half. This came from another book, and then I'm going to put white pages in between in here. So I'm thinking they're going to be like 12, at least 12, because look how thick this is already. And this is 12 pages. So if I add another 12, it's going to double this. So instead of another 12, I might only do 8. Add 4 pages per. I don't know. We'll see. Because don't forget, I can add just a single page and then turn it into anything by gluing another page to it. So there's a lot of options. So I'm still figuring out what we're going to do. But that's what a signature is.
Oh, great. Have a Kit Kat. And try a bigger bite with Big Cat. You ever try so I can save on something special for a first date. Wait, that's also a first date?
Tiffany S. says, are you putting corners on the journal or are you waiting to see if you can find white ones?
No, I'm gonna put the silver corners. Instead of white, I might wind up getting just silver because I'll probably wind up using silver more than I would white. So I might just look for silver 1/4 inch eyelets because I don't have the 1/4 inch, which is what I'll need.
At Domino's, we know there's a lot of pressure to tip these days.
Great stuff, bro. Now take a look at the screen real quick.
This is why we want to say thank you for tipping me back. Tip your driver for $3.
That looks really good.
$3 to keep on making it quicker.
Skincare can start in the laundry. That's why I always recommend.
Like you guys can't appreciate the shine and the glitter on the book. This is the biggest one I've done. I've made big books, yes. If you look at my Peter Rabbit, it's big like this. It's not as wide, but it was tall like this. And we started our Bible journal 2 weeks ago, and it's pretty much this size as well. So if you go back and you look, I made 2 leather Western books, and I just posted them on my TikTok. If you go look at them, they're pretty much this size. I think they're just a little narrower. They weren't. This is 12 by 13, and I think the Westerns were 11 by 12, 11 by 12 and a half, something like that. So pretty close to it. But this is definitely the biggest, especially the width-wise for the pages. But it looks good. I'm happy with the way it looks so far. We're not gonna tie it because we don't want to pull. I don't want to
Kitty
pull.
D Creations says the 2 Western books, was they for adult brothers or teenagers?
Actually, they are for Jonda. Jonda is going to fill them out for her sons. One day when she's no longer with us, her sons will inherit the books. Her sons are currently adults, but she's not giving them to them right away. She's keeping the books, and she's going to fill them out with her thoughts and her personal wishes for them and her family memoirs and memories for each one. So she's going to have plenty of time to complete those books, and one day the boys will inherit them. Yeah. I think that's a great idea too.
Lil Star says, is that a 4 inches spine?
It's a 5-inch spine. 5. That is a 5-inch spine.
Nothing seemed to be coming of the analysis.
And so
After the first
it begins. Now,
we were quite disturbed. We were very upset about it.
Undeterred,
Lil Star says, wow.
Peter sent the skeleton for
yeah, it's super big. It's like a school book. It's gonna be like a school book.
Pennsylvania. There, scientists tried drilling into a tooth and found just enough tooth pulp to generate a DNA profile.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. I am gonna add stuff to it. It's not gonna stay just like
Tiger
this.
says it's bigger than a yearbook.
Sergeant John Leonard discovered the
Tiffany S says, are you going to put picture paper in the signatures like what comes in photo albums?
So that's what that is, basically, without the corners. And the picture paper that I have from the scrapbook, it's like construction paper. I don't think it's thick enough. I like thicker paper for something this big. So I'm going to use strictly cardstock for the signatures so that it's nice and sturdy and we can do whatever we want to it and not be afraid of it falling apart. You know what I mean?
Tammy Harden says, do you have on Discord or YouTube where you had done envelopes, made a lot of envelopes and did a joke?
We ended up going to Augusta, Georgia, and interviewing John Boyer.
At first, Boyer repeated what he told investigators several years earlier, that Scarlett grew impatient, waiting for him to
Oh,
give her a ride
I haven't done a journal with the envelopes yet.
to the motel room around 3 a.m.
Hold on, I'm catching up on your questions. You thought earlier it looked like a scuba? What's a scuba, Marie? I think did it type the wrong word?
His story changed.
That's when he told me he wanted to have sex. She said okay, but he couldn't perform.
I'm gonna see if the eraser works on our hands.
She was belittling him about
Oh, a school book, yes.
me, but pushed
Gotcha. Oh my god, I've got glue like literally all over my hands. It's fine. Because, you know, of pressing this down. But it's looking good. So now, people, I definitely want to do something.
Prosecutors also believe Boyer broke her ribs.
And I know she's doing pearls, so we could do something with pearls. I gotta look at all my lace. I'll hold off on that. Yeah, well, sometimes it is. Yeah, some of it is.
Kathy Bros says, are you done for tonight?
Well, probably not. We could probably do something else here. I'm gonna hold off on doing the holes until I get the eyelets. And I'm debating whether I should do three signatures, making them small so there'll be 3. Because I think 2 is gonna be like, no. I mean, it's not bad. I think 2's better. You may have gotten flagged. But we can certainly plan the book, figure out what we're going to put in it. I could go get my large cardstock. I'm waiting to see, is Lori on here? Did Lori come on? Lori from Lake Erie? I was curious. I know she sent me a big paper. I wanted to know what color it was. If it was like beige or white. Oh, you have to open the mail. That's right. I can open your mail. Yeah, we could do that real quick. I got a Happy Mail from Shetty, so we could do that. Thank you for telling me. I don't see Andriana, Lori, right? She's not on? Because
Tiffany S says, what if you made something with a picture of the couple and their name and date on the front?
So when you do something like that, it's like permanent for that. And I thought to myself, it would be nice if once she's done with her wedding, if something else happens, she could use the book for something else. And kind of like, even though it's white, it can be used like for more than just wedding. But I was thinking about maybe some kind of a frame where you could change stuff. So I had a few ideas going on in my head. I just wasn't sure which way I was going to lean towards. Because I do have their picture from their Save the Date. Let's look at it. Did I put it back in here? There it is. See, there's a couple of pictures, but this one says Save the Date. That's a cute one, but it says Save the Date. And I don't want to do that. I'm going to incorporate this in the book. And she's got a really cute vellum that I'm going to make a pocket out of. And then I have her invitation. So I asked Rosie to send me another one, another set, because it's double-sided. This way I can use both sides in the book. Yeah, I definitely want to look at my pearls and see what we're going to be able to do. Let's look at Shetty's thing first, and then we'll dig out the pearls and see what we could do. So this is from Miss Shetty. All I did was open the box and open this up. That's all I did so far. So let's see. Just me saying hi. Oh, for my goth journals. She sent me a couple of cute little gothy cards. You guys know I go into my goth season in the fall. These are really cute. I like the backs too. These will make cute waterfalls. I love that. Thank you, Miss Shetty. This is really sweet. You didn't have to send me anything. I got a couple of little doily hearts. Pink, red, and white. Oh, there's a love note in each little envelope. So cute.
Jack Myers was the primary target. The motive
Okay.
didn't appear to be robbery. No money or valuables were missing.
These make perfect tucks in mini journals for pockets. Dollar Tree. Oh, okay. Look, cute little Halloween. They're like little cards. And then there's a little.
4 and 6 a.m. Police canvassed
See.
the area. And one of the neighbors saw a minivan in the Myers driveway as she left for work around
Oh, it's a little booklet.
the morning. She was at the
Little booklet.
Jack Rowland Avenue.
So cute.
So the structure is very odd that a minivan would be backing out of the residence.
I love the colors.
The neighbor could not provide a detailed
Thank you.
description of the van or the driver. Outside the
And
Myers
wait,
home,
there's more.
the phone line
Ooh, this one is packaged like it's gonna break.
has been removed. Investigators also found shoe impressions in the dirt. Casts were made for later analysis.
It was a partial print of the shoe. It did not find a complete full impression
Smile.
of the shoe, just a partial print.
4-year-old Johnny is the only other person living in the house.
I like your little
His
notes.
grandparents had custody because his mother was a teenager and too young to care for him. When questioned,
I feel like one of those Christmas games where you open up the ball and it's wrapped and wrapped.
only that he
Oh, Kelly, that's so cute.
full of blood when he woke up.
Oh, another note. Just because you make me smile. Oh, this is so cool, Shetty.
But Johnny was able to tell investigators
Oh my goodness. She made me another clip. I love it.
time during the night
Look at that clip.
a green
Oh my God, I'm gonna have to keep Joy away from these.
Johnny
These are so cool. I'm gonna put it over here next to the other one. You don't see me use them here, but I do use them. Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Origin by our farm. And with crickets, we can mark our locations, post photos, even identify mushrooms.
Don't have to look far.
I got my little gargoyle team.
You're on cricket.
That's so cute. Love it. Oh, did you order it from this person for me? Or did you make it? Cassander? Aw, that's so sweet. Another little love note. Look at these things. She's adorable. These are so adorable.
Shetty says I made it. Those are my business cards.
Oh, these are your business cards. How cute they are. I forget your real name is Cheryl. I love it. Smile. Is this another one? A Moonstone Page Keeper. Okay, so now you're going to make me want to start digging out a journal and doing spreads. I've never really done spreads, you guys, except for my cancer journal. And I've been thinking about starting that up again because I have a lot of books, my personal books that I've never filled out. Oh, this is so pretty. Oh my goodness, look at that. Hold on. Isn't that beautiful? It's got the moon. I don't do spreads either, but I'm considering it because I have so much supplies. I've got stickers and stuff, so I'm thinking about, this is really pretty, Shetty. I don't even know, like, I have to find a spot now to display all of these. I need to find a spot to display all of these. Well, first of all, I do have my little gothy nameplate. So for now, can they go on here?
Roberta Z says what's a spread?
Oh, Roberta, a spread is basically when you take stickers and pretty paper and you make a beautiful scene on a page. It's called a spread. Hold on. These are gonna look cute on here.
Bearmaker says at dinner. See you afterwards.
Okay, have fun. Enjoy. Don't eat too much.
You asked me what I needed. Right now, this is it. Let's go to work.
Haha. Look at that. It's a good plot. It's a good spot to hold them for me.
Little Diva says maybe one day you can make one to show us.
Oh yeah, that would be fun. Like on a day they're like, hey, listen, let's take a minute and let's just do a spread. I'm not going to be good at it because it requires layering, and you guys know I struggle with layering, but I do want to try. I think I'm gonna keep one of these here though. This is the longer one. I'm gonna keep this one here, and then I'm gonna put this one here.
Shetty says I made the one little pocket journal from those party favor books.
Oh, that's a good idea. I really like this. I need to display it. Look at that. This is a good way to hold my, well, I'll have to find a spot. Right now I'm going to put it over here. They're beautiful, Shady. Thank you so much. Maybe I could find something that I could put on the shelf that I could hang. I don't know. I want to display them. And I want to use them. What else is in here, woman? Smile. I love your little smiles because it makes me go... Oh, this tag is like one of those tags that you make with your spray paints, right? Look how
Kelly
cute.
Hensley says start small on ATC cards.
That's true too. Well, yes, you know what? I want to do one of those flip ones, which is the size of a tag, and you just decorate, you just do the spread on a small tag. That's a great idea. But if I have a small book, actually, I have a couple of books that I had bought for myself 2 years ago that I've never used. This is really cute. And I love the speckled paints. And I want to try all that. I want to try it. Never done it. Okay, this is adorable. It's a...
Roberta Z says I looked at your Western books. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Roberta. Okay, how adorable is this?
Tiffany S says oh yay, I watch TikTok videos of people doing the spreads and mini journals. Very addictive to watch.
How adorable is this little mummy? This is too cute. What a great idea. Love it. You're giving me a lot of ideas. I know it's an ATC card. It's adorable. Tea bag and dried flower art. Smile. Oh, this is what you showed us. Oh my goodness, this is so pretty. It's so much prettier in person. It was pretty on Discord, but look at that. I love that. Can you be quiet? Meh, meh. Meh, meh. Do you hear? Meh, meh. Oh my gosh, Shetty, these are so cute. And dainty. Do they smell? No. What? A little bit. Thank you so much. And there's one last thing. Hold on. Instant coffee and fabric dyed paper. Ooh, look at those colors. Okay, first of all, that's adorable. For my goth books. That's tissue paper. So you made this with instant coffee, fabric, and tied.
Davick says what's wrong with the baby?
It's not it's the outdoor, the back door cap. Look how pretty those colors are. I love that. These are awesome for my goth books. Thank you so very much. This is so cool. Leah, look at this tissue paper. Cute, right? Thank you so much. Everything is wonderful. Love it all. And then you'll be seeing me use this. I'm going to save all your little love notes. I'm going to put it all together for now. Because then I have to...
Hippie B Creations says sounds like he's saying ma'am for mom lol.
He's like, meow, meow, meow. So your little smiles reminds me of that TV show where that was the killer.
Shetty says you always share. I have to share with you.
Aw, that's really sweet. I appreciate that. I love sharing with you guys. Adorable. Everything is so nice. You're very kind. I have to find time to put everything away properly. And I save all my little baggies. And then I save all the notes, and I put the notes in my little box over there. I save all your notes. They're all very personal to me. Thank you so much again, Shetty. This is beautiful. Love it. It is a nice Happy Meal. Okay, drink some water. All right, let's go
Roberta
over.
Z says, when do you sleep?
I do, usually I sleep, like, I go to bed at like 12, 1 o'clock, and then I get up for work at like 6:45 to shower, get ready. I'm out the door by 8, in the office by 8:30. I work till 5, 5:15, 5:30 or so, come home, and then I start working on the journals. Or organizing, depending on, what I'm doing. That was lovely. I appreciate that. All right, so let's look at some of the stuff that I do have set aside so we can kind of figure out what's going to work and what's not going to work in this journal. And to do that, let me first clean up because I don't want to accidentally have anything fall on anything. I don't want to lose anything. Put these away. Put this away. Because I need to see which books am I going to use and which books I'm not going to use. Otherwise, I don't need all these books sitting here.
Hippie B Creations says put red lid on blue.
Yes. Where is the red lid? There it is. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're clean now. I'll keep that. We can make a little on a tag or something with that. That's a nice long one. Okay, so now we know what the inside looks like and the outside. So let's go through some. First of all, I do have this beautiful lace that we're going to use in the book somewhere. I do have this. Oh, we were going to look at the pearls, weren't we? We're definitely going to use this on one of the pages because it's really pretty. Whether I'm going to use it as a pocket, maybe a pocket, I don't know, but definitely going to use that because it's really, 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 really pretty. And then all of the little Hobby Lobby Mother of the Bride, Mother of the Groom, Bridesmaid, Bridesmaids, Maid of Honor. We don't have a Flower Girl, so we don't have to do that one. But my plan is to make a little like tag with a note in it and then put this on there for her to gift this to her bridal party. I thought it'd be nice, like a little memory thing for her. So that's quite a few of them that we have to make. Then, let's see. I found silver and white at Joann's this morning. I thought those were cool, so I brought them home. And then I have all this stuff. Okay, here's the corners for pictures that I'm going to insert in an envelope for her to use. And then I have beautiful, just white little cards, note cards. These are all cardstock. So these are going to make beautiful note cards. I have this embossed one, completely embossed. I have a bunch of those, huge envelopes, all in white. Then I have the stuff that Lori sent me. I have some stickers. Don't know if we're gonna use all of this, but this is stuff I've been collecting. Like, these are beautiful. Let me put a white background so you can see what it is. It says like, Mother of the Bride, I'm always yours. And these are like plastic. They're like a hard plastic. So those are cute. And then of course I've got those, Mr. and Mrs. Bridesmaid, blah, blah, blah. I got 2 of those. Then I have, again, Bride. Anytime I thrifted stuff, if there was anything
Hippie
with...
B Creations says you can possibly make a guest sign book to go with Big Book maybe.
Yeah, let's not get crazy. I can't be making a lot of books because I have to get this done and out of here. This is also our wedding. And I'm sure she's going to have like a book for her guests to sign at the wedding that matches her stuff, because that's what we all do. Then I have more stickers. These are nice and thin. And they're like gold. I've been collecting a lot of stickers. These are all wedding. That's nice because it's just words and they're PET. So that's nice to put on any page. Same thing with this one, From This Day Forward. They're
Roberta
different.
Z says, do you mostly know what you are going to make? Or do you just decide as you go?
I decide as I go. Here's another, this one's from the Dollar Tree that I found. Bridal. And then I have these beautiful flowers. And then I have another one that is Wedded Bliss. You're my one and forever. And then last but not least, I have, this is glittery. This is all glittery. So, definitely have a lot of stickers to work with. A lot of options. Oh, and this whole sticker pack too. And I might just gift her this sticker pack, or a couple of pages at least, where she can use it to, you know, put it throughout the book. That'll be cute. Do like a little, maybe a little folio, and put a couple of these in there so she can use them throughout the book. A few weeks ago, my daughter had a telephone guest book where you leave a message. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, they do a lot of different things for the signature, so I'm not going to put, definitely not an extra book. More, like I said, more tags and no cards. I have a bunch of, well, we're going to go through the books now. I have one book that has beautiful paper, but I grabbed it because it has nice sayings in the center, and I thought I could cut those out, maybe with a die cut, or just cut them square and then use the fancy corner scissors and use that on the page as a background, as a tuck spot. I don't know. We'll just, whatever we feel like doing, we'll do as we go along. So one thing, okay, you guys were asking me about my 3D effect. So what I haven't done yet is a 3D cake. I thought about doing a pop-up 3D cake. Now, the book is so big, I don't know if I'm going to be doing traditional where I'm going to put something on the page and you open the page. I might do like where you open a flap and that'll have a pop-up because the book is so big. So you don't want to make a pop-up, like, imagine, this is the book. You don't want to make a pop-up, oh, look at this pop-up. It needs to be like this big to be, you know, I don't think that would be size appropriate, let's just say. Oh, Roberta. Oh, that's a great idea. But I'm sure you have a beautiful baby. That's all that matters. So I think it'll be like way too big and too much. So I think we need to kind of rethink for this book how to do our 3D options and do them more as flip outs, and maybe do them as tuck spots like that. Hey Tony, I'm good. I'm feeling good. Friday I was feeling feverish, but I got better. Yeah, I'm all right. All right, so let me put these away. So this is the stuff that I've been setting aside.
Velozo says even pull out tags.
Pull out tags, exactly, Maria. There's lots and lots of options for us to do stuff, as opposed to an actual, pop-up. I do have to think about if we're going to do a waterfall, what would we do? That's a tough one, right? And then I have to figure out how to incorporate. These are bulky. These are bulky. So, and there's, let's see how many there are. Okay, so Mother of the Groom and Maid of Honor. Bridesmaid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maid of Honor is the 7th. Bride is 8. Mother of the Bride is 9. Mother of the Groom is 10. So I don't need Flower Girl. And I have extras. I have extras. Yes, because the mother told me, Rosie, there's 7. There's a Maid of Honor, 2 junior bridesmaids that are 13, so they fall into the bridesmaid category. And then I think there's 4 actual bridesmaids, so there's 7 altogether. The bride is 8, the mom is 10. So we have 10 of these to incorporate, and this is going to wind up being very bulky. So the toe wasn't broken. Oh no, I definitely broke my toe. It's yeah, because it's still a black and blue in the over by where my nail is. I didn't even get I was supposed to get a pedicure this week and I didn't go because I didn't want them touching my toe. It definitely broke. I'm sure I fractured the first part of the digit, like that top part before the first bend. I'm pretty sure it's but they don't do anything, so I never went to the doctor. Yeah, it sucked. But I'm walking better now. I just have to, not overdo it. And I think I overdid it last week. I'm sitting here peeling all the glue. All right, so we do have to figure out how to incorporate all of these in the book. And it has to be like, it can't all be in a row. Otherwise, it's going to make the book go like this. I'm thinking, since there's 10, maybe incorporating something where it's like 4 on a page.
Shetty says, Connie, can you just put them in a gift bag?
Yes, I could. But the whole point of it was to attach it to a note card, some kind of a tag where I was going to do a tag where she opens it and she could write a note to them and then just give them so they have like a little tag note, like a bookmark, almost like a keepsake. So they get a keepsake and then they get something to wear. Well, what we can do is put them in different areas of the book. Make the tags and then make pockets.
Hippie B Creations says, what are they, a pin?
Yeah, they are pins. Yes, they're pins. So I'm going to make a tag and then pin this to the top with a bow. So my thought is maybe we'll just put them throughout the book. And not together, just throughout the book. I think it'll be cute. It's too many, Tony. There's 10 of them. But I think that the note... I think doing like a nice thick tag that opens and closes, where she can write a note to them, maybe put a little pocket in there. She could, whatever she wants to put in there. I think that will work. They say bridesmaid, bride, maid of honor, mother of the groom, mother of the bride. So like obviously the bride, I'll probably pin to the ribbon on the book somewhere. I'm not going to make a tag for her. I'm just going to put this somewhere in the book for her, like on the cover, or like I said, once we put the eyelet in, put it right there on the ribbon, so it's like right there for her. And then we have
Kim Robinette says, what about in shape of a clock?
While he was accompanied by his own 2 small children purchasing the ammunition, it was federal brand.
Wait, what about what in the shape of a clock? You want to see a close-up of them? Yeah.
2 days before the crimes were committed.
Bridesmaid.
Greg Myers was arrested and
Mother of the groom.
2 counts of murder.
Bride.
Believe Greg bought undersized shoes, overalls,
And mother of the bride.
and what he believed
And these are These are like, they're ceramic. They're not plastic. They're really pretty ceramic.
Then headed to his father's house around 4 o'clock in the
Oh, a circle of them on the page.
Joanne Puppy Love says you could leave her room on the pages to put pictures or the girls.
Right.
Little Diva says I think she means a shape of a clock and in the middle it has their wedding date.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Like a countdown, almost. That would be kind of fun.
Greg then went upstairs.
That might work.
Johnny, who must have pretended he was asleep, or else he may have been killed too.
Well, I would do that, except some of the girls are wearing different colored dresses. They're not all wearing the same color. So,
It was Greg's van,
I don't know who's wearing what.
leaving the house around 4:30 in the morning
But, you know what? We could make a practice run. What time is it? It's only 9:30.
into the Stillwater River. He put
All of those pins are around. No. Some of them are octagon. Well,
the next morning,
hexagon.
4
The mother of the bride, mother of the groom, and the maid of honor are hexagon. The rest of them are all round.
he ran.
I don't know why, but that's how they are. They all came from Hobby Lobby, so I don't know. But let's start with, let's just try and make one and see how it comes out.
When he got there, he described the scene in the
No, I don't have 12. There's not 12 people in the bridal party, EO.
explaining what he saw.
Oh, but before we get into this, let's look at the books. Let me show you all the books that I've been collecting so we can determine what we're going to be using and what we're not going to be using.
He was sentenced to 2 life sentences with no possibility.
We were just going through all our supplies because sometimes I forget about stuff, and when I show them to you, you guys remember, and you're like, hey, what about this? I'm like, oh my God, I forgot all about that. So I love the fact that you guys remember everything I show you.
Shotgun to him.
Thanks, love. I'll see you soon.
That he left his fingerprint inside
Okay,
the
so let me show you.
tied him
We'll start with the beginning.
in the garbage bag. When we got that shotgun, it was just amazing.
Okay, so this is just a piece of paper. It's a little bit of green and blue, which is the colors of her wedding. So I just grabbed it because it was, I'm like, oh, that's the color of the wedding. Let me just grab it. So this is the wedding book to sign. But I got this because this is great paper. Like if we want to make a tag for the girls, this will be a great way to make one of the tags by just folding this in half, and it's perfectly lined, and it'll be like a nice size for the tag. So I got this out for the lined paper, and the fact that it's that bridal color, and it's got like this really pretty print on it. So we have this.
You're probably the oldest murders in the world for a murder.
But would he get away with it?
Oh, die cuts. That's an interesting idea, Teresa. This is the 50th anniversary book. I basically grabbed this for a couple of reasons. Number one, again, these could also make beautiful tags, folding this in half. It is embossed. They're all embossed on top. But for this, and I love this paper, like the back and the front sheets. They have these really nice sayings, and I thought if I needed something to put somewhere, these would be nice.
10 minutes for fire.
So, and they're throughout the book. There's like little sayings throughout the book. So that's the only reason I grabbed this one.
The homeowner, Edith Ann Haynes, dead in the
And the lined paper and the sayings.
became overwhelmed by
Pretty much that's it. And we could also use this if I just put something to cover. I don't want to, like, it says how we celebrate our story. Like, I don't want to tell her what to fill it out. I want to leave it all blank and let her fill it out herself. Oh my goodness. So this is going to be a good practice run for you, Teresa. All right, this I grabbed just because it was there. It's basically a planner, but one of the reasons I got, it has like different ideas that might spark an idea. I'm not necessarily going to be using this in the book per se, but I thought, like you were saying about different ideas, let me see, there was something in here that had like a little envelope, like our day, like see, it has vows of commitment, and I'm like, okay, that would be cute for them to like put their vows. So it's basically an idea book in case I get stuck. I thought I could go through here. I haven't gone page by page yet, but you can see there's like a whole bunch of stuff. So that's why I grabbed this book. I've had this book for a while.
The medical examiner also
All of these books I've had for a while. This is our wedding keepsake, and this is for the beautiful embossed. I don't know if you can see that. It's completely embossed. Oh, the lighting is terrible. Hold on. I forget to do this. Okay, can you see the embossing now? No. You still can't see the damn embossing. Are you kidding me? What if I turned it off? Is that any better? That's not better either. I don't understand. You spend all this money on these cameras and they suck. It's not even worth it. Anyhow, it's beautiful embossed paper. I don't know how to show it to you guys because
Roberta Z says, I love that you talk to us. It feels like we are there working with you. That's cool.
Absolutely. You are here with me. You see the embossing right up here? Yeah. It's like, and this is, the entire page is embossed, and it makes me angry that you guys can't see it. But, like, this is beautiful. Like, okay, I'll try to, oh, okay, there. You can see it there. It's a nice blank page. It's really pretty. See here, this one? So this has beautiful embossed pages. It's got lines. Just beautiful. Oh, what did you say, babe? A copy of some of that stuff. Perhaps I can make her a wedding bird, you know, spur her on. Oh, yeah, I'll share some with you, Teresa. I'll send you some of these pages, yeah. No, I'm not going to copy them. I'm going to cut out some of these pages and I'll just send them to you. You're welcome to have some. You guys remember this one? I got this the other day. I'm going to try and incorporate some of this. You can have some of this too, Teresa. These are just beautiful for her to put some pictures in, but these are like little bridal, like little boys and girls. Like it's supposed to be like the wedding. Like you see this one here. How cute is that? So I thought we can use a couple of these. Maybe one or two in somewhere in the book. I thought those were really cute. Okay. This is a cool one. This is a vintage one. I got this last year when I knew I was doing the book. It's vintage. However, it's got the vellum, and some of this is dark, but then it goes really light because it's. And I love the outline on here. And I thought that you could just cut some of these out and use some of these. Not necessarily the florals, because these florals don't match hers. But this is really pretty if anybody's doing like a vintage. So I don't know how much of this I'm going to be using. I thought it was just a pretty book, and I grabbed it. There's like a whole bunch. It's just very vintagey, very old-fashioned, with the vellum in it. So I don't know if I'll be able to use it in this book, because this book is, oops, I don't want to wrinkle that. But I thought that was a cool book. What did you have to buy off of Amazon? Okay, I had thrifted
Dandick
this.
says it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. This is a wedding like kit. It's got paper and stuff in here. We can use this to decorate some of the blank pages. I grabbed the wedding prayer. Do you guys remember when I thrifted this wedding prayer? It says it was $20. If you look down there, it was $20, but it's a wedding prayer. It's handwritten. It's really pretty, and it's going to fit in the book. It's going to fit in the book. So, oh, the hockey. This, I could take a picture and send it to you, Therese. I'll send you a picture of it, or I could try copying it. But you know how I feel about copying. I have beautiful white and like pearl paper. This is a whole pad. I just brought it out in case I needed it. Again, just a beautiful as I was going through my paper, if I found beautiful paper that I thought would be pretty for the bridal book, I took it out.
An expert in the field of fire investigation.
Entire scrapbooking kit, and I threw some more stuff in there. It's just a whole wedding day scrapbook kit. I don't even know what's in there, and then I threw that stickers in there. So we have that to work with. And then I have this wedding designer paper, which is all in the greens and a little bit of blue. That's where that other paper come from. You see the green and the blue? These are her colors. So that's a nice. And then of course we have these. So everything matches. I will. I'll send that to you. Definitely. I'll scan it to you. So, yeah. So we have a lot to work with for sure. So it's just going to be a matter of deciding what we're going to use and what we're not going to use and how we're going to use it. Yeah, I know. Sometimes certain areas don't have really nice paper. That's okay, Teresa. An outside ceremony is still lovely. Don't get hung up on that. All that matters is that they love each other and that she has the ceremony that she wants. That's all that really matters. You bring the Jesus to the wedding for her. That's all. You just bring Jesus with you. Little Diva, Lori is in Canada. So, unfortunately, the last time I sent her a Happy Mail, it's extremely expensive to ship to Canada. It was $53 to ship to Canada, which is crazy. Although, if she was here, I'd gladly send her some paper. Oh, I'm going to leave this here because we're going to work. So anyhow, so we do have a lot of stuff to work with. Lots of options. Many options. So now you guys know everything in case I forget. You can remind me.
31-year-old Michael Bryant, Amy's co-worker at the Kendall Company. Bryant bought Ann's old home as an investment.
So she agreed to sell him this house.
We'll work on this a little bit.
20 years, whatever.
That is your best bet because the shipping on Amazon is reasonable. You know what I mean?
When questioned by police,
it stinks because you know how I like to share.
$1,000 check, and she signed over the deed to the house. But investigators found no evidence that Haynes cashed the check, and no trace of it was found in the rubber. Shockingly, Bryant was unwilling to issue another $25,000 check to Miss Haynes' estate.
Well, yeah, have to see $25,000. He wanted
Okay.
to pay that, so we come up and did that.
Bryant denied having anything to do with the arson and murder.
I saw the holy water comment.
At the time of the fire, Michael Bryant.
Yeah, Lori, with Temu, just so you know, when you buy paper from them, it's not big. The biggest you're going to get is like a 5x6, maybe, if you're lucky. They don't really sell like full-size 8.5 by 11 kind of sheets. It's very rare to get that off of Temu. Especially, yeah, you're better off doing... there's a couple of places, scrapbook.com. I think it's scrapbook.com. Hold on. Let me get my folder. Because I always write down a few places that I always go to. And the shipping is reasonable. And some of these are from Europe, but the shipping is very reasonable. So you can check them out. Okay. So, yeah, write these down, guys. If anybody's interested in paper and paper pads, the Imperia, stuff like that, I know there's a lot of places here. Jennifer sells a lot of stuff. You could go to her. But since you're in Canada, you might want to try these. It's called scrapbook.com. There's Craftlier, CRAFTLIER.com. I've ordered from. These are the places I've ordered from previously. Del Bello Designs, DELBELLO. I don't remember if that's paper or if that's digital downloads. So try that. I should list them on Discord? Okay. I'll list these. Journalsay.com and 123stitch.com. I'll put these on Discord for you guys. These are just a few of the sites that I've ordered stuff from that worked out well. The scrapbook.com comes quickly. It comes from, I think it's from Europe, and it arrives really fast. I'm surprised. So check that out too, so you're not stuck with just Amazon, you know? Okay, so let's talk about these signatures, shall we?
I enrolled in UMGC because it became very passionate about
All right, so
management. The professors were great people.
let's see how this is going to work out.
Several years experience in
Because I'm going to have to trim these up, for sure.
management hands-on. I'm able to learn from their experience and really make a difference. I picked Tanner
And the funny thing is, these do have some words on it.
out of it and
Like this one at the end says, "You may kiss the bride." So that's going to be the last page. And on the first one, it says, "On this day." So this is going to be the first one. So some of these have like little words. Not a lot of words, but a few words. My Discord is Connie1968 _. Connie with all lower letters, no caps.
Prescription savings for the whole family. Another good reason to check GoodRx.
Meet the Jennifers, each planning the future for the Chase Mobile app. Hello, new apartment. One thing
Yeah,
for
we're going to
now,
have to cut these
for later,
a little bit.
for life. Chase. Make
Looks like,
If you're shopping for a home, Realtor.com only shows you homes for sale sourced directly from professionals, meaning you can trust every home listing is a real listing. Don't all have to do that? Not really. Trust the number
once I get all the pages in here, we'll have to trim them up. Okay, that's not so bad. That'll work. That could be my guideline right here. Okay.
some pretty extreme weather conditions. Hello windows and doors are built to perform. Replacement by Pella is the right choice. Pella has the highest quality windows that are tested, protected.
This is definitely some big sheets of paper. I'm gonna go grab my my 24-inch cardstock. Oh my gosh, look at my fingers. Is that crazy?
whether you prefer our spicy bone-in wings or our classic tender white meat boneless wings. We've got the best of both.
Let them show you more
I'm thinking I'm gonna have to cut this down to 11.
absolutely free consultation and a gift card for $250
Yeah.
off. Scan the QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now.
Now, should I add, let's think. I could put some doilies in here,
An autopsy revealed that
because I have the large doilies that are like
strangled to death
different
before the
shaped.
fire started in
I'm thinking this first page is going to be where I'm going to put that little pouch. So
start the fire.
that goes without saying.
Were collected and sent to
Shetty says, Connie, can you put an old pillowcase on the outside of journal to protect lace during process?
Yeah,
the airtight
absolutely. Well, you know what I do when I'm not messing with it? It goes on my shelf. So behind, I don't know if you guys, if in the picture that I posted of the cat on Discord, if you see behind the monitor, there's 2 shelves, and I actually put them up on the shelf. It's away from everything, and it's protected. So it's either going to do that, or because a pillowcase, then it gets dragged around, and
analyzed the sample.
I think I'm going to put it up on the shelf with the other one. That way nobody touches it. The only thing that touches the shelf is my cleaning lady every 2 weeks. She takes the stuff down, dusts it, and puts everything back up.
I have to be able to
But yeah, that's where it'll go.
recognize what it is that I'm looking at. The sample that was removed from
No, I think it's 1968 and then underscore.
Now,
Let me double check.
investigators wanted to know who was the last person inside Anne's home on the day of the fire. Interestingly, neighbors saw Michael Ryan's truck.
Yeah,
at
it's
Anne's home
Connie 1968 then underscore.
gone by 5 p.m.
You.
The fire didn't start.
Well, Teresa, if I didn't have one, I wouldn't have time to do all these books.
for the restaurant where he went, and the movie theater was in Evans, which is a suburb of Augusta, and then a good 15, 20 minutes to get there. So he was, at least a half hour
Well,
away from him
sorry.
when the fire occurred.
Arson investigator Mike Lane knew from experience
That was like one of my things, because I'm the kind of person, I would spend every Saturday just cleaning and not have time for myself. So I have somebody that comes every 2 weeks. and she gives the house a good thorough cleaning.
That an artist would use so that they can be someplace
Well, see?
when the fire's going
Everyone has their pluses and minuses, don't we?
for minutes.
All right, let me go grab the paper, and then I'm probably just gonna grab the white, but it's all mixed. So let me just grab the whole thing.
Investigators had one question.
Oh, and the
Keeps a movie receipt.
It is inconceivable that someone would keep in their records one movie stub, one restaurant receipt, unless they were keeping it for a specific reason. And his reason was that he wanted to be able to establish an alibi.
Scott Peebles checked out Michael Bryant's background and discovered
Okay.
Bryant had been married.
This is the super big paper,
Called Bryant's.
but I'm probably just gonna use the white.
We learned from her that he was fascinated with fire and frequently dabbled with pyrotechnics, so to speak.
She also told Peebles that the home they owned together mysteriously burned to the ground.
Let me see what other.
Bryant's ex-wife said the fire resulted in a substantial insurance settlement, and even she believed her ex-husband saw
No, the beige is too beigey.
Fire, he had already rented an apartment that his ex-wife
Use that as the.
Bryant's car was also destroyed in the fire. It was insured.
That's where this is from. It's from Michael's.
Special model and
Kelly Hensley says what size ribbon for the closure?
I used 1-inch ribbon. Are you asking me how much of the ribbon I used? Because what I do is I wrap around the book to make sure that it closes, and then I add a little bit to it. But I'll show you. I used the 1-inch. I think it's 1 inch. Looks like it's 1 inch. Okay, I took all the white.
Insisted that there's no way you could have done this crime because he'd never been in trouble before.
And investigators also discovered Bryant had firefighter
Yeah, if you see,
He was on the fire brigade.
this is 1-inch ribbon.
Where he worked.
Yep. And then if you want to know how much, well, this is 12, that's 24, plus 5 is 29, plus
Throughout the
20,
investigation,
that's 49,
he answered all questions
69,
stopped.
so it's probably about 2 yards.
Intense. He stopped cooperating.
Almost 2 yards, which is about 6 feet. About 6 feet altogether.
which he originally agreed to do, but prior to
The whole roll. Well, Teresa,
Shetty says did you buy that from Michael's online?
Had no evidence
the ribbon,
Bryant to the
Shetty,
Got away with it once, thought he'd get away with it again.
or the paper? The paper, I went physically to the Michaels by me. All right, Kimmy, message me on TikTok your name on Discord, and the paper I physically went to the Michaels by my job on my lunch and grabbed 2 packs. I grabbed the earth tones, and then I read the regular paper, like yellow and red and green and whatever and white. But yeah, just message me, Kimmy, and then I'll send you an invite. You could try going on my Linktree, Kimmy, because I did have an invitation on my Linktree. It doesn't work all the time, but you could try and see if that links you. You might have to copy and open it in a browser, and then it might take you directly into my Discord server. Okay? Okay, so I'm thinking we just fold these. So the thing that's it says it's cardstock, but I gotta be honest with you, this is not very thick cardstock. You see that? It's not. I mean, it's thicker than paper, but it's not very thick cardstock. So that's, to me, that sucks. I wonder if I should wait until I get I'm gonna wait until I get the stuff from Lori to see what's in there. I don't know what Lori's sending me. There's no sense in committing. I'm gonna grab the doilies and see if we have some there that are big enough that'll work here. And I'm gonna keep these on the side because I'm thinking I'm gonna get the paper by tomorrow or Tuesday. It was supposed to deliver Friday and it didn't. Because if she has better, thicker paper, I would rather use that than that. Oh, that's a good, the poster boards, those are good sheets. Well, you could get poster boards in the Dollar Tree too. Not that price, 5 sheets for $1, I'm sure. But is it the poster board that's shiny, or is it more like a cardstock? Because if it's the poster board that's shiny, then you're kind of limited what you could do with it. I don't like the shiny stuff. Let me go get my my doilies. And then, you know what we'll do? We'll look at the pearls. We need to look at that. And the applique. I have appliques and stuff that we might be able to use on there. Don't answer me just yet, Teresa. Hold on.
Forsaken has been trusted again and again and again.
You gotta keep this food over to the side so I can get to my stuff.
Ask your doctor about Forsaken.
Sir. Yes, sir. I'm speaking to you, sir. Okay. Let's see what we got in here that we could use. We got the super duper big ones. I think these are the biggest. I'm just sort these out a little bit.
With so much entertainment out there, wouldn't it be great if you could find what you want all in one place?
Xfinity Internet customers can enjoy the ultimate entertainment experience and take on some of the biggest names in streaming, all for just $15 a month. Get the fastest connection of choice with Xfinity.
I feel like we have to double up on them, otherwise they won't be like thick enough. So we could put one on each signature.
On it was a wealth of information.
We were able to see that in the days prior to the scheduled polygraph that he didn't take, he was looking at websites on how to do the polygraph. And then he didn't take the polygraph.
They also searched the storage spaces.
When I went into that attic, and just kind of got eerie from there. Basically, what
Okay.
I saw was similar to an altar. For what
Let's take
I
a peek
observed
at them. That's always good to know.
satanic worship, with
These are too.
different
I thought I had these bigger, and I could have sworn I had these rectangular ones, but
Investigators found a coil of detonation or fuse wire, the kind used to construct.
I thrifted these like beigey ones. Aren't these pretty? This is like a beige.
Bryant's financial record showed he was deeply in debt.
These are going to be nice for vintage. You see the difference in the color?
But he lived like he made twice that much.
This is like a really nice, almost like an ecru.
between different financial institutions.
Ecru.
He may have had the $200,000 home, but he was
Oh, they're small. I thought I had these bigger. I know these are really, really pretty, especially that one.
Michael Bryant was
I love that one.
charged with
And I'll never find it again. That's the only thing that stinks. You thrift this stuff and then you're like, oh, and look, I even got, these are almost like a gray.
his hands.
You probably can't tell the color.
And put her old house up for sale. Bryant offered to buy it as a rental property. Bryant paid off the loans on the house.
Can't tell the color because the lighting is sucky,
He gave Haynes
but
a check for
here to give you an idea.
the balance of the purchase.
See the different color between the white and the, well, whatever. I'm getting aggravated. I don't know why I'm doing that to myself. And then I got the black ones. I'm just spreading them out a little bit more. And we got really little ones, so oh, I have little heart ones. That's cute. Maybe I'm gonna keep these out. You could probably use these. I'm gonna take a couple of these out. I'm thinking we can use them somewhere in the book. Thank you. See how cute these are?
On the day of the murder to ask her again to delay cashing his check for $25,000. No one knows what took place.
Let's put these back
But
in
the
here.
evidence shows
You know what? I'm gonna
Bryant
put
struck her on the back of the head, strangled her to death, then dragged her
this
body
to protect them.
He took the incriminating
Okay.
evidence, his $25,000 check.
These are perfect little heart ones that we can use in the book somewhere. Okay, so we got the doilies. Now we're gonna look at our pearls and appliques.
But he couldn't set the house on fire in broad daylight with his truck outside. He needed time to establish an alibi.
Okay, so we're gonna look at our white
Fuse wire and other household items to construct some type of
lacy
delayed
appliques.
ignition
I'm gonna grab them from the other side.
device. Left the scene. The evidence shows that Brian picked up his wife and they drove to a restaurant 20 miles away for dinner. They left at 6:41, then went to the 7 o'clock movie. Around 7:30, the device Brian set in Ann Haynes' home started to fire, while he and his wife were in the movie theater surrounded by witnesses. Despite his well-laid plans, Michael made one huge
I have like really beautiful appliques. So their colors are this blue, like this slate blue, and like this green, a sage green, a very light sage green. No, that's not what I want. I want the book. And I need something to put in here to hold this up so that we could play with the appliques a little bit. Is that big enough? It's gotta be 5 inches tall.
Essentially, she killed over 25,000. In October
Yeah,
of
that works.
2002, Michael Bryant went on trial for malice, murder, arson, and burglary.
This case,
All right, let's see what we got.
it was planned, it was
Like I have all kinds of beautiful appliques that can be
Tammy
used.
Harden says, "Good night, everyone. Connie, like always, you were amazing. Wish I had just a little of your talent."
Aw, thanks, Tammy. And you can do this. Remember, it's just paper and glue.
Michael Bryant was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 40 years.
This was one of the most
These are all the little, look how cute these are. These little teeny tiny ones. So cute. But I want to get rid of all the beige so we can get down to the white. I got our mermaids.
This is a man who did believe he was smarter than everybody
This
else.
is beautiful.
He thought he could manipulate Ann Haynes. He thought he could manipulate investigators. And he believed that he was getting away with it.
Up next, a married man falls victim to temptation.
That's pretty.
He had made a mistake, which
Ooh, that's pretty.
a lot of people can identify with.
She offered him a wild side that he hadn't experienced.
Then he vanishes without a trace.
He was there 1 minute and then gone next.
Blue and sage green toil. Oh, you have fabrics?
Unsolved.
I kept that hope that maybe he would show up on my doorstep.
Until a tiny chip of paint tells of a terrifying ordeal.
It would drive me crazy to know what a murder victim goes through every time they kill him.
Yeah, this flower is really pretty. This I brought from Portugal. I only brought a couple of them. Why not? The other thing's from Portugal, right?
Salt Lake City, Utah is known as the richest hole on earth.
Teresa Claire says, "Oh, did you see the white ribbon with the church in it in Temu?"
Mine gold and silver, and they have very expensive equipment, that sort of thing. That was just a big problem out there.
As a result, security is very tight.
You just don't go onto Kennecott Copper property without usually encountering security.
So when the security guard wasn't on duty in the guard shack on a winter night in 1991, it was unusual.
They went out and this might get
No.
checked out for a while.
No, I did not.
As long as it's hard to eat, it's hard to have it still there.
I love it,
The
right?
guard, Brian Roof, was not supposed to leave the shack for any reason until the shift changed.
I also have it in black.
It was just a strange incident where he was there 1 minute and then
Did you get it in black?
and there was no real
Because
explanation of why
it could be a church and it could be a goth thing. So I got both.
Hours earlier,
Love it.
but there were no
We used some.
footprints around the shack.
You did too. Stop copying me, Teresa.
There were no footprints
My
anywhere in
God.
his car.
it looked like he might have just stepped out
The black is stunning. Not in this book. However, I am going to use the black in the pastor's book most likely. because her book has the green interior. So my plan was to use this on the cover as a pocket.
21-year-old
So did I. You want to get your receipts? I'm going to get my receipts. I don't remember how long ago, but it was months and months ago. I could tell you that.
just a few weeks earlier, Brian walked off his job.
This is another pretty.
to Las Vegas.
Look at this applique.
He felt a big burden to provide for us, especially with his second baby coming.
These are all from Portugal.
And he was trying to get through school, and I know that.
Aw, thank you. That's right.
He felt bad that we had to.
Me and T, we're twinning.
Brian spent 6 days in Las Vegas. When he
I feel like this one flower really is like almost like a statement piece the way that it's sitting here. It looks really pretty. Because I think this one gets lost. It kind of gets lost in it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I think it gets lost. Even though it's beautiful, it's getting lost. But this one is not.
Hippie Bee Creations says it pops on the cover.
Yeah, this definitely does pop. And then I have these really cute more little flowers with the pearl that we can add.
They were looking for Brian. She did tell them that she'd been talking to him around 6:30.
Oh wait, I've got more.
Heard that there's another employee coming. That's how we turned it. We just had to go.
As soon as police got off the phone.
Okay, that one's gonna get lost.
The phone rang again.
The deputy again answered the phone call. Knew it was a different
I got
female
cute little
voice,
hearts.
And the caller told the deputy that her name was Jennifer Root. Somebody was
That
claiming
flower looks nice there.
they were Brian's wife, that it really was.
A missing man with 2 wives. Police knew right
These are
away
butterflies. Nope.
it was going to be an unusual investigation.
That's not the. This is really pretty. I got this in Portugal too, but it's the wrong color. Isn't that pretty? But this is more
Tammy
like
Williams says if you put a frame on the cover, that flower would be beautiful in the corner or over it.
yes, and it's not. That's not out of the question.
I told myself I was okay with my
A lot of these I got there. Oh, you know what I didn't put away yet? I didn't put away the stuff that I just. Ooh, this got caught on my nail. The stuff that I just got from Portugal. This is pretty. Hold on. Do you see? Oh, why can't? It's not showing. Oh, here. It's got pearls.
Revoke can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Unsettling? Ask your rheumatologist for Revoke and take back what's yours. AbbVie can help you save.
I don't know. We could play around with it. Let me get a frame. I'm just taking out what we can use. I have these beautiful fabric leaves as well. I'm going to take one of these out. Maybe not for the cover, but we might want to use it. I'm going to take a little bit of anything that I have here. I'm going to take a couple of those hearts. Put the one on the spine.
Now for a limited time, get 1.99% APR for 60 months on the Hyundai Tucson or Elantra. Hurry in.
Okay, the flower on the spine looks good. This gets lost because the spine is too big. But this looks pretty on the spine. And then we can add pearls to the. Let me show it to you guys. It looks pretty on the spine, and we
Hippie
can
Bee
add
Creations
pearls.
says that applique with dangles on the spine, maybe.
I don't mind it, but I think it's gonna get messy. Like it reminds me of fringe, so I don't know about putting it on the spine. Let me show it to you guys. I think this applique looks really nice. Actually, we could do the applique on the spine and on the front if that's what we decide to do, but see how pretty that looks? That looks really pretty. And then I would put some pearls in here just to add 3 little pearls there. But I like that on the spine. So I definitely think that definitely one on the spine. Right? It looks perfect there. Definitely one on the spine. And then with the pearls, it'll tie everything in because it is pearls and lace. So that'll look really nice. And we wanted to look at the frames. Let me think about the frames for a minute. Let me put that back. Let me get my frame box. I know it's a big mess, but this is the process that I go through.
Each of them identified herself as his wife. The company's caller ID system revealed one of the callers was indeed Brian's wife, Jennifer. The other was 20-year-old Christy.
So I have silver.
Who was also a security guard at the Kennecott mine, and one of Brian
Too small.
So that's when they sent detectives over to Dale and Christy's house to find out what was going on.
Christy told police that she and Brian had become good friends and talked regularly on the phone.
Dale would have Christy bring dinner out to him, and that's how Brian and Christy met. Actually out at the job site when she was bringing meals
That
out.
outside one
When questioned about
with the
Brian's
silver
disappearance,
might work.
he was home all day and hadn't seen him. Dale said he had been off from work and was running errands all day.
Was down in the local bar.
5 days after Brian disappeared, his wife Jennifer discovered a potential.
I wouldn't do that. No.
Jennifer discovered that Brian was having an affair with Christy Bradley.
So it would be, we'd make a solid back, like, hold on.
Hippie Bee Creations says the silver pops.
Jennifer also discovered that Christy was with Brian in Las Vegas a few weeks earlier. When confronted with this information, Christy admitted the affair to both the police and her husband.
Yeah, I think it does pop.
She told me that she thought Brian was
And we got this,
thought he was cute. Dale was very controlling to her.
which doesn't look, once you cut that middle,
Christy and Brian were able to talk to each other. And that's, I think, the reason for the phone calls, the guard check between Christy and Brian.
Tammy Williams says put your flower over it.
Knew nothing about his wife's affair when Brian disappeared. Dale had no criminal history. The affair gave him a motive to harm Brian, so investigators got a search warrant for his car. It was checked for blood and gunshot residue.
None of which we found. Didn't find anything.
In addition, Dale and Christy Bradley agreed to take polygraph tests, and they both passed.
At that point, they kind of dropped his name.
well, we have a lot of options.
Suspects.
Meanwhile, investigators pursued another potential lead. 2 of Brian's
I think one of them is going to be deciding the background,
stealing from the mine.
which, thinking it should be the blue,
In fact,
a light blue.
guards was at the guard shack just minutes after Brian was reported missing.
Yeah, I think it does need the white. This isn't exactly white. So hold on. Oh, wait, we have those other cards. Hold on a second.
Police had no proof he was dead. Officially, he was still a missing person.
Detect this. Living with HIV, Robert learned he can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why he switched to Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some adults. No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato. Detect this. Marina learned that most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or thinking it's life. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If
Shetty says my vote is just beautiful flower on front with pearls added, looks very elegant by itself.
It does, but I also wanted to add something. Well, I don't know. I'm torn. I'm going to keep this out. Put this away. You don't have to use it, but it's here in case we want.
Connie says, what about a white wooden frame?
It would be heavy. I didn't want to do anything too heavy, but I do have those frames that we can make with hot glue. You know the frames we're talking about? Let me think. And we could paint them. Hold on. Let me see if I have a small white one that we could just see how it would look.
Pay close attention to your doctor if you become depressed, all sudden changes in mood, or exceed 505. Don't take it to other problems, or taking a certain type of energy or that. Also, XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems.
I do like that better.
Common side effects include inflammation.
Teresa Claire says, Connie, you missed me message.
Oh. Yes, I understand. A wood well, so this one I made with toilet tissue, remember? Toilet paper. I just wanted to see how that would look. And then I have them in, not painted yet. But I wonder, this isn't bad. This is the flexible. I'm trying to think if I have any pre-cut frames. Well, we could make our own frame. I've done that before with some of the thick, not the chipboard, and my die cuts, and I feel like I have some beautiful white embossed paper that would look good. I personally wasn't going to put anything in the frame. It was going to be open for her to put whatever she wants in it. She could put her picture when they get married. I mean, I could put their picture temporarily. I know they have lightweight frames, but then the issue is going to be adhering them to here and making sure they don't fall out. Because that's something I should have done with Brad's before I did the inside. Right, something with a mat, exactly. Well, that's what I'm talking about, making sort of like a mat, which I should have some mats. Hold on, let me think. You guys know I have to think about my supplies, so give me a minute.
Brian's wife Jennifer was forced to raise their little girl alone. 6 months after Brian went missing, she gave birth to another daughter.
I just couldn't move on. I was stuck in that realm of grief until I knew what had happened to him.
1 year later, hikers discovered human remains in a camping area about 50 miles from the Kennecott mine.
Still had his security up enough to say his wall.
Teresa Claire says the ones with an edge cut would be pretty if it's not too wide.
What if I took the frame and I put the lace over it? the lace that we did the
Dental records confirm
that in,
victim was Brian Ruth.
right? So these are just white textured. I would double up to make it a little thicker, but maybe I could use some of the lace fabric. There it is. And
Search teams found 5 spent shells from a .22 caliber pistol near the body. Investigators believe Brian was shot.
use that to make the,
Where he was buried in a shallow grave.
The next day, they're out there working again, and one of the dogs came out and recovers
to make it tie in.
black capital with the second covers Brian's work boot
Of course, it looks busy right now because it's, you know, through the center.
east of the gravesite.
And then maybe instead of a white background, we could do like the light blue.
But so much time
So you have a little contrast to make it pop.
had fallen that no other clues were
Right,
found.
the blue.
It's really frustrating. There's no other way to put it.
It wouldn't look bad if this was, if it was blue underneath.
The case went cold.
A solid blue.
Years passed. Until 14 years later, when Todd Park, a cold case detective with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's
Maybe.
Office, received a telephone call from authorities in neighboring Carbon County.
When that call came in, it gave me I guess a fresh breath
Oh,
of air.
I'm gonna cut the center out. It won't, I'm not gonna leave it like this. I'm actually gonna just like wrap it around. Do you know what I mean? Just the frame will be in the lace. We could test it to see how it looks.
Brian Ruth's murder.
And I'm thinking what I'll do is,
Todd Park contacted Dale's first wife, Kristen, who is now living in Texas.
So when Detective Clark contacted her 14 years after the fact,
let me get a piece of blue construction paper and we'll cut it out and we'll see how it looks.
get arrested for it. She just assumed his case was
Try blue fabric.
But that obviously was a lie. And Christie
You mean blue fabric on the frame? I'm gonna have to thicken up this frame. It's not thick enough for my liking.
the day after Brian went missing,
But I definitely don't want a white background. That's definitely out.
never cleaned out that tongue as long as she'd known as long
But I think this size is good.
why would Dale
What do you guys think? You think it's too big?
police wondered if Brian Ruth had been inside that trunk?
Yeah, we have a lot of ideas going on.
trace evidence of the crime.
But after 14 years, could police find Dale Bradley's camera?
I think it looks good. You like the size? Okay. Yeah, so we'll test the background. We'll do with blue and we'll do it with the white.
Hippie B Creations says, do you have blue 110 pounds cardstock for frame?
I'm gonna go look now, see what I have. But if not, I'm pretty sure I have acrylics that are chalk in the color that might match this pretty well, and that'll dry fast. So we can try. Okay, let me get this stuff off the desk, off the table here, and we'll continue to. I do have the fabric that will make it thick, but I do have the same fabric. However, if we do paper, then I could just use pearls around here. You know what? That might look even better. Making this maybe blue and then putting white pearls around here instead of more lace. I feel like it's almost taking away from the lace on here by putting lace on here. So I'm thinking now if we just make this blue and then just put beautiful pearls and a couple of flowers, that might tone it down a little bit. So it's not too much. I'm thinking the lace is going to be too much, this lace. Yeah, I think it's a little much. All right, hold on. We're going to keep one of these out. I'm going to keep it right in here so that it's not put away. these can all go away. I'm going to keep 2 of those because we might want to put one on the, well, definitely one on the spine in case we want to use it. We may not use one there, but I'm going to keep one out.
Donajwad says, can you make an arch?
Probably. I do have an arch, but it might be small. That Desiree sent me. It's a little small. That's to use on the inside. I'm trying to think my die cuts. Do I have a die cut that's an arch? I don't think so. Let me just think about my supplies. It's not away. No. It's slightly away.
An accredited university that's transformed adult lives for 75 years. You're not waiting to win. You're ready to succeed again at UNGC.
Okay. You like that one? It's not away. Just slightly away. All right, let's put all the stuff back in here for now.
14 years after Brian Root's murder, investigators never lost hope they would solve the case.
The thing about Brian, he was a very good kid, and I think he would have been able to really make something of his life and his family if he was able to continue on in life. And that was cut short.
When investigators
Make sure I don't have any more laying around here.
Zarlash Darzi says, Connie.
Yes, Z.
another murder investigation, they decided to look once again at the evidence.
Could I print the arch larger? Potentially.
The one they found in the mountains near his burial site.
But let me look at my die cuts first. Let me see what we have. Like I said, we have time to plan this. We're not committing to anything just yet.
When I saw that splash of paint, it just flashed back to me that was the same color of paint
We're just
that was on
seeing what our options are.
I got excited, and I got a little bit of butterflies, and I got
The bags are way back.
Forensic analyst Bill Schneck
I'm gonna put this here for now.
stereo microscope.
It's the arm's length, and then this one I'm gonna put away, so we have room.
The leather at the bottom of the boot. There is tremendous force. We get that paint smear on his boot. Was it the kind of force caused by trying to kick your way out of the trunk of a car, for example?
So we were thinking about the a die cut. I feel like it's a little big, like it should be a little small. Well, I could also trim this up a little bit, but
We just happened to have a 75 Camaro when I was there. So we popped the trunk, and indeed they have original tape in the trunk. So that was useful.
Dale Bradley
let me look at my die cuts.
1974 Camaro at the time of Brian's murder. The mission now was to find it.
Little Diva says, what if it was oval instead of a square?
Well, because this is a square, I kind of feel like I want to continue with the same shape.
It's just a little cubes. It's been melted down.
But an examination of the case file revealed
Kelly Hensley says that one gives room for a good size picture.
It does, yes, this is true.
from Dale's car.
Do I have this upside down?
Bill Schneck took paint samples from the boot and the car and placed them on slides with an immersion.
Oh, I think this just,
This eliminated
Donajwad says an arch with flowers would be pretty.
slide.
yes,
Using a polarizing white microscope, magnified up to 1,000.
an arch with flowers would be pretty.
Schneck saw the paint was a lead chromate.
Okay, let's think about that.
And I contacted National Institute of Science and Technology and received a paint chip.
I'm going to see if I have anything that we can make an arch out of. Hold on.
Using a scanning electron microscope, Schneck now did a 3D comparison. He examined paint from the boot, from the car, and from the file sample of the 1974 Camaro. All were identical. And with this evidence, Dale Bradley was arrested and charged with Brian Roof's murder.
It was shocking that anybody could do something so horrific, let alone somebody that claimed to be a good friend.
Hippie Bee Creations says Connie is good making templates. I bet she can make arch.
Well, that will be the the end result if I don't have anything.
and was afraid she was going to leave him.
I think that he was so
Kelly Hensley says then you would have to cute the picture funny.
betrayed him that he was going to make them pay.
I would have to what? What are you guys typing?
Little Diva says what about the template used for the pillars for the Western book? Caitlin S. Papercraft says myself and Kelly think the frame looks proportional to the size of cover.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay.
Exactly when to strike.
All right. Well, we could try that.
Forced Brian into the trunk at gunpoint.
It is large.
Brian tried to kick his way out of the trunk during the 30-minute drive when a piece of the tape became embedded
All right.
in his
We could always do arches on the inside to decorate. So let's continue with our first thought,
to remove his boots, so he couldn't
which
run
is,
away.
let's see if we can find paper
Forced him over
in this color for here to thicken this up.
Zarlash Tarzi says arch frame embossed with flowers then distressed with blue.
Yeah, but I don't have an arch. So now you're talking about I'm gonna have to, oh, I forgot to put this away.
The murder was never recovered.
Download and cut, and it's a lot more right now. We're going down that rabbit hole. That's what we're doing. And we originally were just gonna put a flower on there, remember? So
Look for Dale Bradley to refute. He agreed to
cut the picture. What picture?
degree manslaughter and kidnapping, and the sentence
Cut which picture?
40 years in prison. What Bradley didn't realize was that Brian's boot held an important piece of evidence that told the story. Dale Bradley remains a suspect in the murder of his second wife.
Right. Well,
It's ironic
this actually already has
Brian Roof's
a pattern to it,
efforts in the trunk
but
of Dale's car resulted in the capture of his own killer.
Just one little thing, that's all it takes. In this case, it turned out to be the paint.
just give me a second, because I know oh wait, these books have embossed
Circumstantial
paper.
evidence in this case, and the physical evidence that you have, that's the clincher in this case.
Well, even today, though, there's a lot of detectives that are just focusing so much on DNA
Not that
or
one.
all the other avenues that can be approached with trace evidence, such as paint examination. I hope it sends a loud message that there is forensics out there, that people who are willing to continue to look at these cases so you're not going to get away with murder. And that the more they try to
Come on, don't start falling.
Up next, 3 college students are murdered.
Stop.
It looks as if one person had killed them all. He picked on young women, picked on pretty women.
All right, we need to see what's in there.
The suspect. Law enforcement terms, it's almost like winning the lottery. But not everyone was convinced.
Lori, A.M. says are you going to incorporate the wedding invitation?
Inside, yes, somewhere on the inside. Let's see what's in here. Maybe there's something in here that we haven't seen. I never opened this.
It's a horrifying thing to say, that there's more than one monster in the community. at
That's
one
cute.
time.
Those are transfers and some. It's cute and it's blue.
It was a week before the fall.
All right, let's see what's in here. Oh, there's more.
1981. Susan Shoemake moved back to the campus of Southern Illinois University in Carver. She was anxious to start her senior year.
I'm not sure about these colors. I don't think I'll be able to use this one. These colors are off. Nope. But there are massive die cuts in here. Just not what we
Teresa
need.
Claire says Connie, I like the square frame so she can insert her own photo.
Yeah,
Love what you're doing.
I'm definitely gonna let her. I'm not gonna pick the photo. I do have. Yeah, this one we're not gonna be able to use. The colors are off.
Mary did not know what she was
So this is gonna go back in here.
approaching midnight. She started calling all her friends and went to places where they thought she might have gone. The next day, still no word from Susan.
It's a good thing we did that, because I would have thought that I had extra stuff and I don't.
That night,
Not that it's the end of the world. We have so much to work with already.
ample vegetation near a dirt footpath students used to walk
Sometimes less is more.
campus to the other.
You guys know I'm a big proponent of that. And our first idea was to make it blue put the pearls on it, put some flowers on it, and let's see how it looks. We could do that. If we don't like it, we can use that inside the book and do something else. We're not married to it until it's actually glued on the cover. So, it's going to be a trial and error. Yeah. But I always feel like, let's commit to what we said we were going to do, and then see how it goes. Right? Hey, Val.
This was in the middle of the day that this happened. And I think that was one of the more scary things to people, that it was so random.
Police asked anyone who might have seen anything suspicious to come forward. They also interviewed all of Susan's friends, including her
Okay, so, with that said,
There's a few people who had attempted to date her that she had denied. So they
blue. We want to find a blue.
suspect pool. Police also had to consider whether the perpetrator was a stranger.
Because of the location of the murder and accessibility to the number of phone calls that were looking for in the photos, who lived in the area.
She was such a cool suspect. The thing that we're all afraid of is
That is very, very close.
snagging someone we love, snagging ourselves, and that's what happened to Susan.
Then,
That might even be better,
of a remarkable coincidence,
because it's more of a gray blue.
with Merkel, a subcontractor working on the new campus gymnasium, had employed a man who'd been a suspect in 2 murders. Both victims were students.
Just give all our options. Is this Vellum?
Joanne Puppy Love says, what if you painted the frame metallic silver to match the corners?
Might be too silver now. After looking at the other one, I don't know, I was getting tired of it. Like, something was bothering me about it. This is textured.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without taking HIV pills. Good to go,
Now I feel like this is too gray.
on a whim. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider, just 6 times a year. Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients, or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, lip problems, and depression. Overlap and other allergic reaction symptoms. Stop Cabenuva.
Ooh, that's a metallic. That might be good.
Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems, mental health concerns, if you are pregnant,
Okay.
breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness.
Teresa Claire says, I have to go. I have a 9 a.m. meeting tomorrow and have to travel an hour to get there.
Oh my goodness.
Good night.
Good night. Thanks,
Kelly
Chi.
Hensley says that one.
Thanks, T. Have a good meeting. I'll see you on Wednesday. I think this one, it's metallic. It's blue, but not too blue. I think that looks good. I think I like that one. Yeah, I think I like that one. Okay, we picked the blue.
Serious allergic reactions can occur and can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicine without talking to your doctor. Show off to the world.
So if I wrap the first one, I could put the acetate over that, and then glue it to the second one, and that would work good. And I think that'll look good with the pearls for sure. The white pearls on this is going to look really nice. All right, let's do it. We'll at least get this part done.
Ask your doctor about Forsythia.
I'm so excited to be here and in the day
Let me go put these. This is going to irritate me. I got the mermaids, like we're going to use them.
Within days of Susan Shoemake's murder, John Paul Phillips topped the list of suspects. He was known about now as
Okay.
I'm Eddie Murphy.
This is the book that I was looking for? I still have that embossed paper in my head. I know I have it. I don't know where it is. I have to really give it some thought.
21-year-old Teresa Clark was found raped and murdered in her apartment off campus.
We're going to wrap this like a book.
At the time, John Paul Phillips lived in an apartment about 100 feet away. We worked that day together. We didn't have any fingerprints. DNA was way in the future. We had no witnesses. We didn't have much witnesses. But we felt pretty comfortable he might be the person. 1 year later, 24-year-old Kathleen McSherry was also found raped and stabbed in her apartment. Again, John Paul Phillips lived in the neighborhood. Again, well, we found home now. Well, turned out it was 2 blocks north. There had been insufficient evidence to arrest John Paul Phillips for either murder, but in Susan Shoemake's murder, police finally got a break. At Susan's autopsy, the medical examiner found 2 fallen hairs on her body, presumably from her killing.
Once the body hair was pubic hair that was recovered from Susan's body.
Phillips willingly provided hair samples for comparison. Based on microscopic examination, Phillips' hair was not stacked, so he was eliminated as
Before we make a mess,
despite the hair analysis.
let's get this book on the table, the big table.
That John Paul Phillips was Susan's killer.
Caitlin S. Papercraft says gotta go Connie, I'm sure you will make the cover beautiful whatever option is chosen.
Thank you, Caitlin. We shall find out. Time will tell.
Later, Phillips
I'm going to put these back over here so they're protected.
went out. That was 50 spotted.
I'm going to put them right inside.
Their boyfriend had one of the campgrounds. Approached him with he went over. Target.
Okay, so now we have
Police
space.
finally got a break.
The final frontier.
Next case. First, they found Susan's yellow backpack in the pile of fork suits behind the dormitories. Her wallet was missing.
Caitlin S. Papercraft says bye for now, going to sleep, it's 3:40 a.m.
Oh, have a good night, honey. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Not far from where Susan Shoemake was murdered. Inside.
Appreciate it. I'm going to square this up. I don't think it's very square. There. Okay, looks good now.
They did some checking on him and found that he was on parole, and so he became a person of interest.
21-year-old Daniel Willison had recently been released from prison for a burglary conviction. He was a handyman working on campus at the time of the murder.
Daniel was working in Quad Apartments, which is probably about a quarter mile away from the crime scene.
When questioned by police, Willison said he had an alibi for the night of Susan Shoemake's murder, that he was with a friend.
And the officers took him to the various locations trying to find this person with whom he spent the night, were unsuccessful.
Willison cooperated with police and provided hair samples. But the next day, when police went to speak with him again, he was gone.
I'm just marking where it needed
In his room,
to put the glue. And I'm going to use... Am I going to use real glue? Yeah, because, you know, I'm not a big fan of the tape.
It read almost like a suicide note.
I don't know why it's always me. I know I can't handle prison here. I know everyone's better.
Police continued to search for Willison until they examined his hair sample. Willison's hair was not consistent with the hair found on Susan's body, so he was eliminated as a suspect. The case threatened to go cold until John Paul Phillips, now in prison for rape and kidnapping, allegedly bragged about his murders to his prison cellmate, Thomas Mockabee.
He provides detailed information about these murders that only the killer would have known.
Phillips provided details about the murders of college student Kathleen McSherry and Teresa Clark, but also confessed to killing a third woman, a waitress, Joan Weatherall. But he never mentioned Susan Shoemaker.
If he's going to brag about 3, why not 4?
Police believe that John Paul Phillips killed Susan Shoemaker too. But if they were wrong, a murderer was still at large.
We are driving down the road. Look at that. Now we're safe like they are the experts at replacing and recalibration tools. You get a crack in your windshield?
Hippie V Creations says I love my tool like that binding tool.
Yes. Very convenient. Okay, so for here, I'm going to X this out and then fold it so that it kind of wraps around the inside. We could also make a smaller square and then do the same thing. But I think just by Xing it out, it'll do the right thing. I think that'll work.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase Mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday. She only turned 30 months. And Gen Z, her credits golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience, and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
Tavern-style pizza is perfect. Tell America about our favorite crust.
For more than a decade, Forsythia has been trusted again and again and again. Ask your doctor about Forsythia.
This will be her in 35.
Okay, well right now I'm at hotel.
Puzzle.
Sign up and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000.
Inactivity detected. Really? What a bunch of malarkey.
That's why we're donating science kits to schools in need.
I gotta put the acetate on here, but I think that's gonna look good. Let's decide one more thing.
November of 1986.
We gotta get the book real quick.
Joan Weatherall.
Now that we're doing it in blue, the question is, do we want it with a white background now or a blue background? That's the question.
On the day he was sentenced, Phillips addressed the court.
Well, I didn't feel like that what you told me for. And the judge gave the sentence to death. He went off to prison. Okay, so.
But before the sentence was carried out, he died in prison of a heart attack at the age of 40. Also, Phillips bragged to his prison cellmate about killing 3 women.
He died in jail, so my family consequently thought, well, this is done. It's over, he's dead.
Others weren't so sure. For one thing, Susan's murder was different from the others.
Most of his murders were under darkness, and that wasn't the situation with Susan too.
Yeah, now I think a white background will look good.
Paul echoes with Susan's classmate in college.
I feel that's gonna look good with the pearls around it. Some pearls and some flowers. One flower here, here, and then pearls all the way around it. Double. I think it's gonna look good. I think we're getting there.
By the year 2000, almost 2 decades after Susan's murder, a new DNA process called PCR made it possible to test a small biological sample, where in the past, much larger samples were needed.
All right, let's try a little bit of tape for this part.
So analysts tested the small biological sample taken from Susan Shoemake's office and were able to identify the DNA profile of the killer. John Paul Phillips' DNA sample was not on file, so investigators took the extraordinary step of requesting that the state exhume his body. A DNA sample was obtained from Phillips' bone marrow. It did not match the DNA from the crime scene.
I called and spoke with Susan's mother, and she was very disappointed, but I tried to assure her that we would continue to go forward and try to identify the suspect.
I was angry at him.
Okay, so now let's get some acetate.
And there was more bad news. The DNA did not match anyone in the statewide database of known criminal offenders. If the killer wasn't Phillips, or anyone who committed a felony before the DNA database was created, then who was it?
Where do we go from here? And the obvious answer is, let's dig back into the case and let's see who else was a suspect in those days. Who else can we get a DNA standard from? Let's just keep going until we run out of suspects.
The first person on their list was Daniel Woolison. He was originally a suspect. He was working a quarter-mile away on the day of the murder. Then he ran off when police tried to question him. Police found him in Michigan, where he worked at an auto salvage yard. By this time, he was divorced with one child and did not want to talk with police.
Wilson told them that he had provided hair samples and fingerprints back in 1981. He was not interested in cooperating with the investigation.
Boob cleanage.
Woolison refused to provide one, and the courts refused to order one, citing the lack of probable cause. Willison's hair was on file from the original investigation, but the samples didn't contain root material, so they couldn't be used to generate a full genetic profile. So investigators decided to try an unconventional method to get Wollison's DNA.
Shetty says, does it cost extra for that?
Does it cost extra for what? For the boob cleanage? You're funny. I don't know, maybe I should start charging a little extra for that.
This is the famous footwear. I pumped the pedals so hard, it left a hole in the track.
Hee 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 hee.
And I feel it Bernstein's heart. When you make your mark, make it famous. Right now, buy one, get one half off when you shop your local Famous Footwear or famous.com.
This is... I'm going to cut these a little bit more because I feel like it's creasing a little bit on the corner there.
credit sliver. And all-in-one cleaning tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. Our cleaning pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips that absorb.
Okay, that's better. So now let's think about
Tammy
this.
Browning says, Connie, please have everyone pray for our town. Valdosta is in the eye of the storm.
Oh my goodness. Please be safe, Tammy. Everyone, please say a prayer. Keep Tammy, her town, safe. Please.
Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps that remove food and grease 5 times faster. And because it cleans soap,
Definitely prayers for you,
it can
honey.
replace multiple cleaning products for counters, stoves, and even laundry stains. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Brain power, helping you buy better.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
More magic than ever.
I know. I'm surprised you still have service.
Watching these stuff come here, disappear. And watch how spray's gonna be grind like that. With up to 10 times the cleaning power, foamy melts it on contact.
Magic. It makes this ring a thing of the past. Makes you forget about Big Dawn spaghetti.
New Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser. Clean with more magic than ever.
All right, honey. Have a good night, too. I'm just thinking how this is going to work. Just to put the picture in between. I don't even need that.
Popeyes has the best of both. Our juicy chicken is marinated to perfection. With chicken skin quick on all 6 plates. Whether you prefer our spicy bone wings or our classic tender white meat bones, we've got the best of both. It has taken a long time, almost 20 years, and Lieutenant Paul Eccles was convinced he was closing in on Susan Shoemake's killer.
Good night, Lori.
But only DNA could prove it, and the suspect, Daniel Willison, wasn't willing to provide it. So Michigan
This makes it easier.
they take his DNA in a perfectly legal manner. They decide to run surveillance on it. The whole purpose was to try and
Shetty says you have to think about marketing it as a souvenir.
identify him or run. It wasn't easy, since Willison worked in auto parts salvage yard.
I'll give that some thought.
Employees could get close to him without arousing suspicion. Then police learned he had recently sold his car, and they knew
I don't want to make it too thick. So I think we cut this.
There were a dozen cigarette boxes, at least one was from Daniel Willison. They gave me evidence to DNA analyst Jennifer Andrews.
What I gathered from the investigator in charge, there was a homicide about 20 years ago of a college student, and
I think it needs to be
we
thicker.
were out of college. It was really personal for me.
One by one, Andrew coupled in the cigarette filters, often a good source of DNA.
Because that's where all the saliva and skin cells are being positive.
The samples were treated with a solvent that separates the DNA.
I'm just figuring I want it to be thicker. And I think this is the way to do it.
Naturally, Eccles received another DNA test to confirm the DNA result from the cigarette. Until then, Eccles wanted to prevent Willison from fleeing, so he tried a ruse. He confronted Willison with some made-up evidence,
Actually, you know what? The folded piece might be good to give it some. Let me grab another one. I have plenty of those. Because then, when you put the picture in, it'll be nice and, yeah, that'll work. Okay. I'm just thinking when you put the picture in, you don't want to have like any straight edge paper. You want to have the two folded edges so that the picture will go in nicely, like that. I think that works. That works well.
You left behind his DNA, then took her yellow backpack, stole $10 from her purse, dumped it in the creek, then dropped his bag with a pharmacy prescription in it not far away.
It's that randomness that's so frightening. She wasn't stopped. She wasn't selected. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Despite the evidence against him, Willison pleaded not guilty. In March of 2006, 25 years after Susan's murder, Daniel Willison was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 40 years in prison. The university has now built a well-lighted pedestrian overpass, so students no longer have to walk through the overgrown dirt path where Susan was abducted and murdered. It was named Susan's Honor.
How much it cost them. I'll tell you what it costs. That's why we do what we do. To bring justice to these families, for the families that are on credit as well. They're the people that push us along the way.
I went back to the site again after the trial, and I've been beaten with quite a few people, and flowers and balloons. Obviously, a lot of people had lost they need to go to that site. It was overwhelming.
Don't really need that, do we? All right, I think that's gonna look good. All right, we're getting there.
An animal expert finally got the dog to talk, just not
Okay.
in the usual way.
Thinking of the construct. The construct is good. That's gonna work. However, I'm thinking of putting 4 brads on the corner to hold these two pieces together well. So the glue doesn't come, and I have brads that have pearls on them. And I think that's gonna look nice. So yeah, well, I always wonder about the construct, how it's gonna work, you know. Functionality. I always think about the functionality because sometimes that's why I take a long time to do something, because I'm thinking it through, overthinking it. But you got to think it through, otherwise you'll be like, oh, I shoulda, coulda, woulda, you know. And although it is just paper and glue, sometimes you can't, especially if you only have one of something. My toe's not bad. It's better. It still hurts if I hit it or something. It's still very sore, but it's healing. Definitely healing. All right, so that's what I'm thinking we're gonna do. We're gonna use brads on the 4 corners. We will glue it, clamp it, but definitely put brads because that'll keep it together, and I think it'll look nice.
Shetty says, what purpose is the white frame paper?
It is to thicken it, number 1, because if I just use this alone without the second frame, this is just paper.
Hippie Bee Creations says shoulda, coulda, woulda sound like Dr. Sweeze.
It does. And then when you try to glue this to the cover, it's just paper. I need to like make it more substantial so it's like thicker, and I can glue it well to the cover. I don't think this is strong enough to glue something that's going to be, it'll rip right off. When she puts a picture in there, it could potentially rip. So I want to make it a little more substantial. To be honest, it doesn't have to, it should just be actually, I can make it, instead of this, a thicker piece of,
She had been suffering. She was in pain. And she had
like one of these.
Viparga says, Connie, are you feeling better? On Friday you were
Yes.
not 100%.
I was not 100%. That is correct. But I'm definitely better. I did not get sick. Actually, this is better. This is even better than the other thing.
Both euthanized because of the head injuries, the severe head injuries.
And I did not get any more fevers, thank goodness.
An indication they probably
So you made me double think, Shetty.
As he was striking Kathy. The pack thing would have kicked in, and the two of them would have packed up on this one individual. So you have had, in my opinion,
I like to make sure that it's nice and sturdy.
Decided that we would go ahead and put their hands and swab their mouths, because again, if this was a home invasion type situation,
Shetty says, are the girls still finding new things to try?
Yes, they are. My brother took them to Hershey yesterday. And they went to the outlets, to shop at the outlets. They wanted to buy those Levi pants.
whenever I talked to Detective Kim Bradley, she probably rewrote the justice in that.
Bearmaker says, I am back on after dinner.
Hey.
with this conversion, does that have to do with change how I eat, how I dress? What do you do? Bring it on a shirt, please? Sure. Put the sweater back on, Bob.
All new next Sunday at 10 on TLC.
All right, I think that works better.
And rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Revoke, a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some taking Revoke felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin. Plus, many had clearer skin and less itch, even at 3 years.
Revoke can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections and blood clots are fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Revoke.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Do you think you have what it takes to make like it never even happened happen? Like this? Like that? Woo!
Okay, I think that's gonna look good. My goodness. I need a tissue. That acetate picks up everything from everywhere.
Meet the Genesis. Each planning their future through the Chase Mobile app. Hello, new apartment. One thing for
Yeah, the outlet does have some good stores out there. And
Kelly
then,
Hensley says, that reminds me, I saw a tape dispenser high heel shoe.
yeah, I seen those. Those are cute. I have seen those. This paper, when you fold it, it cracks, and then you see a little bit of white.
Bearmaker says, did I miss a lot?
Probably not. We were just deciding what to do on the cover, and that's what we're doing now. We decided we're gonna make a frame. So that's all we're doing. But they went there. Where else they go? Oh, he went to Hershey Park, and they basically turned him away. They had too many people, so he couldn't. They couldn't go into the park. So, and then yesterday was it was Hershey, and then it was the outlets in PA, and then today he took them to, where did he go today? Oh, Cheesecake Factory and the mall. And then tomorrow they're coming here to go to the beach with Leah and my niece Tori. Trying to think what else. And then this week we're going to take them either to a dine-in theater or a drive-in. We haven't decided yet. Saturday, it depends. It's supposed to rain. Like, the weather's not supposed to cooperate. So we may do New York. We may go to the museum in New York on Saturday. Oh, he took him to Morristown Museum on Friday, too.
None that we're being told about. The sheriff's department is turning to the neighborhood for help, passing out these flyers with Kathy Lamb's picture on them, and asking anyone who may have had any information about what happened here to give them a call.
Bearmaker says dine-in theater has AC.
Yes, it does. So does your car, though.
At first, they assumed the motive was robbery. Kathy's husband Jeff said the only thing missing was a pair of Kathy's gold diamond earrings.
Okay.
The master bedroom, all the drawers are pulled out. Nothing had been.
So I'm going to glue this, but I'm also going to use tape to flatten everything down so that it doesn't get caught on the pictures being put in and out, which means I'm going to have to cut these a little bit to put a nice strip of tape all the way down and make sure that,
Jeff Lamb found his wife's body. He was naturally considered.
yeah, I'm going to do that.
Jeff Lamb had a very good alibi.
Just going to cut these a little bit.
And there's several people there that vouch for his whereabouts at the time.
Soon, other suspects emerged. While police processed the crime scene, a woman named Joy Steidel
Because you're not going to see the inside, but I want to make sure that putting stuff in and out of here isn't going to get caught up on any corners or anything like that.
Consoled outside the crime scene by his fiancée.
I think human nature would tell you when guys told me he has a good relationship with his wife and a girlfriend or a fiance shows up in the crime scene, it's gonna start making you think something's going on here.
Actually, we could just use tape
had an
here.
affair with Joy Steidel, he claimed their relationship was over.
Jeffrey's story was that he had reconciled with his wife and that they were going to be permanently living together again. And it was contradictory that Joey Steidel would come into it and say, oh no, we're moving over to this house in Jupiter.
Joy Steidel was now a suspect too, but she had an alibi for the time of the murder. She worked as a waitress at a nearby restaurant, and dozens of customers saw her. Next, Jeff's cell phone records identified yet another suspect. On the afternoon of the murder, Jeff Lamb spoke with another female friend on the telephone.
The first phone call that was made after we believe the murder took place was made to Lisa Adzabel, who turned out to be Joey Steidel's neighbor.
Lisa Adzabel
This will stop the pictures from getting caught on the little flaps.
Relationship with Jeff Lamb. In fact, Lisa's husband had caught them together in a compromising situation just a few weeks before Kathy Lamb's murder.
So I put my front door in and he was on my couch with no shirt on and he had shorts on or pants on or something, no shirt, shoes and jacket. But I got mad at him and kissed him out the back behind glass door.
Ray then said he called Jeff on the phone.
And then I left him on his cell phone. He came around my house and came over there and I was mad that, that I was going, my family and I don't want to go around with it.
When we first learned that Raymond had been so angry with Jeff, he was somebody that
see
we
that?
were interested in. We certainly had to.
And on the top is nice and it's thick.
Both Ray and Lisa
So
had an alibi for the day of Kathy's murder and were eliminated as suspects. But
it'll be good.
police were still troubled by Lisa's
Yes, you run your car the entire movie. That's exactly how that works.
Lisa said they were
Okay.
purely social. Phone records proved that Lisa made these calls.
Bearmaker says, what are you putting in the frame?
I'm not putting anything in the frame. It's for her to put her own image, whatever she wants. We're just going to decorate the frame and then put it right on the book.
He is down by that house.
So I'm just debating
Phone towers closer to the house than they are where he claims.
what to do here. Let me get my...
Investigators found another contradiction. Jeff said his dog Bandit was in a locked bedroom when he found his wife's body. But investigators found bloody paw prints in the bedroom.
and the blood
I do.
was Kathy's.
I don't know if I have pearl hearts,
The dog in the bed
but I do have pearls
murder. But why?
that are like slightly blue. Slightly. And then I have the big pearls, which is what I was kind of leaning towards.
Introducing Next Black Psoriasis. He thinks his leaky red patches are all he will see.
I'm going to stick with the silver. They also have white ones that are small.
With clear skin, movie night is a groove.
Discover the power of
Okay, I got 4 of the large ones. And I got 4 of the small ones. And I have 4 of the little blue ones. Okay. I do have the pearl hearts, but the pearl hearts are not brads. These are brads that's going to hold these two pieces together, because when you're gluing something like this, you always run the risk of it just coming apart. But having 4 brads on the 4 corners will definitely help keep this together. It'll just make it more secure. And we can use the hearts somewhere else, whether on the inside. I don't know. We'll find some place to put the hearts for sure. But I want to secure the 4 corners so I know these aren't gonna go anywhere. I do think the larger ones are gonna look better. I think the little ones are gonna get lost. But I took the little ones out anyway because we may want to use them. So they're not gonna be away. They're gonna be temporarily away. Hey, Pastor. How are you? Okay, so with that said, that will look good. Let me see. I'm just gonna flatten one out real quick, just to see how it looks. It looked good, and then we're gonna put pearls all on the inside and all on the outside. We're gonna double up. The question is, do I do these first? I think I should do these first, so I know where to end it. No, I'm gonna do the outside one first, and then put that on the inside of that. Okay, see, we have to think it through. All right, let me look at my long pearls.
And unknown to Phelan, not only attacked Kathy Land, but also her 2 dogs.
Those.
And Dakota, presumably with the same weapon.
Kathy's friends, and even Mr. Wayne himself, said that those dogs that were in the house would have torn apart the trinkets.
But investigators couldn't understand why the dogs weren't all together.
Why would her 2
Different
smaller dogs
sizes.
beat so severely, and yet the biggest dog in the room was never struck? And the dog was also locked in a bedroom.
The 3rd dog was a hybrid, a wolf mix. It was owned by her husband. Investigators thought the blood on the dog's mouths and paws had come from Kathy's attacker. But forensic testing disproved that.
Just in case we want to try that.
That had been taken from the dogs came back negative for any human DNA.
The couple's 3rd dog, Bandit,
I think we'll stick with the pearls.
unharmed, but due
These are too small.
But not from the killer.
We discovered this bandit actually had several puncture marks, which had indicated that he had been in a
I
fight.
think those are the ones.
Shetty says, are you going to put that beautiful lace flower over the top of that piece?
I don't know. I am feeling right now no. Can't go over the top because then it'll interfere with putting the picture in. And since we're putting one on the spine, I don't know. I gotta plan this out. We're gonna plan it out. All right, those are the good size to use. These are a little too small.
But prosecutors had a problem. The surviving dog, Bandit, obviously couldn't tell police what happened. So investigators had to dig deeper and started by looking into Jeff Lamb's finances. A few years earlier, Jeff...
See, if we put it up there, it's gonna have to be on the bottom, if anything, because it'll interfere with putting the pictures in.
An additional $20,000 fine. His current job as a tow truck driver didn't pay particularly well, and these payments were a hardship.
We could do this. That'll look good.
Kelly Hensley says maybe smaller flowers on the bottom.
Beneficiary of Kathy's $29,000 life insurance policy.
This making restitution for prior criminal activity.
Let's see how that looks.
I was tired of receiving those payments.
In a search for forensic evidence, investigators had the presence of mind to confiscate the clothing Jeff was wearing the day of the murder. A forensic analysis found no blood on the shirt and boots. But blood spatter expert Stuart James examined the jeans, section by section, under a stereo microscope.
Could also go on the side like that,
But at 60 times magnification,
or here.
James could see things
Can't go on the top because it's going to interfere.
deep within the fabric. On the jeans,
They both look pretty good.
near the inside of the thigh, James saw tiny specks
The side looks good too.
of blood.
And then we could put the four corners. Do the four corners with the pearls. The side is nice. Let me bring it closer. That's the side. We can do the bottom. Let's look at all the different options.
As one could expect to find after
Just on the bottom like that.
a blunt object.
We could do the corner.
DNA testing of this blood revealed it was Kathy Lamb's blood.
Bottom, side, corner. Oh my God, you guys are all over the place. You like them all. Well, Kim, you're not helping.
This was definitive.
Does everybody? I think the corner's nice.
And blood spatter expert
And we'll have the other four
found one more thing.
pearls. All right, we'll go with the corner. Because that's going to determine where I'm going to put all the pearls, you know? Yeah, all right, the corner here. All right, gotcha. So then that means that I could put a regular brad. I don't have to use a pearl on this corner.
The murder weapon.
And just use the big pearls on the four corners there, which I think will look nice. Yeah.
I texted Mariah asking if we could have a conversation.
Okay. Let's get it decorated, because the last thing we'll do is put this on. That's one of the last things. But I'm gonna decorate this with the pearls so I'm not fighting everything. And then we'll punch our holes and put them together.
Looking for a way to
Do all the options.
With Insurify, you can cut your car insurance bill in half. Scroll through dozens of prices and tap to switch online. That's it. No phone calls, no wasted time. Go to Insurify and save today.
So since the flower has a rhinestone in the middle and not a pearl, should I do pearls on the outside and rhinestones on the inside to make it different? To kind of blend it all in and tie in the silver of the corners? I think that'll look nice. Do rhinestones on the inside and pearls on the outside. Will this look good with pearls on pearls, or do the rhinestones on the outside and pearls on the inside? A lot of decisions. Oh, thanks, Sue. Bling it all. Well, we're going to bling it. I just figured we could incorporate the two things and tie them all in. It's just a matter of deciding. I think I like the pearls on the outside because it's like the bigger thing, and the rhinestones on the inside. That's what I'm thinking. Let me see the rhinestones.
Millions of people have lost weight with personalized plans from New, like Evan, who lost 50 pounds.
I never really was a salad guy. That's just not who I am. Even through the pickiness, Noon taught me that building better habits and building a healthier lifestyle.
Get started today and lose 15 pounds in 15 weeks.
I can't switch it out because it's sewn and it's holding the flower together. And I don't mind it because it'll tie in the metal of the corners, and then...
Bearmaker says put my picture in the frame. Rosie will love that.
Oh, for the love of Jesus. Okay, we're going to go with the rhinestones on the inside.
Sometimes it takes a different approach.
You're silly. But that's going to be... I know.
Higher shipping rates may be the cost of doing business, but at what cost?
Turn shipping to your advantage with low-cost rail shipping from the United States Postal Service.
This is called Crafter's Precision Glue. Let's see how precise it is. It's a little bit more liquidy than the Beacon. Like thinner. So you can use it in this very thin nozzle. It's like a real thin nozzle. But for this kind of thing, you want to use glue along with the adhesive that's on here.
The tire iron had hexagonal heads for loosening and tightening nuts. It was tested for DNA.
We tried everything to test the tire iron, but the problem is it's South Florida and it rains all the time. The tire iron was on the roof for 2.5 months. The sun would have evaporated any DNA as well as the water washing it off.
But since it was so distinctive, as were the wounds on Kathy's body, the tire iron was...
Did you drink at dinner?
The hexagonal head was placed over photographs of Kathy's wounds.
And you look at the injuries on Kathy's face, and there's no way in the world anything other than this did it.
Jeffrey Lamb was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Prosecutors believe Jeff wanted out of his marriage. He often told friends that Kathy was a poor housekeeper, but apparently Jeff was no better.
And he called her dirty, and his truck was filthy. And he had more garbage in his truck than he would throw out in the street. I don't know if you call him a hypocrite or something, but he didn't live a better lifestyle in his way.
The couple separated for a few years, but even after they reconciled, Jeff continued to have affairs. Kathy tolerated his infidelity, but she didn't like it.
I felt very sorry for Kathy. I felt very bad because I knew that she loved him very much, and I thought that she would be very hurt over that.
Jeff was paying off a $20,000 fine for embezzlement, and a divorce would have left him with even less money to make those payments.
Oh, you don't drink at all? Okay, maybe you should start.
I'm not going to lose my stuff, and I'm not going to give up her.
Just a suggestion.
Prosecutors believe Jeff planned to use Kathy's life insurance proceeds to start a new life with his fiancée.
On the afternoon of the murder, Jeff was at work. His fiance's car was at the tow yard for repairs. According to co-workers, Jeff said he was taking the car to get gasoline and left sometime between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. The evidence suggests he went home, waited for Kathy to return from work, and when she did, beat her to death with the tire iron. He got blood splatter on his jeans. The dogs didn't attack him, but in their agitation, they attacked each other. To separate them, he hit Kathy's dogs and took his dog, Bandit, into the bedroom and closed the door. He took Kathy's diamond earrings to make it look like a robbery. One of those earrings was later found in his pocket. Jeff changed his
Jeff's
shirt
an idiot.
and shoes, but not his jeans. He probably didn't see the blood on them. Jeff's friend Lisa called him on his cell phone just after 5 p.m. The call bounced off a cell tower near Jeff's home, proving he wasn't at work as he claimed. There's no evidence Lisa knew anything about the murder. When he returned to the tow yard, he threw the murder weapon up onto the roof, thinking no one would ever find it.
It was planned. He took my daughter from us, her family, and her friends for $29,000.
In September of 2006, Jeffrey Land was convicted of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
We were confident going to trial because the case wasn't just based on science, it was based on common sense.
I don't believe he gets up one morning of one day and says, I've done that to that human being. Besides the fact that she was my wife, besides the fact that I've known her since she was a teenager.
His first mistake was not to change his clothes after he killed his wife. The second mistake would be throwing a tool up on a roof where it doesn't belong and somebody may discover it.
His clothing was the key to the case. If the detectives had not asked him to remove his clothing, we could never have convicted of a crime. He definitely would be walking free today.
There was a break-in and a murder. It looked like an execution.
My first thought was, this wasn't it.
Until a closer look at the forensic evidence revealed the truth.
That was definitely a stage scene.
That's good. Now you see what I mean.
Defense lawyers in San Antonio, Texas,
It ties that in.
Leslie Vaughn.
Leslie was a workaholic. If you know anything about guys
Okay.
who decided to
So that part's done.
that as a profession,
Some of these aren't very straight. Like, I want them to be straighter.
Not surprisingly, as a defense attorney, Vaughn's practice also included problem clients.
He did have clients involved in the drug trade. He did have clients that were identified themselves with different organized crime.
Some of these aren't as straight as they should be.
On the night of November 10th, 1998, Leslie's wife was working the night shift as a nurse at the local hospital. Leslie and his two sons were home that night.
I don't like that one.
1:30 a.m., 16-year-old Brian
It's making me angry because it's not straight.
from his father's bedroom. When he tried to get in, he discovered the door was locked.
That's better.
Here's some more alarming noises. In the
Makes me
nature
feel
of
better.
gurgling or breathing. He can't get into his
Hola,
bedroom.
Rocio. ¿Cómo estás, amor?
Turns him.
In a panic,
That looks better.
called 911.
Okay, now we're gonna do the pearls.
that there might have been, maybe somebody in the house, and that's why he was getting his brother out to make sure that his brother didn't get hurt.
When paramedics arrived,
Okay, we could start from like here and here, so we don't have to bulk that up.
dead. There was a single gunshot wound to his head. There was a large limestone rock on the bedroom floor and a broken window, the killer's apparent point of entry.
The French doors opened to a balcony, and one of the doors had a very large gaping hole. Someone had thrown a rock through the doors.
All right, let's see how this works.
The break out of the glass accommodated one person walking in and out the balcony.
So right after that, I was pretty sure that we were dealing with the murder scene.
There was a spent shell casing on the floor, and the spent bullet was found in the pillow under Vaughn's head.
The bullet had 6 grooves with a right wrist, which would commonly indicate Smith & Wesson semi-automatic 9mm handgun.
But the motive for the murder was unclear.
Television was on.
Bearmaker says, are you excited about going back to work tomorrow?
No indication of
Sure.
Where somebody ransacked, was searching for something, whether it be jewelry, money. So there was no indications at all of burglary.
Sure I am.
Was just 44 years old.
My first thought was, this wasn't it.
Just a day earlier, a federal
Bearmaker says, don't sound so thrilled.
feared he would be targeted for violence. That's sometimes the risk you take when you lose a case for a client who happens to be a drug dealer.
What went through my mind is that maybe it was a client, just one client, somebody who's mad at me.
Homicide detective Alfred Damiani broke the news to Leslie's wife, Madeline.
I've made lots of those notifications, and after the initial gasp and shock, then it's how did it happen? And she never ever asked that.
And they found another surprise on the 911 call. Is your dog telling you they may have allergic itch? Apoquel is the #1 treatment for allergic itch that veterinarians have trusted for over 15 million dogs. And it starts working in just 4 hours.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel, now available in a tasty chewable.
I'm going to try and not sound too thrilled. You know what? I'm going to cut this last one off. So I can make, well,
Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts.
I'm debating how to do this.
Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements.
I think I'm going to have to take these two off.
Problems thinking or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
I'm going to put these together so that I can figure out what we need to do here and work around it. So I may have to cut one off the top and the bottom. Yeah, because it'll be too much. Actually, these could probably still get moved.
Don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking Dofetilide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety.
I think I'm just going to glue it and I'm going to work around it.
Fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about Dovato.
Vaughn's funeral, prosecutors and law enforcement came together with drug dealers and felons to mourn his death.
We had these grown men that by society standards they're thugs, but they were actually reduced to tears because Lester Blunt was in that box. Probably couldn't be wrong.
In a search for the killer, the Vaughn family told police they were getting harassing telephone calls in the weeks leading up to the murder.
Depending, you pick the phone up, nobody would say anything. They were basically just dead air.
Unfortunately, phone records couldn't determine the origin of the calls. For investigators, their first task was to eliminate the victim's wife, Madeline, as a possible suspect. Hospital records confirmed she was working on the night of the murder and had never left the premises.
Madeline was grieving, she was stunned, she was in shock. She was all of the things that you would expect her to be.
And remember, I showed you the pictures of the best man Madeline. They looked real happy. That looked like a picture of somebody knocking each other out. I mean, that's what I saw.
On the night of the murder, as a matter of routine, police swabbed Brian Vaughn's hands for gunshot residue, since he was in the house when the crime occurred.
These are small, microscopic particles that are left behind when a gun is fired. If a person fired a weapon within a 24-hour period, it is very likely that I will be able to find the gunshot residue.
But under the scanning electron microscope, magnified up to 10,000 times, the tests on Brian's hands were negative. Investigators suspected the killer somehow climbed up to a second-floor balcony, broke through the French doors, and then shot Vaughn in the head with a 9mm gun. The balcony was about 15 feet from the ground.
This is a balcony without access to the ground level. There's no stairway. There's no other way to access this balcony except through those doors.
I think someone could have scaled that balcony. I would say that someone who did that would have to be pretty fit, pretty good shape. I don't think it was an easy thing to do necessarily, but it could be done.
But when investigators looked at the dirt below the balcony, they couldn't find any evidence of a ladder or even any foot impressions, despite 3 days of constant rain.
How did this person get up here? How did this person climb up here and get up to the second floor of this wooden bed and gain into this residence?
If the ground had been disturbed by heavy footprints or a ladder or some sort of equipment, it should have shown up in the soil.
And investigators felt it would have been impossible to throw the rock from the yard. It weighed close to 10 pounds.
That person had to be very strong to be able to throw that rock from the bottom floor and make go right through that glass.
We found no evidence that there was any activity, anybody walking around back there. Absolutely no evidence of it.
Okay.
And investigators found
That's looking better.
another inconsistency. There was broken glass all over the bedroom floor and all over Leslie Vaughn's body as well.
The rock that was thrown through that window didn't even face him, it didn't even wake him up.
The obvious conclusion that you have to draw from that is that the guy was probably dead already.
Toxicology tests found no drugs or alcohol in Leslie Vaughn's system, so there was no evidence he was unconscious before he was killed. Next, investigators sent the rock to the forensic lab for testing.
I talked to a scientist and asked him if there was a process which he planned to use to attempt to raise these latent prints.
The process is called superglue fuming. Heated superglue produces fumes that adhere to a fingerprint, and the adhesion is greater than fingerprint powder.
You want to preserve anything that is on that rock as far as latent prints, fingerprints. You want to make sure that there's no way by using a brush that it's going to come off.
Unfortunately, the surface of the rock was too jagged. The test was unsuccessful. Then investigators found an inconsistency in Brian Vaughn's story. Brian called 911 to report the shooting at 1:46 a.m. But Brian took his brother to his neighbor's house 20 minutes earlier at 1:24.
Brian told the Floyds that he had already placed a 911 call.
Okay.
And that he was going back to the house.
And we're going to put some across the top.
When I asked both Mr. and Mrs. Floyd what time it was, they both told me it was exactly 1:24 a.m. according to this clock that they had in the bedroom.
Brian arrived at the Floyd's house at 1:24 a.m.
Okay.
Did not call 911 until 1:46.
What was Brian doing for these 20 minutes?
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase rollout. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from
Portugal.
Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday. We only turned 30 months. And Gen Z, her credits golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Y'all is flipping the way America does business. Y'all find an easy squeeze. It's an upside down bottle with no cap. Just grab, squeeze, and find it's upgraded 40 by Louis to 99% grease. Type of grease wherever it shows up. No flip, no gas. Y'all easy squeeze.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga, because there are places you want to be. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare
It's going to look nice.
bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum can occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
It's still drying. But I think once we glue it all, it's going to look really nice.
Ice works fast. Makes it last.
This glue doesn't glue as dry as fast, but I think it's going to look really pretty.
At Olive Garden, we think more of a good thing is a great thing. So when you go for a saucy, cheesy entree, we'll put the breadsticks and soup or salad on repeat till you say what. The never-ending first course on us every day.
Febreze. Hi, I use Febreze Vapify Plug. And I use this. Febreze has a microchip to control scent release, so it smells first
Okay.
and fresh for 50
I like that looks.
days. And it's refillable by device means I'll never miss a day of freshness.
I might still figure something out, whether it be a heart up there. I don't know. Maybe a smaller applique, a tiny thing up here, something up there or in this corner. Maybe a smaller flower. I feel like it needs something.
Hey guys, it's Al. We got some rough weather heading your way. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but it is moving forward. Hey, BMW.
We'll figure it out. I don't not like the heart, to be honest.
There are many ways to spend your summer, but only one will make it ultimate. Temporary Big Run. The electric BMW summer sales event starts now. Please get BMW i30 eDrive 35 for $449
It's yeah, I think it's really pretty and classy. That's a good word for it. We'll figure that out later on. But for right now, we did it. All right, now we need to glue it. Yeah, right now I'm not doing anything. It does need something. I have to find the right flower or the right something to put there. A little something, either up here or in this corner. I need that opposite thing going. I don't know why, but I feel like it needs it. Alright, so let me just put this stuff away.
He got into an argument with one of the security guards there at the bowling alley, who actually was an off-duty Bear County Sheriff's deputy. And in that altercation, he ended up striking this deputy. And in
Little
fact,
tiny flowers keep flying all over the place.
And those were pending charges at the time that Leslie was murdered.
Investigators also learned that Brian's car caught on fire 3 months before his father's murder. The origin was suspicious.
There was an emergency call.
This could go into the little leftovers.
Zarlash Tarzi says, how about the inner of the large flower?
I'll have to take that apart, and I don't want to ruin that because I only have a few of those. That big applique. I only have like 4 of these that I brought back from Europe, and then I don't have any more. So I'd rather not take it apart if I don't have to, but we'll find something. I have so many of those flowers in the ribbons, you know, and I might be able to find something that matches it nicely. But we got time for that.
According to Chris, Brian retaliated by threatening to quit his high school basketball team, relinquishing...
I'll keep this one out in case I need it. It's not going to go away. Haha. Maybe the date. Well, again, if we put a date up there, if I do it, then she's stuck with it forever. I'm always the proponent of trying to reuse the book for something else, if they wanted to.
But on the French door with the broken window, investigators found only one set of prints. Brian's.
To have your own print in your own house is not that.
Zarlash Tarzi says, or cut out a flower from the lace you have used for the book to tie it in.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. Definitely. From the lace.
Investigators found shards of glass in the hallway outside the bedroom leading towards the
I might have something.
It was easy to
Like I
see
said, I might have something.
the killer.
But we need to finish this up here.
Tissue to a wall right next to the door.
Let's see, there's
that
that way.
accesses the bedroom, and that's significant.
We followed the glass shards.
And then there's this way. I think I like it that way better.
Inside of the bathroom, we found an additional glass shard, and then we found 2 black.
I don't know, we'll figure it out. First, let's get this glued.
All of the hairs from that bathroom were sent to the forensic lab for analysis.
These hairs had a very dense pigmentation pattern. They contained overall characteristics.
I'm going to squeeze this
Negroid hair.
Finally,
to make sure it's
listened to the
as
entire
flat as
conversation
possible.
between Brian and the 911 operator on the night of the murder. Brian said his father's bedroom door was locked, but he told the operator one small detail.
I didn't put anything down here. I guess I don't have to because I'm going to put this in the corner. Alright, so just center it is what I'm thinking, right? Okay, so between 3 and 9 is centered. And that's 2.5. That's 2.5. Should I center it? I think centered is the way to go.
Investigators suspected that Brian used a 9mm gun from his father's own collection.
We believe from talking to his
Right.
friends and his office manager that he would have had a gun in his nightside table. And on the night of the murder, no gun was found there. We understood that he
Yeah,
used
I
to
agree.
have 9mm guns in the past as well, unless he was killed with 9mm.
Alright, so this is going to be done with glue
Finally, investigators
and hot glue.
interviewed the only other person inside the house at the time of the murder, Brian's younger brother, Chris.
We asked Chris, would Brian kill your dad? And Chris answered, I don't know. We asked him, could Brian kill your dad? I don't know. He's very athletic, but I don't know if he could. Would he kill your dad? I don't know. Which is an unusual response as opposed to no, he wouldn't do it, no, he couldn't do it, no, he would never do it.
Brian Vaughn was arrested and charged with his father's murder. But would the jury convict on so little evidence?
My TV's on.
Like Humira or Enbrel. And may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
Did I get this crooked? Better not have.
You break it, we take it. Trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed at Verizon. And get the new Galaxy S24 on us. Only on Verizon.
Why do
These damn little strings of glue.
Effective skincare like La Roche-Posay Double Repair Face Moisturizer delivers simple action to help repair skin's barrier and provide 48-hour hydration.
Zarlash Tarzi says, Connie, how about the photo?
I'm not putting it in. She could put it in if she wants to. The photos that I have, I'm gonna put in the book. I'm gonna leave this empty so she could put whatever she wants in here.
Zarlash Tarzi says, is it open?
Yes. Well, I gotta get something more narrow.
But the Wireless Pro does.
Before Leslie Vaughn's murder, prosecutors believe that his son Brian may have set fire to his car as a ploy to get a new one. But his father refused, offering to buy him a used car.
Does it look straight to you guys?
Apparently, they thought about this.
Looks straight, right? I think my eyes are off. Probably because it's late.
For an athletic scholarship to college. According to Chris Vaughn, the two
Okay.
argued until
Oh,
close to 11:30.
we have to put the other applique here.
Prosecutors believe
Bearmaker says it looks fine. Zarlash Tarzi says, have you eaten?
Yeah, I ate before we started at like 5:15. See, although I like that now, I don't know. Should we do it there? Is it going to be too much?
prosecutors believe he used the time to return
Is it going to be too much to have that there now and that there?
to create the illusion this was committed by an intruder. Brian went out on the balcony and threw the rock through the window.
Do it? Okay.
The glass landed on top of his father's body, proof that this happened after he was dead. The evidence suggests Brian locked the bedroom door and tracked shards of glass through the hallway.
Okay, we're doing it.
Keying up. Where he disposed of the murder weapon and his bloody clothing is unknown. 22 minutes after taking his brother to the neighbors, Brian finally called 911. The call was full of inconsistencies.
I wanted to add pearls.
Brian Vaughn went on trial for the murder of his father, and he was tried as an adult.
I don't think that you can be in your right mind to pull off something horrendous as that for you in your right mind.
The defense said an intruder committed the murder. but the lack of mud on the balcony outside the bedroom made it clear that the shooter came from inside the house. And Brian's fingerprints were the only ones on the broken front door. Brian also lied about the 911 call and clearly knew information.
Thanks. Yes, it's a very classy wedding book. I didn't want to make it too scrapbooky. You know what I'm saying?
This is a kid that probably would have figured out a way to do well enough in school to graduate from high school, and probably would have had a college career playing basketball. And instead, he spent his life in jail.
Few people can imagine a child killing a parent. But the evidence at the scene and evidence missing from the scene clearly showed what happened.
Forensics played a big role in this, but not in the normal sense.
I think for this we're going to use glue.
In some ways, it's just kind of compelling.
It is something that he probably just thought of either days before or that night just find it. But he slipped and he wasn't able to cover his tracks.
He provided all the necessary pieces to convict him. And in fact, he provided evidence that was so strong, you could not find him not guilty.
It takes days and weeks of investigation. Okay, it takes lives that you destroy. And you don't realize that when you pull the trigger, because once you pull that trigger, you can't take that bullet back.
I don't even know if Rosie's still on here. She's probably like, this chick's crazy, working this late.
They had a little 6-year-old girl who was saying it was her Uncle Clarence. Case closed.
Years later, the girl recanted, but the courts wouldn't let him go. Even DNA wasn't enough.
Do they want me to hand them the killer on a silver platter? Okay, that's what we'll do.
June 7th, 1998 was a very hot night in Barberton, Ohio. Hoping for a breeze, 58-year-old Judy Johnson left her front door ajar. Sometime after midnight, her granddaughter Brooke heard a commotion coming from the kitchen. When she went to look, she saw a man beating her grandmother.
I was scared, so I ran back to my grandma's room and covered up my head with a blanket.
But the intruder followed her into the bedroom, knocked her unconscious, sexually assaulted her, and left her for dead. Miraculously,
Kim Robinette says it is awesome.
consciousness several hours later,
Thank you,
found
Kim.
her grandmother dead.
Bearmaker says all artists are night owls to work on their artwork.
I agree.
And ran to a neighbor's house for help. Incredibly, the neighbor made her wait outside.
Part of my left ear was missing and my whole left cheek was swollen, but she told me that her kids had finished eating and she needed to get them dressed and everything, so she left me sitting on her porch for like 45 minutes.
Eventually, the neighbor drove Brooke home. Later that day, at the hospital, Brooke gave police a description of her attacker.
He looked like my uncle. He had dark hair. He was about the same height. And
Okay.
that's the only person I could think that he looked like.
Her uncle, Clarence Elkins, was the victim's son-in-law. He lived about an hour's
All right,
drive
I
away
think
and had
we're
no
good.
criminal record and no history of violence. His wife, Melinda, couldn't believe that Clarence would kill her mother.
I remember my reaction distinctly when he told me that my mom had been murdered. I mean, I actually
The little
doubled
pearls.
over in pain. You know, like in a fetal
We just
position.
added a few little pearls there.
Clarence denied any involvement, but was quickly taken into custody.
And I said to them, yes, I am his wife. And yes, I know that some women do stand up for a man and lie to him. you're missing the biggest point here. That was my mother. And I want the person who did this to pay. And I'm telling you right now, it was not Clarence.
But police discovered that Clarence
And we are done for the night.
to hurt Judy Johnson.
A lot of progress.
Clarence is
Book came out beautiful.
felt hatred for his mother-in-law because the mother-in-law
Really classy.
allegedly interfered
Still has some color.
There was a woman who said she was Judy's best friend, saying she was present when Clarence Elkins called Judy and
No.
before the murder and threatened to kill her. That's pretty damning stuff.
Police found no physical evidence linking Clarence.
I gotta get up and go to work in the morning.
But the eyewitness testimony placed him at the scene.
Well, thank you guys for your input. It's a great start. Matches me.
I had to point out my uncle. For her to point at Clarence and say that's who.
Thank you. I hope the inside is just as pretty as the outside when we get done with it.
On June
Time will tell.
1999, Clarence
So,
Elkins
wow,
was
this thing is
convicted of
huge,
first-degree
guys.
murder and sexual
I mean,
assault.
look at it next to me.
Sentenced to 55 years in
Look how big this thing is.
I
It's a binder. It's not even a journal at this point. Hey, Terry. But, yeah. So I'm going to order the eyelets in silver. And we'll continue this on Wednesday. I'll probably work on it a little bit in the next 2 days. Try to. Maybe I'll come up with something for the tags. I don't know. We'll see. See how much I have to organize and put away first. Thank you so much, Carol. Yes, we'll see you Wednesday. Plus, I have to do something with the girls, too, so I'm not going to get too much. Depends on if I get the paper. There's a lot of depends. Not the ones you wear. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me again and watching the beginning of this beautiful journal. And I'll see you guys on Wednesday at 7:30. And I will fix my schedule. Fridays is 7:30 and not 6 o'clock. I'm going to fix the schedule and repost it tomorrow, okay? So thank you so much, Yvonne. Enjoy the rest of your vacation. You guys have a great Monday and Tuesday. And I will see you all on Wednesday night. Ice cream time. Thanks, guys. Love you all. Kiss, kiss. Big hug from me to you. Have a great, great night. Well, have a great Monday.
New Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.